D'Agostino Law Bite Back. This is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates. Did you know Social Security takes money out of every paycheck you earn, paycheck after paycheck, and you're not supposed to touch that money until you're 67? What if you can't work? What if you need that money now? The system is challenging and most people get denied. That's a fact. D'Agostino & Associates has the experience to win, and we win a lot. If you filed for Social Security disability benefits and were denied, let us appeal. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. Bite back means fight back. 1-800-248-3222. We'll fight to get you paid. D'Agostino & Associates has offices throughout New York and New Jersey and handles Social Security disability claims and appeals. Remember, if you've been denied, call us first. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222. D'Agostino & Associates. We win a lot.
Good morning, guys. Let's see what's going on this morning. Hey, the Bronx River Parkway reopened between Yonkers and White Plains after all of the flooding from yesterday. Watch for slowdowns on the Cross Bronx eastbound right now into Webster Ave. It's a collision. Delays back to the GWB 30 minutes in at the George Washington Bridge. Lincoln looks okay. Holland about 10 minutes into town. Alternate side in effect. Sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Debbie Duhaime on 880 ESPN New York.
For over 80 years, Paralyzed Veterans of America has been empowering veterans and all people with disabilities with the support they need to build the futures they deserve. That's the power of PVA. Learn more at PVA.org.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
880 ESPN, WHSQ, and WCBS-FM HD2, New York. A Good Karma Brands radio station.
Got the #1 pick in the NHL draft, but the men they can't seem to stump. Do something dumb, that's an observation. CLT make them need to run. That's Lawrence Taylor. Cut them every trash, CMT for short. Wonder if we best once you peep the score. Up at the crack of dawn, top stories of the morning. While you're yawning, grab your coffee, rise and shine with 880 AM. This is Drop Time. We provide highlights from your favorite teams. Got Dave and Rick making plenty of picks. It's Rule 76.
Righty. Wednesday it is. The 22nd day of July, 2026. It is DNR here on ESPN New York. Dan and Rick hanging out with you once again at 800-919-3776. That is the telephone number. I look inside. I see my buddy, my pal, Raymond Santiago, who woke up at an ungodly hour in the middle of the night. He can get into the details further if he wants to. I see Joe Leo, who went apparently to 2 weddings in a span of 48 hours in 2 different countries, Rick. I don't know if you knew that, but he is here. He is on no sleep, and we are rocking and rolling. It is Wednesday. We're going to play Stump a little bit later on. Buster Olney's going to join us to talk a little bit of baseball. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. Happy to be here. Saw Joe Lee on the way into the building, asking him about his future plans here for some engagement talk.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I always like to get into that with him. So maybe one of the double weddings is good, good practice for where we're headed with this whole thing.
Well, Joe, on that note, like you said, you went to 2 weddings. Did the atmosphere, the ceremonies, like being ensconced in matrimony, was that something that maybe has motivated you even further to make your situation that much more official?
I don't know if it's extra motivation, but it's definitely motivation.
Really solidify it.
Yeah, like you can definitely see, next time around, it might not be in the stands, to sort of say.
He might be on the field.
Yeah.
He got the itch.
Yeah, you know what's interesting here, though, is because we went through this with Peter, right, where he had his initial round of invites.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden had some late cancellations. So it's like, oh, hey, here's a text message. Rick, Dave, you interested in going? Actually did it to his, the other day to Ty with his birthday. Right, had his birthday celebration. I was lucky enough to get an invite. I think Dave got an invite. And they had Don, a bunch of guys. And then Ty got the late, looks like not everyone's going to show up. So maybe I'd throw one out to Ty last minute. Joe Leo's going to be in an interesting spot here because you know how this works.
Birthday celebration? What did he turn? What is it, a Sweet 16?
No, it wasn't a Sweet 16. He just had a nice little celebration, It's just
But not for nothing.
Let's come here and celebrate me.
Yeah, I understand. But at that age, who throws a birthday party?
I don't know.
Or if somebody throws it for them.
Yeah, right.
I
don't
understand.
even like to celebrate my birthday.
They have clowns and balloons.
No,
and
I
stuff
don't think
like
it's
that?
one of those affairs. All I'm saying now is that
did
you've
you
been
go to
through
this thing?
No, I did not go to this thing. I went on the first vacation with my wife in 15 years. I don't have a lot of time to start going to birthday parties.
Was it really 15 years?
15 years.
I thought you've gone on trips.
With the kids, not by ourselves. The first
St.
time
Bart's was just the two of you?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
The first time we left the kids.
Wow.
Yeah. And this was a special occasion. This was close friends of ours. It was my wife's, one of her best friends' 40th birthday. So that was like a little couples trip.
I didn't even know this.
Yeah, a couples trip. Raymond hasn't gone through it. You've gone through it. I've gone through it.
Yeah.
Once you get past the initial, hey, we're engaged, now we're planning the wedding, invites. That's a delicate situation.
Yeah, it really and truly is.
A lot of pressure.
I like how you say, by the way, I've gone through it, you've gone through it. He makes it sound like it's a colonoscopy, and as we talked about on the show yesterday, I guess I'm the only one that checks the box of the wedding and the colonoscopy.
Sometimes it felt like as you're doing that and you're trying to wean this list down, it is like a colonoscopy, and one you're awake for.
Are you have you gotten to that point where you're already in the back of your mind, you have a preliminary list that you're working on?
Not even a thought. Not even a thought.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Because it's going to ruin it. Because wait till you get to that point. And now you're like, well, if I invite this person, now this opens up a whole other group of people that I have to invite because this person is going to be mad I didn't invite them. And they feel like they're on the same tier. Do I invite John? He's got to invite John. It's his boss.
He has to. But see, I don't think that would happen here. Maybe in other parts of your life, Joe, friends, family, so on and so forth, if you don't invite this one or this person that you know and this one's second aunt or this or that, then there might be an issue. But I think here, right, with the environment and the culture that we have, created here, I really don't think that there's going to be that much brokenheartedness if somebody is left off the invite list. Nothing against Joe. I'm just saying,
I think you're mistaken. I think we have a very sensitive workplace.
Well, I mean, that's wrong, though. Here's how I look at it. And I said the same thing to, I guess it was when Peter got married. And I wasn't expecting an invite to Peter. He and I aren't that close. And I would say this. Anybody who did feel slighted, if you're not on a so-called guest list for anything, don't fret because that's one less thing that you have to actually
but people don't look at it like that.
Yeah, but you should.
But I agree with you.
You shouldn't run yourself crazy over it.
It's one less gift I have to buy, and it's one less event I have to go to.
Exactly.
I agree with you 100%. But, I mean, we have a very sensitive workplace. I think it should be uncomfortable. People disagree.
Raymond, how do you feel about this?
They want comfort. They want breakfast. They want multiple dumps. This is a very country club atmosphere that we run here.
How did we get into the breakfast and the multiple dumps?
Because it drives me nuts.
But who is this, though?
Everybody.
I've never said once.
The second you walk in the door, you must break the fast. You must eat breakfast. You must. I've never seen anything like it.
We have a culture here.
It's amazing, isn't it? I go in there, sometimes it's 3 wide. You can't even get a stall in that place. Not that I would use it anyway. 3 wide.
I think I can count on one hand the amount of times I've gone into that room and one of them's not in use.
That's amazing.
See, so here's the thing. When he started talking about that, I thought he just meant amongst us here, the four of us.
Oh, no.
You're just talking about office-wide.
Yeah,
and I agree with
that.
you.
Oh, we don't do that.
Well, see, we're here so
I'm lucky
early.
to sprinkle it. We get 3 minutes, they choke down a protein bar.
God forbid, if you take more than 5 steps away from the studio, they send the National Guard out for you. Where are they? We got a minute. Back on the air. Where are
round them up.
Yeah, round them up. So, yeah, you don't even have time to do any of that stuff. God forbid. I mean, if Legionnaires or something,
God.
if there's a breakout.
Well, we don't have to worry about
Ray, the numbers keep rising every single day.
Well, we don't have to worry about it because we don't have air conditioning here.
That's a good point.
Because that's good for audio is when you rip a fan right into the microphone.
That's a great point. See, that's why he is who he is. That's funny.
Turn that fan up right into my microphone.
Yeah, Max Fried gonna start the second game.
That was actually that was actually one of the benefits to the rainout last night. You're going to get to see Max Fried tonight.
You get to see Max Fried, 2 games for the and I guess, I was sitting there last night, and I know, like, depending on where you live in different parts of the area, like, some people got hit harder than others.
Well, we had all our the whole league shut down the baseball.
But, like, last night, at least in North Jersey, there was no rain.
You were fine.
There was no rain whatsoever. And I was like, boy, Yankees probably could have played tonight. But I understand they didn't want to take that chance because...
You don't want to inconvenience people,
Yeah, and truth be told, and Joe probably knows this, I was reading, like, if you read the long kind of statement that the Yankees put out announcing the doubleheader and everything, one of the reasons that this doubleheader is even happening today, at least as far as 2 gates are concerned, is because last night was an Aaron Judge bobblehead giveaway. That's why.
There you go.
So you had, because I was thinking to as soon as I saw that and I saw day-night, I was like, wait a second. You mean to tell me they want 2 gates for the Pirates? I understand the Dodgers, what they did over the weekend. It's the Dodgers. They're expecting a packed house. Like, who the hell's buying tickets to go see the Pirates? And then and then it said, the Aaron Judge buy. There you go.
And there it is.
So that's all it is.
Look at you. I mean, you are so dialed. It's
I didn't do anything.
Fresh off vacation.
Yankees, they put that information out. I consumed it.
I mean, you do investigative reporting. This is what you do. You read soccer books and do investigative reporting.
I haven't touched the soccer book, though, in about 3 days. I'm falling behind. You put a book down.
Can you believe Alexi Lawless? And
why did you just finish it? How long is the book?
It's like 350 pages.
You feel like you had a long time to read that, though.
I did, but again, I wasn't like reading every. You make it sound like I was sitting there
you had 2 long flights. What's it, a 3-hour flight, 3.5-hour flight?
I was watching.
See, that's the problem.
Movies or whatever.
Yeah, you didn't prioritize.
Yeah, didn't prioritize.
I'm not going to read on. You don't love USA Soccer.
That's right. I hate it.
Just like it.
I hate it. If I read on a plane, I fall asleep.
I do too.
I
have a hard time keeping my eyes open.
And there's too many distractions on a plane. Who's making noise, who's getting up and going to the bathroom every 15 seconds, and, the flight attendant coming up and down the aisle. By the way, speaking of the flight, a little bit of a tease, a little bit of a hint.
Like that. Okay.
It's going to be the subject of the roast come Friday.
Oh, flight roast.
Yeah, flight roast.
All right.
What do you think about that, Raymond? Flight roast.
Everyone loves a flight roast.
Everyone loves a flight roast.
Yeah.
How do you feel, Ray? Ray woke up in the middle of the night.
Yeah, why did you wake up in the middle of the night?
Because I went to bed super early.
Oh, what time did you go to bed? Like 7 o'clock?
After the 6 o'clock news.
He needs it, though.
Basically 9 o'clock. But usually, even now, I'll try to last till like 10 o'clock. But today I was like, I'm that.
Why, though?
I don't necessarily need to stay up for Mets.
That's what I mean. Like, don't fight it.
Yeah,
I told him. I say,
anytime body shuts down. Let it shut down.
Yeah, anytime you get it, you get it.
Yeah.
Take it.
I mean, plus you have no...
Problem is you wake up in the middle of the night.
Yeah, that's not great. That's just your body telling you, like, that my schedule is completely out of whack.
I got problems.
Yeah, you got real problems. But this is the price you pay for winning a championship. You won a championship, right? Blood, sweat. How you're not in the parade still pisses me off to this day. I don't understand it. That should have been priority number 1. Ray on the float.
It is a little odd.
That's
well,
ridiculous.
I got lessons learned for next time, and the next time it does happen, we'll be prepared for it.
Well, when you say lessons learned, what lessons?
He knows where he
there's
stands.
other channels I can pursue.
Right, and he also knows where he stands. And he puts his heart right on the table, and they stab it.
Was it a situation that you were kind of like expecting, like naturally, that, I'm going to be a part of this, I'm getting the invite?
I wasn't approaching it that way. I think that was the wrong approach to have. Like,
now,
expecting anything.
But now
it would have been nice if there were certain things worked out.
Right, but now you know. This is one of the lessons learned, is that you have to be more proactive.
Sure.
I would have been with you, though. It's like, do I really need to say anything? Should I have to say anything?
I side with Ray.
I'm sitting here. I get an hour of sleep a night. I'm the reason why this is on the radio. Like, throw me a freaking bone here.
That's a good point.
You know?
It's a very, very
Should
good
have to
point.
ask.
I just hope he didn't jinx the next one, though, because he said the next time.
Well,
if I didn't jinx the first
they'd
one.
be bucking the trend. He's all in with his Cowboys. Don't let him fool you. We'll talk about the Giants today. He is so sneaky under the.
I'm not sure it's sneaky right now.
It is sneaky, though, because you're not like doing the whole Dave thing where it's like, we'll win 8 and then we'll do this and then it's 65
but I'm
or
not
sooner.
like that. I'm not.
Yes, I know, but this is what makes you dangerous right now, though, because you did the same crap with the Knicks and it worked to perfection. There's this undercurrent of like real confidence, and Dave would bash them, and this guy stinks, and get rid of Cat, and you're just like, okay. I'm
but there was some legitimacy to that.
Well,
Listen,
no,
I can get
Ray
emotional
the entire time was like,
things
I'm jotting
as
this
they
down.
go.
Taking mental notes. When the time comes, when I'm right and you're wrong, I'm going to take it all.
100%.
100%. Yeah.
No, but
without a doubt.
You weren't doing that as motivation. You were doing that because you genuinely believed that this team had what it took.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Remember all the talk about Boston and people were getting crazy about the Celtics, and Ray's motto the whole time was bring it.
Yeah,
bring it.
But because there was evidence there, they've beaten Boston before. I know they can beat Boston. Yeah, they're scuffling a little bit right now, but when it's time to get it together, I think they'll get it together. And they didn't even have to face Boston, and they broke Boston. It's fantastic.
Knicks in 5.
It's unbelievable. They broke everybody.
It happened. And we're reminded every single day that the
Taking
Knicks won.
people's wills. I love it.
Never gets old hearing.
It doesn't. It never will get old.
Knicks in 5.
I walked by my bedazzled championship T-shirt this morning. Should I wear it? Like,
that thing's got some weight to it, man.
I can't wear that. Yeah, it's too much.
Yeah,
it's more of just a.
That thing is a rumor.
A memento.
It's gone.
Yeah.
It is. It's heavy though, right?
It's bedazzled.
Real weight.
Whose idea was the bedazzling? You think?
I have no idea. I think it was an NBA thing.
Because the regular one without the bedazzle still looks nice.
I like that one.
Yeah.
I like that one. Spiffy.
But for some reason, they wanted a bedazzled shirt, and here we are.
Yeah.
You can't go out with the bedazzled, can you?
I think it's like a one-time thing.
Yeah, but where's the one time?
It feels very Ed Hardy-ish. Remember when Ed Hardy was big?
Yes.
Yeah.
The one time would have been the parade.
I ransacked the Ed Hardy store one night. I have more
Ed Hardy was a big deal.
I'm hoping Ed Hardy comes back because I have a box of unworn Ed Hardy clothes.
You can Poshmark that bad boy?
Well, Ed Hardy was big.
How many hats did you have?
A couple hats, but I was sweatshirts, T-shirts, because I'd never get to the city much.
Yeah.
And I got into the city. This is when Ed Hardy was big, and we were like, okay, we're going to be by the Ed Hardy store. So I go in there, and I got crazy.
Just went nuts.
I took control of the place. I'm going to need, I need larges in everything. And everyone was working for me. And like a month later, it's like Ed Hardy's not cool anymore. It's like, oh, God, I haven't even worn half this stuff yet.
That's why you got to do it in spurts.
Yeah, it was a mistake. Yeah,
so where's it now? Just sit
in a
around?
box. It's in a box in the basement.
I do that too. I just overbuy stuff.
Yeah, well, if I like something, I just buy like multiple of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like this. I'll just buy every color of this.
I get crap for that too. From my wife. She's like, your wardrobe every day is things that you buy and you take the tag off because you're too lazy to do this. Yeah. I'm like, so what?
It just makes it easy.
Right. It makes it easy. See,
right.
you get it. It
like
makes
Steve Jobs
easy.
wearing the black turtleneck every day, you know?
Exactly. Well, it didn't work out. Did it work out?
It worked out.
You can say it worked out, but it didn't work out.
I think for what he was trying to do, I think it worked out.
What he was trying to accomplish?
Yeah.
The prototype?
Yeah. What are you talking about? That's why this Drippy Dave thing makes me a little bit nervous. Because a non-Drippy Dave had he had the what, five sweatshirts he would wear consistently every week?
And now he's got the drip.
Now he's got the drip. And so I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means he's got to wear like different color, different T-shirts and
I didn't reach out to him yesterday. It's a bad job by me about the diverticulitis.
Why? He's fine.
Yeah, but
right through it.
I don't know.
He likes to be left alone on his vacations. I'm surprised he was like texting in the group chat yesterday.
Yeah.
With all the news that's happening. He was texting, but I was like, just enjoy yourself, man. Take a break. You got a big football season coming up, man.
I don't know. Is diverticulitis something you reach out and offer well wishes to somebody?
It depends because it could be real bad.
Like if you go to the the pharmacy or whatever, the Hallmark store to get like a sympathy card. They don't have a diverticulitis.
No.
I'm sorry to hear about your diverticulitis.
No, I think that's probably create your own adventure one. Or you get like one of the blank ones, and then you can be like, maybe you draw a colon. Smiley face.
Go ahead, draw a colon. Yeah. Actually, don't do
like
that.
Something like that.
The whole digestive tract.
Right.
Sorry to hear.
Yeah, or like what you could do, even like an Ace Ventura card where he's talking, talking with his butt cheeks. Like that would be a good one. Like, sorry to hear about your diverticulitis.
Draw the whole digestive tract and then have like a frown face on the large intestine.
But then a happy
something.
face. Like, hey, congratulations. Now it's just back to the osis. You had the itis, now it's the osis.
Itis and osis. That's what we all strive for. That's a good motto, right? That's how you should live your life. Itis to osis.
Yeah. High fiber now. Now he's, I think, the high fiber phase of his recovery.
We got a big day today. Big show.
There's lots to talk about.
You jacked up for this or
I'm
what?
Super jacked up.
It's hot in here. We're ready to go. I mean, we're going to talk a lot of baseball. It's Wednesday, which means Buster's going to join us. He didn't join us yesterday. He had some things going on, so he's going to be hot and heavy on Wednesday. A lot of rumors going on with the trade deadline fast approaching, right? Little under 2 weeks away, so we'll talk to him. Max Fried, we'll get into that coming up here in just a bit. Yanks got 2 games. You're going to see Max Fried in Game 2. Garrett Cole this afternoon. The freaking Mets won a game, and I don't know, should we sit here and give a little bit more credence to one Zach Thornton that he could possibly be a part of this rotation going into 2027? We'll get into that. All the football stuff. The Giants, hot and heavy here. John Harbaugh weighing in on Cam Scatterbo and some other things as we are on the eve of training camp for both the locals. Few teams have already reported to camp, at least the rookies. We'll play Stump as well. We've got the stuff you missed. I mean, I don't know if 4 hours is enough to make it all happen, but we're sure as hell going to try. 800-919-3776. It is Dan and Rick. It's DNR on ESPN New York.
This is Bart and Carlin on ESPN New York.
The Yankees, there should be no discussion about what the plan here should be. Just sitting and waiting on Aaron Judge, and I'm going to let his health dictate what I'm doing for the rest of the year. Nope. Take a lesson from the Knicks. They ended up in a position where you felt like in the playoffs, well, if we don't do it now, when are we going to do it? For the Yankees, it's right there for the taking.
Bart Scott, Chris Carlin, weekdays at 10 a.m. on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
Fans arrive early at Yankee Stadium on Saturday, August 8th for the 78th Annual Old Timers Day presented by Fresh Direct. See Yankees legends put on the pinstripes again and take the field at Yankee Stadium. Relive memories of your favorite former Yankees and make new memories with your family. After the Old Timers Day ceremony and game conclude, stick around to see your Bronx Bombers take on Atlanta. Get your Saturday, August 8th Old Timers Day tickets presented by Fresh Direct at Yankees.com/tickets today.
Monkey Sports, built by players for players, is your one-stop shop for hockey, baseball, lacrosse, and more. Find top-name equipment and expert in-store services like sharpening, break-ins, and relacing. Shop in-store at Monkey Sports in Farmingdale or Woodbridge or online for all the top brands. Whatever your sports, Monkey Sports gets you game ready fast. Monkey Sports, where athletes shop.
Hey, it's Alan Hahn. At Rings End, they're there to help realize your modern design visions. That's why they partner with Marvin. Engineered for big ideas, Marvin modern windows and doors deliver effortless elegance, expansive views, and industry-leading innovation, all in a modular system designed to meet the exacting principles of modern architecture. Experience Marvin Modern at a Rings End showroom today and create something stunning with them. Rings End is a certified Marvin installing retailer.
Summer in New York just got hotter. Tim McGraw, the Pawn Shop Guitar Tour. Get lost in the songs you love to sing. With special guests, 49 Winchester. Get ready for a summer show you don't want to miss. Northwell at Jones Beach Theater, Friday, July 24th. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Part of the Cadillac Tri-State Concert Series.
Empower. Katie got a VIP box for the postseason. She worked with Empower to help her get good at money so she can be a little bad. She planned well and was able to bring the whole family.
Who wants homemade egg salad sandwiches?
Even Beth.
Horseradish? Anyone? How about some tuna on rye?
Aw, strike three, Beth. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper, so knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
All right, DNR, Dan and Rick on ESPN New York. 800-919-3776, the telephone number. So the Yanks get washed out last night against the Pirates, but the ray of sunshine is what you're going to hope to see a little bit later on today in the Bronx, both in the afternoon and the evening. And really, when you think about what potentially lies in store for this team, right, it offers a little bit of a glimpse as to what this thing could look like come October in a perfect world. Right, because it doesn't matter what the Yankees do or don't do before the trade deadline. We've talked about it, right? The strength of this team is going to be in the starting pitching. And when you have Cole going in the first game today, Fried going in the second game, obviously Cam Schlittler, the season he's had, trickle-on effect after that, that is what is going to lead this team hopefully to bigger and better things in the American League.
Right. I think we all recognize what it is, but I also understand, the frustration from Yankees fans is that once you do get to the postseason, getting that hit in a big spot seems to be a problem. Right? And this offense without Aaron Judge hasn't been very good. Now, I know, recently, one of the more important bats in your lineup needs to be Jazz with no Judge and no Stanton. So he's heated up a little bit, which is nice to see. But for the most part, he'll tell you, he said it the other day, he's not had a great season. Trent Grisham's not having the same kind of season that he had last year. Cody Bellinger got off to a really good start and hasn't really been the same offensively. Now, what he does for you and the versatility and everything else is great, but, it can't just be Ben Rice. And you got a bunch of holes that you need to. I mean, Brian Cashman needs to figure out a way to fill.
Definitely. And look, we've run through the gamut and the list of names. I mean, the Luis Arraez name is the hot one, right? We talk about the need.
It's because it's what you need.
Because it's what you need.
Yankees
Absolutely.
fans are craving.
And you know, I was doing a deep dive on that yesterday, like really, like just really chewing up all these numbers. And because again, he's not exactly, you know, the analytics crowd. He's not their darling, Luis Arraez, right? That's one of the reasons why he's been on the move so much over the last few years. But if you want
they
a guy,
don't value that like they used to.
well, that's what I'm saying. If you know, all of a sudden, if a multi-time batting champion, a guy who doesn't strike out, who puts bat on ball, if that is somebody who's not going to be valued in this day and age in baseball, well, then maybe we have the wrong game. I don't know what to tell you right now, but that's a guy that could be certainly more than welcome on my club. Now, we talk about his deficiencies throughout his career playing defense. All right, well, this year at second base, he's played a good second base. Is he Jazz Chisholm? No, but if you add that component to what he brings offensively, now you're talking about a pretty good player. Throw in the fact, though, now you're talking about bringing a guy who, despite the fact, you know, I think he's somewhere with extra base hits. I think he's got like maybe 28 or somewhere around 30 extra base hits this season, or just doubles and triples, excuse me. You bring him over to Yankee Stadium. All right, short porch in right field, left-handed stick. That's one of the reasons that a lot of the analytics folks are looking at, well, you know what? He's going to a smaller hitter's ballpark right now, especially for a left-handed batter. All those balls that maybe find real estate in other parks like San Francisco, which is ginormous, is he going to have that same success at Yankee Stadium? Isn't that overthinking things, though, too much?
Probably. I would be more concerned on how he fits. Right? You don't want to get in the business of getting rid of really good players. Right? I understand that, you know, there's a chance you don't bring Jazz back after the season. He's going to be a free agent. Hasn't really been the 50-50 year he was thinking about, which would lead to the ginormous payday that he was looking for. But Jazz is still a good player, and in big spots, Jazz feels like he comes up big. You've seen that the last couple games, so you don't necessarily want to get rid of a player like that. But if you bring in Arraez, where's he playing?
Right.
Like other than, hey, now all of a sudden we're going back to the whole Jazz at third base thing.
And which is something that you don't want to necessarily have to go through. At least I wouldn't want to, because we've been down that road already before. And, okay, we talked about it yesterday. Is that a situation where if you are going to make a move like that, is Jazz one of the pieces that then gets traded away?
Well, that's the question. Because, right? You don't know what's going on with Aaron Judge. You don't know what's going on with Giancarlo Stanton. Like, what's that DH spot going to look like? Because in a perfect world, since you really can't trust what Stanton is, you're not going to put him in the outfield, right? That just makes no sense. Because he's not great defensively anyway, and he's probably going to get hurt. What does Stanton become? If Stanton becomes now just a big right-handed bat off the bench, and it's not someone you have to plug in DH every game, now, you can make the argument. You bring in Arraez, you add that bat, you put him at second base, or you alternate him at second base with, getting Jazz at bats at DH. However you want to do it. The problem is like the big kind of like the big question mark in all of this is what exactly is the timeline for Aaron Judge, and what does that mean? Is this timeline for, hey, he's back and he's fully back and he'll be your right fielder, or is this he's back and we kind of have to figure out exactly how we want to manage this thing, with him as a DH, as a right fielder? It's just like, how does it all fit? How does it all work?
Not that it should matter, but like, what's the timeline with? Can we realistically expect Judge or Stanton back first? Stanton, we haven't heard anything. You know what I mean? Like, he has the new injury, not even close to beginning a running program. So we haven't even heard that stuff. Forget about baseball activities. I don't know. Does a running program count as baseball activities?
I think it does. Yeah, I think that's it's the first step, the running program. You do run in baseball. He's going to come back as a DH, so you would think that would be.
You would hope.
But he's also dealing with a lower body injury, right? He's another calf.
It's just so strange. I know you're talking about an injury-prone guy,
that's the other thing, though, too. You bring him back as a full-time DH, and he can't really run. He's not going to run because he's come back from double calf injuries. So now what does that do for him once he's on the bases?
Well, that's the thing, and it complicates matters. Now, one thing it does, you want to say that it adds to your bench? Great, because you're not going to be able to play all these guys, because if he's going to eat up the DH spot, then what's going to happen? So that's a roster construction issue.
Right, that's Rice, it's Goldschmidt. It's like, you got a bunch of different questions you got to answer.
Now, the other thing, too, we talk about catching.
Because it doesn't sound like they want to play. Listen, you play Rice behind the plate. It solves your catching problem, but they don't want to do that.
Don't you think, though, like, I'm so nervous of taking a guy like Ben Rice, putting him behind the plate, because that just exposes himself even more to injury. Like freaky stuff, like behind the plate, foul tips,
stuff.
this,
I think
that,
it's also like the mental gymnastics of trying to handle a pitching staff and everything else. What does that? I mean, does that take away? How important he is offensively? Does that take away from his offense?
That's a good point. And speaking of catching, and obviously, look, we know that the Yankees have a dire need for some help behind the plate. Did you see what happened to the White Sox and their catcher?
Mm-hmm.
He's out now 6 to 12 weeks, and the White Sox are a team, surprise to all of us, that have designs on going to the postseason. Now they're going to be a club that has designs on trying to bring in another catcher here, which could obviously add another suitor here for the Yankees.
Right, but it also puts the Mets, I think, in a great spot because, I mean, the Mets have come out and told you that we're going to sell.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, like, even if you want to get excited about what you saw last night, and, yeah, listen, the young players you should be excited about because they're going to be the future of this team, is how many teams are actually going to sell at the deadline.
Right.
Right? So, I mean, as bad as this thing is, you may benefit from the idea that, with this extra wild card spot, the teams still think they're in it, so there won't be as many teams that are active, and you'll have a bunch of pieces that fit in certain areas, and you'll reap the benefits, I guess, of that in a lost, embarrassing season.
Well, I mean, look, the American League and the National League are two different animals. We know the American League stinks, right? But take a look at the Boston Red Sox. We talked about them, and I know they're on a 14-game winning streak, right? So I'm not expecting all these other teams to go on a heater that are kind of like on the fence, should we or shouldn't we? And then, they're looking at themselves saying, oh, we could be the next Red Sox and get on a run here. I mean, Cleveland did it a couple of years ago, or Detroit did it a couple of years ago, where they were like dead and buried. And then the month of August rolls around and they went on a crazy run. They actually got into the playoffs, won a round and all that stuff. But I think you have to be a little bit more realistic. American League, though, it affords you more opportunities because you're not going to be as buried as, let's say, you would be over in the NL. Like a team like the Toronto Blue Jays, all right, they've been a big disappointment this year. We know that they got talent on their team, but they're a big disappointment. They're sitting in last place. They're sitting in last place in that division. They're currently 6 games out of the last wild card spot. Like if you're looking at the Blue Jays, right, if you're running the Blue Jays, are you saying, yeah, we should go all in? We came this close to winning a championship last year. I mean, you're not going to sell necessarily, but how active are you going to be to bring in guys?
Well, but that's not even my concern at this point. It's less about who's going to be super active and who's going to be, trying to make moves. It's, for me as a Mets fan, who's going to actually sell at the deadline. Because I know I'm selling. And I know there are a lot of different things that I could do because there's only a handful of players that I'm real interested in keeping in the first place.
Well, there's, I'll give you a perfect example, like Washington, right? And they're in the National League. They're a 500 team. They played good baseball this year. They've been a pleasant surprise. They got a great offense. Realistically, though, they're building something. Are they going to be buyers? No. This is like the
no, but they could be like buyers.
They could also be sellers too.
I mean, they're only a game and a half out of the wild card.
But they could actually be sellers in this whole thing, as crazy as it sounds, because they're thinking to themselves, well, you know what? Like, we're not going to go all the way this year. We have a nice little group, but if we can unload a relief pitcher that might have some values or something like that. I mean, crazy enough, I've heard C.J. Abrams' name dangled out there, and the dude's an all-star this year. He's a stud. He's playing unbelievable. But you also think that's a guy that's supposed to be a big part of your future.
Right. That feels like a foundational piece moving forward and one of the better offenses in the league. Right? I mean, they've scored, where are they at? They have almost 560 runs, which would put them right now, close to the top of baseball as far as runs scored.
Well, the number one in the National League.
Yeah. I mean, the only team that's scored more runs than them is...
Nobody.
Right now, they have the most runs in baseball.
Yeah, it's a dynamic offense. It really, but their pitching is deplorable, and their bullpen leaves a lot to be desired.
The other thing you need to take into account, too, and I was thinking about this morning driving in, is like with the whole, we should trade Francisco Lindor. You also have to recognize that, this is not going to be, we're not in the midst of a true rebuild.
A teardown, yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to bounce back, retool, and win next season. Like, this has been a complete failure. Let's bounce back. You got to look at what the free agent market looks like next year.
Not great.
It's not good.
It's not great. And look, Lindor has not always been my cup of tea since he's been here. I get it. And given, we talked about it yesterday. Like, the door's open for business as far as the Mets are concerned. Like, this team, there's real no attachment. There's a handful of guys. Other than that, everybody is open for business. But realistically speaking, Lindor's not getting moved. It would take a miracle. It would take a miracle for the deal to get made. First of all, because he's got no trade refusal. He's a 10-5 guy. He got $170 million still left on the contract, which is not easy to move, and somebody's going to absorb that. And from everything that we're reading about Steve Cohen, he's not paring down contracts and paying them off like he did at the deadline a few years ago with Scherzer and Verlander.
Right.
They're not doing that.
Unless someone is going to, he'll agree to go someplace, and you definitively tell me that he's a problem in that clubhouse, and they're going to take his money, what's the sense of it?
Right. 800-919-3776. We'll talk Yankees trade deadline when we return with you. And I got another name to throw out there into the conversation as a potential target for the New York Yankees, and whether or not Rick is going to be on board with this one, and you all as well. It's DNR, Dan and Rick, ESPN New York.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNNewYorkContests.com. That's ESPNNewYorkContests.com.
Hey, Yankees fans! Join us at Yankee Stadium on Friday, August 21st, as the Yankees take on the Toronto Blue Jays. And don't miss Cody Bellinger Bobblehead Night, presented by T-Mobile. The first 18,000 guests through the gates will take home an exclusive Cody Bellinger bobblehead. Get here early, grab the giveaway, and cheer on the Bronx Bombers. Tickets are available now at Yankees.com/tickets.
It's summertime, so why are you still living with pain? If you're dealing with neck pain, back pain, joint pain, or nerve pain, don't wait any longer. Call Dr. Jay Shaw at Soundwell Pain. He's Ivy League trained, double board certified, no surgery, no long recovery, no relying on pain medication. Just non-surgical image-guided treatments that help you get your life back. With offices in Woodbridge, Livingston, and Inglewood, and most major insurances are accepted. Help is close. Go to SoundwellPain.com. Feel better this summer, not someday.
Michelle here. Look, in sports, the best teams know when to make their move. Sherwin-Williams is making theirs with their summer sale. We're talking 30% off select paints and stains, or 35% off their new product, Emerald Symmetry, July 17th through the 27th.
You know, I've been looking at these studio walls. They could use a little more red.
Get that cardinal spirit going. Yeah, I like that. You can order online for delivery or swing by your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey girl, I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager. Hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
Congratulations, New York. The Knicks did it. Through battle after battle, they dominated to become this year's NBA champions. Day in and day out, the hard work paid off, and you were there every step of the way. Enjoy the crown. Own it, because this year is your year. A part of your legacy that will never be forgotten. So celebrate this moment, show your pride, and shop the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Progressive presents the Passionate Sports Fan Checklist. Signed jersey of your favorite bench warmer? Check. 14 bobbleheads that look nothing like the players they're emulating? Check. Twin TVs so you can watch the game on 2 different networks simultaneously? Check. Life-size wall sticker of your favorite player that routinely freaks you out at night? Check. A second life-size wall sticker so after the first one freaks you out, you see the second and you're like, oh right, the wall stickers. Check and mate. Bundle your renters and auto insurance with Progressive and save on protection for the things on your checklist. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers not available in all states or situations covered subject to policy terms.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg.
NBA champion, Finals MVP, Jalen Brunson. Describe the experience of what the last month has been like for you.
That's a loaded question. It's been a roller coaster, honestly. Obviously, once we won and everything was up high and everything was amazing. The parade and all of that, just everything after we won was just amazing.
Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg. Weekdays at 3 on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
All right, Dan and Rick, DNR, ESPN New York at 800-919-3776. We'll get to the calls in just a second on the Yanks. 2 games today, day-night double dip against the Pirates. Cole in Game 1, Fried in Game 2. All right, let me throw this name at you. And I don't know, maybe you talked about this last week with Dave when you were on. I don't know. Wasn't listening. Okay, I was sunning and tanning and vacationing
Reading
and
about
enjoying
USA
myself.
Soccer.
Reading about USA Soccer,
Yeah.
burning my skin to a crisp, all those things.
All those fun things.
So, honey, did you know that the only reason that we made it in 1932 was because there was 13
I'm
teams?
sure that led to some eroticism in the bedroom afterwards.
You know what was great about that, though, Ray? Is that we had that one. You played the Alexi Lawless one earlier. How many did you do yet?
They'll have some penalties.
Yeah, like the fact that you were able to deliver multiple, so you keep them fresh. We could have like a rotation. You know what I mean?
I don't know what got into me. I was just upset
No, but
that
see,
you
that
didn't read
was. I thought it was funny.
Sexy dragons. I don't understand how that's. I mean, that doesn't entice you on a vacation
salty?
to
How does
Turkey.
it taste?
Yeah, how did it taste? I don't know.
Do you like
I'm
that?
sure that was. I'm sure you didn't ask the. I'm sure that wasn't a question.
I think that's what set you off.
And then Ray sits there, and Ray has to play
Salty.
like referee.
Yeah.
I was
It's usually
playing
what he
referee.
does.
I was laying back.
Yeah. He's just hovering over the dump button.
Just say, don't say anything.
I'll
that's
use
gonna
it if
get
I
us all
have to.
fired.
I've been good. It's been Ty.
You've been great.
I've been great.
You've
Ty's
been great.
the problem.
Yeah, Ty's been Ty
had
been
to
heavy
apologize to his mother,
Heavy
his
violations. from Ty.
congregation, everybody, his family.
I think he feels the need to kind of like fall into that trap
Yeah.
when he's on the show. That's what I think it is.
Push him into it.
Was I
Bad
who-
influence?
Ray,
That he gets influenced by what's around him.
I think that's what it is.
Highly.
Who was I? And forgive me. Who was I working with the day after the Belgium game?
Oh, when you dropped the F-bomb, Jordan.
That was Jordan.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
that-
was
it was
Jordan. That's when you
Yeah.
just
You
freely,
heard that one.
just freely dropped the F-bomb, yeah.
That's literally like when I lost it completely.
Yeah, of course.
Like
I
that
mean,
was just
you
because.
almost
But
said-
again, it's not even your first offense.
You
But
almost
he
said-
climbed the mountain.
It's not even your first offense.
It wasn't.
I got some titillating news for you, my friend.
Right.
It's the moan.
But
it's the moan.
This is going back because I love soccer.
you love soccer.
Love U.S.
It
soccer.
actually it gets you. It's the
Gets me
best way
fired
to
up.
get the emotion out of you is the soccer.
You know what it is? Because it was such a hot topic, and we were so invested. And Ray and I would talk constantly, like text, and on RJ, like all of us. So when we got on the air the next morning after that game, you're all fired up. That was in the first segment of the show, and it almost felt like I'm looking at Ray and Art, and we were just talking as if we weren't even on the air, and that's why I just completely lost it, and then obviously dropped the word that you're not supposed to say on the air.
Yeah, right.
It was
that's
organic.
the word, but that's the word.
It was organic
Right.
drop.
You almost said the S word the other day.
Did I?
You got the SHO.
No.
Yeah, you did. You recalibrated.
No, I caught myself.
You recalibrated.
No, I don't even think it was a recalibration.
Ray knows. Ray's the
And
dump.
others are going to see that it's essentially a pile of soot right now.
pile of soot.
Were you going to swear?
What do you think it was?
No, I wasn't going to swear.
You went
No,
from-
I don't
you
think I
went-
was going to
you-
swear.
Of course you were. You went from
And others are going to see
to
that
a pile of soot.
it's essentially a pile.
It was.
Others
I mean,
are going to see that.
You changed soot because
you
you're going to say
started.
pile. You bleep.
You started.
Wasn't I going to say Schlittler?
No, yeah, that's right.
And I'm pretty
That's
sure
what
you
you're
were
gonna
not going to say Schlittler.
Ray, do you know that for a fact? Do you know that for a fact?
No,
I think I just saw,
get
by
in
the
your
way,
head,
82 cases of Legionnaires now.
See?
82.
No, it is rising.
It was 59
That's why we have
yesterday.
they shut the air conditioner off for our own safety.
Listen, you'll suffer in the short term, but in the long term, it'll be okay.
You got to change
for
the filter.
It'll be
It
all
is,
right.
listen, it's meant to be uncomfortable. The workplace is meant to be uncomfortable.
Workplace is meant to be
in every meaningful way.
Right, you can't get you can only get Legionnaires when the drip happens from the
droplets.
cooling system.
Yeah.
But when the host of the show goes out into the hallway and he's dripping sweat, you're
Right.
free of Legionnaire.
Or
If you get
just dripping style like Dave.
right,
Just to drip.
drippity dog,
Yeah.
drippity dog.
That's when you know someone doesn't have drip when they come in and say, I have the drip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have the drip.
Yeah, great.
Again, sounds like another issue.
I got drip.
Yeah, I think it's a much different issue. Much different issue.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Okay. Talk about the offense. Talk about the need for the bat for the Yankees.
Yep.
Bullpen has always been a common theme. I've been on that train for much of the season. If you peel back the onion a little bit, you notice that statistically speaking, maybe the bullpen not as bad as we made it out to be. It really isn't. Like they're in the top 2 or 3 in terms of ERA in Major League Baseball. You've got a few guys, whether it's Bednar, whether it's Cruz.
Hedrick.
Hedrick has been a revelation, as a guy who could come in and get lefties out. So, where do you put the area of need right now as far as the bullpen is concerned? Because I got a name for you.
Well, give me the name.
What if there was some way possible, because these two teams have done business in the past.
Okay.
Talking Turkey.
Oh.
Okay. They like to make trades.
Yep.
They made a lot of trades and hasn't worked out as they have planned because they're not a playoff contender, at least in my opinion. They just signed a guy to an extension, too. What if the Padres,
Mason Miller.
what if the Padres try to replenish their now depleted farm system? Their farm system ranks 30th in Major League Baseball, by the way. Was once very, very good. That's what got them all these guys. Now they exhausted it, beefing up their Major League talent pool. What if Mason Miller is available? And obviously, you're going to have to pay a steep price because
that's
the only
going to be. I mean, you're talking about the guy.
But that's the guy.
Yeah.
That is the guy. You don't have to worry about the ninth inning for the next 5 years. Minimum 5 years. You have not had that guy for quite some time. Okay? You've had different people in the role, but I'm talking about the guy. He is the best closer in the sport. You had that guy for, you won World Series galore with him. He's in the Hall of Fame, right? I'm not saying that he's Mariano Rivera, but he is the closest thing to it in this current age of Major League Baseball. Mason Miller to the New York Yankees. Who says no?
I don't think anyone says no. I think the only person that probably says no is Brian Cashman because of what we've seen in the past and what it's going to cost to get to bring in Mason Miller. He's controllable for the next 3 years.
3 years, correct.
So,
okay.
I mean, yeah, I think every Yankees fan would put their hand up and sign for that. I also think a move like that would be probably predicated on what the news on Judge is going to be. Because that's a legit all-in, we're going for it kind of move.
Well, they tried to do the same thing last year, remember, at the Pen. Mets and the Yankees did. I mean, at the deadline, excuse me. Mets and Yankees did. And when you bring in bullpen arms, you're trying to shorten the game. You don't love your starting pitching, which the Yankees, that's not their issue, right? But
I think you also recognize how important in the postseason the bullpen is.
Absolutely. Yeah. So let's say if you bring in a guy like Mason Miller, then all of a sudden Bednar becomes your eighth inning guy, and then everybody else goes down a peg. You're asking less of your starting pitching, even though you do have faith in them. But you look at this Yankee bullpen. They're not a bunch of flamethrowers, right? They're not really at the top of the list when you're talking about strikeout rate among Major League Baseball. San Diego, obviously they want to replenish the farm system. That's number one. They also want to get some Major League-ready starting pitching because they're starting – remember, they've got nothing from guys. Darvish gone. Nick Pivetta gave him nothing, so on and so – the dude with the cheating ears, what's his name? You know who I'm talking to. Joe Musgrove. He got injured again in spring training this year, so they've got nothing in terms of starting pitching. They've taken a flyer on a bunch of yo-yos, retreads, the Hahn Marquez, Buehler guys, and got nothing. You might have to part with one of your back-end guys, okay? Like Will Warren might be that guy. They might want him, right? I mean, Clark Schmidt is on the mend from injury. I don't think that you're going to throw him in a trade because you need to see that he could pitch if you're going to be willing to take him on. But let's say somebody like a Will Warren, it's probably going to have to be time to part with a Jason Dominguez. Is now the time to get Volpe off your hands, something like that. They're probably going to want to entertain a conversation about a Spencer Jones, potentially. It's going to take 3-4 names that were once thought to be forbidden fruit as far as the Yankees are concerned. But if you're asking me, and I had a chance to bring in a guy like Mason Miller, a true difference maker, I'm doing it.
I think that every Yankee fan would raise their hand and say, yeah, let's do that. Because I think when you look at the bullpen, as good as Bednar's been, I know we had conversations earlier on in the season with RJ and Ray where he makes you nervous. Like there is, to your point about the strikeouts, like if there's tends to be lots of activity, like more activity than you'd like, right? You want someone to come in that you feel comfortable, like this is going to be, like this is a wrap. And listen, Bednar has recently been that. And Hedrick's been great also. But, I mean, to add Mason Miller to that bullpen, I mean, that is we're going for it kind of move.
Raymond, did you sign off on that move?
Absolutely.
I gave it the Jason Dominguez, Spencer Jones, Will Warren, and Anthony Volpe for Mason Miller.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Joe Leo, you doing that trade?
In an eye blink. When can I drive him to the airport?
I think he'd Uber, actually. He'd Uber.
And I was one of those people
who... I mean, maybe Joe Leo has nice snacks and stuff in his car.
Joe, are you a snack in the car guy?
No.
Well, if he's driving somebody, I'm not saying like normally have snacks in the car, but if I know I'm going to be driving somebody to the airport, maybe I have some nice cold waters.
To be clear, we're not leaving snacks in the car 24/7. We're bringing snacks with us.
With us. That's what I'm saying, you animals. Like, it'd be nice. Some snacks for this guy. Bag of chips. I don't know. Meat stick.
Protein bar.
Yeah, protein bar's nice.
You had to go meat stick, didn't you?
Yeah, they have a nice selection. That's my guy Chris. Every time he drives me anywhere, he's got a cooler in the back full of snacks and drinks.
You want to be comfortable.
That's you want a Surfside? What do you want?
You got a Surfside's good.
Nice.
Beautiful.
800-919-3776. Let's talk Yankee trades. I threw the Mason Miller one out there. I'm sure there's going to be others as well. Let's say hi to Patrick in Albany, who was first up here on ESPN New York. Patrick, good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you guys? Can you hear me?
Gotcha, Pat. Loud and clear. What's going on?
Nothing. So the Yankees need to get Luis Arraez. They need a true leadoff hitter. And I'm sorry to say, but they haven't had a true leadoff hitter in years since, I think, the last World Series. Trent Grisham, yeah, he was great last year, but he's not your ideal leadoff hitter. One, two, I have a true feeling, something is telling me either Judge or Stanton, one of them is not coming back this year. So they do need to go out and get a true right-handed bat like Jeffers from the Twins or the catcher from the Athletics. They need
Langoliers?
something because
He's having a good season.
Langoliers, because
an all-star.
I just don't think Judge or Stanton, one of them is not coming back.
Let me ask you this. If you want Luis Arise, and I'm not sitting here telling you you're wrong, but where are you playing him?
Where's he playing? Because now you get into the conversation where now we'll start getting into the, hey, now we have guys playing out of position and we don't like that. Like now Jazz goes to third base, and now, I mean, God forbid he starts making defensive mistakes at third base. Now we're losing our minds.
Send Jazz packing along with this lollipop. He's gone.
Well, again,
I don't know if you want to be in the business, though, of just getting rid of good players.
But it's a little bit different. I hear what you're saying.
Like, what happens if you bring in Arias, you move off of Jazz, and then God forbid something happens to Arias?
Then you're
and now what?
Up a creek without a paddle. That's where we are. And look, yeah, I do believe in what you said. Like, you don't want to get rid of good players. I totally understand that. But I think there's an exception to be made when you're talking about a guy like Jazz who's on an expiring deal. Like, he might not be here next year anyways.
No, I know.
Right?
But you're trying to, like, you're trying to win now. Like, you're going all in now. Like, a Mason Miller move like that is going all in now.
And for the future.
Right.
Luis Arise,
but you're talking about prospect-wise. That's one of those ones that, we've seen Cashman in the past be hesitant to make, where it's like, no, we could get this top-end guy, but we don't want to give up.
Right, and hopefully they've learned from their mistakes, because think about it. Jason Dominguez, the Martian. Like, is Jason Dominguez ever going to be what they thought he was? No, of course. Is Anthony Volpe ever going to be what he was advertised to be? No. Spencer Jones, the jury's still out. Okay. Will Warren, nice arm, but the Yankees don't need the starting pitching. They've got plenty of. They've got a ton of money invested in their starting rotation. And that's why you have a piece like a Will Warren, for example, that you dangle out there, and hopefully it brings you something better in return. And look,
you're also have the overflow of whatever, starters now once you're fully whole to help out in the bullpen.
And as they're at their best, pound for pound, dollar for dollar, okay? Luis Arise is a better player than Jazz Chisholm. Dude, he's a 3-time batting champion.
Different though.
But I understand. But better player, I think it
depends on what you're looking for, right? Like, what does your lineup need? You'd like some versatility to your lineup. And right now, currently, you don't have anyone that puts bat on ball the way that Luis Arise does.
Not many in baseball do it.
No,
as well as him.
right now he's at these 323. He's got an on-base percentage of 362, OPS 812. He's a good player, and he's a much better defensive player now that he's been working with Ron Washington.
Unless you're absolutely spooked by the analytics, like I was talking about. Now you're going into a smaller ballpark, and the way his game plays, like maybe some of those balls that found real estate in San Francisco and other, that's not going to happen in Yankee Stadium. I'm willing to take that risk.
I'd be interested to see, though, because you look at third base as an issue, right? Just offensively, it's not been great. I think that, we know what McMahon is. He's a great defensive player. We knew he was limited offensively. Ahmed Rosario is one of those guys where in short spurts, good, but that's one of those.
You can't count on him.
No, but it feels like the backup quarterback thing, right? Like for a couple games, great, but the more he plays, the more you recognize that this is why he's the backup quarterback. So Jazz is an unbelievable athlete, and they did they did get to. Correct me if I'm wrong. They did get to the World Series with Jazz playing third base. So that could. You could make the argument now that I solved two problems. Right now I got Jazz, although not great defensively at third base. I got him at third, solved that problem, and now Arias, bring him in, he can play second base.
See, there's a lot of times, like you look at infields, the way they're constructed now. Like you look at the third base, the hot corner, like third base, first base. More often than not, it's almost like an embarrassment of riches if you have, let's say, a power bat at both of them. Nowadays, you stay in for one. It didn't used to be that way, but now that's just the way the game goes. Yanks are fine at first base. If you're going to tell me that Ben Rice primarily is going to be your first baseman / DH, you're fine. Okay? So then I'm looking at third, and I'm saying maybe I don't need to supplement that with as much offense, that I'm going to side more to make sure that I have a lockdown glove at third.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, but now you're looking at, that's if we make improvements at catcher. Right? Can we improve that? I'm just saying, do I want to necessarily get rid of Jazz? Because Arias wants to play second, and now I got the whole DH thing we've already talked about. that becomes all cluttered up because we don't know if Stanton's back, if he's going to be a full-time DH, if he's going to be a bat off the bench. Can Judge play right field every day? You got Goldschmidt against lefties. You're not getting into the situation like you were last year where it's like, I'm not going to have Ben Rice and Jazz in the lineup because of matchups.
Well, here's the thing, too.
Ben Rice is not that guy anymore.
Here's the thing about Jazz, right? Before he had the little hot streak here with the 3 straight home runs, what was the narrative on his season?
He told you it was a bad season.
Bad season.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, all of a sudden, I mean, like, everybody that says that maybe they're a little bit reluctant to part ways with him, is that just because he homered in 3 straight at-bats and he helped you win a game against the Dodgers? You know what I'm saying? Like, are we just getting caught up in the moment?
No,
like,
I think
we want to keep this guy.
I think I think he's one of those players where you recognize how talented he is, and you know what he's capable of doing, and that hasn't happened yet. And maybe he is at a point in the season where all those things that he was hoping for are now unachievable. So he kind of takes that, deep breath.
Yeah,
let's just go play. It sounds like they had that exact conversation with him. Like, you put so much pressure on yourself. You're looking for a new deal. You're talking about 50 and 50 and all these different things. That's not going to happen now. Right now, focus on just going out, playing good baseball, having fun, and helping us win a championship. And people now want to point to, because this is what we do, is we just anything that helps our argument starts looking at, how's this guy with 2 outs and runners in score? Okay, he's not very good. Well, this guy's good. Okay, now it's the whole Jazz's clutch argument. Like, big spot, who do you want up? Jazz is one of those guys you'd want up.
Right.
Jazz is an important bat in this lineup right now. With no Stanton and no Judge, Jazz is an important bat.
And the only way they're going to move on from him is if you're bringing in somebody who they feel is pound for pound an upgrade.
Yeah.
Right?
Or
and they may feel Arise as that guy. Who knows? I can't answer that question.
Or gives you a missing piece, a missing element that you don't have.
Right.
I mean, the other thing, too, is, Cody Bellinger had a really good May, hit 228 in June.
That's the MVP of the All-Star game, Cody Bellinger.
He's hitting 237 in July. So, I mean, he's one of those ones. Like, you're relying on him with no Judge.
I don't disagree. And that's one of the guys that, let's face it, I'm not saying he's been horrible, but when you are missing an Aaron Judge for as long a stretch as they have, and throw in Stanton for that matter.
I mean, he hit 11 home runs.
You would expect a guy like that, given how well he played last year and what his resume entails, to maybe shoulder more of the load for you. And he hasn't done that, right? Hasn't done that. Because guess what? If Cody Bellinger was swinging the bat a little bit better than he has, I don't know if we're sitting here talking about the need and the urgency for them to go out there and improve this offense.
Well, no, that's the interesting thing about this Yankees team, though, and the Boone Swoon, whatever you want to call it. It's amazing that they can all get the bats go quiet all at the same time. Like, it wasn't that just like a Bellinger started to struggle. It was Bellinger and Rice at the same time struggled, and then the rest of the lineup was struggling. It's like, how are we scoring runs? Because we already know that we have a couple spots in the lineup that aren't good anyway.
One of the things that Patrick brought up on the call at the end, and it got me thinking. Like he said, he thinks at least one of those two guys, Judge or Stanton, is not going to be back at all. And that's not something that we necessarily have entertained, right? Like, thinking it could even be a possibility. But the more and more I think about it here, I would say this might be a little rash. I think there might be a better than 50-50 chance that happens. Right?
It feels
that
like
one of the two don't come back.
Right. But, I mean, I think the Stanton thing's interesting just because of his limitations.
And his limitations, and see, I have way more, obviously the body of work tells you so. I've got way more confidence in Judge after such a long layoff to kind of just step right in and start raking. Stanton, you would think that there's going to have to be this acclimation period to where he's,
get his timing back.
Get his timing back and all that stuff, right?
Well, but my other point is, forget the reacclimation and getting himself going and everything else, is we all lean on the fact that Stanton has been really good in the postseason. Now, he wasn't really good last postseason, and now he's dealt with injuries and everything else. It's just like he comes back after, again, which was the most alarming part of this thing, wasn't like, hey, he's coming back from the calf, had a setback on the initial, on the original injury. It's like, no, that one's fine. It's another injury.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, when he comes back, what exactly are you getting anyway? Right? He can't play the field. He can only be a DH. What's he going to look like running the bases? He's always going to be trying to protect himself. So now he's clogging up the bases. I mean, you're probably best served just having him as a big bat off the bench anyway.
It really is a problem because then, like you said, it comes at the expense of one of these other guys that you want to get in the... Like, for instance, all right, if Paul Goldschmidt has to play first base, you feel better about his defense over there. Forget about the range limitations at this stage of his career, but you feel better with his glove at first.
But you also, too, I would say this, right? I mean, now, if the potential does exist where we don't want to get rid of Jazz because we still feel like he's got that real Jazz inside him, and we're going to start to see this now towards the end of the season, is I could probably, in my mind, justify having him play third base with a really good defensive first baseman right? As opposed to now I got an average third baseman thrown to Ben Rice is fine, but he's not Paul Goldschmidt at first base.
No. Tim McGraw coming to Northwell Health at Jones Beach Theater on Friday, July 24th. ESPN New York's got your chance to score some tickets on the ESPN New York app. Just find the contest tile and submit your entry. It's brought to you by Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. Big, huge, jam-packed 7 o'clock hour coming up. Buster Olney. We play Stump. It is Dan and Rick, DNR, on ESPN New York. And it's 6:56. Let's get a check of the roads and say good morning, Debbie Duhame.
Hey, good morning, DNR, Dan, and Rick. Guys, let's see what's happening. We've got major issues at the George Washington Bridge right now. It's 90 minutes into the upper level, 30 to the lower. The problem is Cross Bronx East at Webster Ave, a disabled tractor trailer. Inbound Lincoln, that's 35. Holland still about 40. Watch for slowdowns as you head to the 6 train. Uptown, delays with signal problems. Sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drugged driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MAD-HELP, or visit mad.org. I'm Debbie Duhame on 880 ESPN New York.
D'Agostino, Law Bite Back. This is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, and I know how a serious accident can change your life just like that.
I'm Jenna D'Agostino, and I understand that with pain comes medical bills and time out of work. Let us get you justice.
This is John Ryan, the closer. For over 35 years, our family has been getting accident victims every dollar they deserve.
I started this firm for the injured so they can bite back against the insurance companies.
Our legacy is to get you justice. Bite back.
To get you paid. Bite back.
At D'Agostino & Associates, bite back means fight back. When you're hurt and they blame you, we bite back and get you every dollar you deserve. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey, so call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222. 1-800-248-3222. I've been there, and I'll be there for you.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Progressive presents the Passionate Sports Fan Checklist. Signed jersey of your favorite bench warmer? Check. 14 bobbleheads that look nothing like the players they're emulating? Check. Twin TVs so you can watch the game on 2 different networks simultaneously? Check. Life-size wall sticker of your favorite player that routinely freaks you out at night? Check. A second life-size wall sticker so after the first one freaks you out, you see the second and you're like, oh right, the wall stickers. Check and mate. Bundle your renters and auto insurance with Progressive and save on protection for the things on your checklist. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers not available in all states or situations covered subject to policy terms.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Congratulations to the New York Knicks. They are the 2026 NBA champions. WHSQ and WCBS-FM HD2, New York. This is DiPietro and Rothenberg.
getting that hit in a big spot seems to be a problem. And this offense without Aaron Judge hasn't been very good. One of the more important bats in your lineup needs to be Jazz with no Judge and no Stanton. So he's heated up a little bit, which is nice to see. But for the most part, he'll tell you, I mean, he said it the other day, he's not had a great season. Trent Grisham's not having the same kind of season that he had last year. If Stanton becomes now just a big right-handed bat off the bench, and it's not someone you have to plug in DH every game, now, I mean, you can make the argument, you bring in Arias, you add that bat. The big question mark in all of this is what exactly is the timeline for Aaron Judge? Brian Cashman needs to figure out a way to fill.
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
All right, hour 2. It's DNR. Dan and Rick on ESPN New York.
Who wrote that? Is that a Charlie Chaplin situation?
There's a little acapella start
little
to
little silent.
Silent films.
Something
That's how you feel?
effect.
That's what happens when you wake up in the middle of the night.
Something's not playing.
System's working well, as usual.
Still not
We
playing.
didn't even have the traffic music.
Maybe bang on the desk again and see if we can get Carlos Beltran on to talk.
Not connected to audio
Apparently-
server. That's what you want to hear.
Yeah.
Not connected to the audio server?
That's what you want to hear.
That's great.
We're up and running.
We're really doing it.
Yeah, man.
We're doing it.
This is a fully functioned Death Star.
This is my fault. I said the workplace should be uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable.
And we will be
You're
uncomfortable.
Right.
You put it
You
into
are
the
right.
universe.
Our AC's been broke for like a month.
So did you hear what happened about that, by the way?
The AC?
No, forget about the AC.
Yeah.
The Carlos Beltran situation with the banging of the desk. Did you see that, Ray? Apparently, I was not the only perp.
Did I not send that to you? I could have sworn I did send that to you. Yeah.
Did someone else had that happen where they banged?
Or Anthony sent it to me.
And
no,
Anthony,
you did.
Anthony sent an email.
He really is the best.
And I meant to go back to the system and find this because I guess it happened in the opening segment of,
you
of
sent it to me.
DHR.
Yes. Really? Don hit the desk and something
Don
played?
hit the desk and something played and it upset Don.
Oh, did it? Can you find that?
Yeah,
I like when Don.
that's why
I love when Don gets upset.
And that's why I want to do.
It's one of my favorite
come back
things.
and grab that. So,
But you don't have it.
Don't have it yet.
You know what's amazing is Don was mocking the whiteout jersey, which I actually think looks good. Like that white helmet, the Jets white helmet looks sick.
Oh,
I don't necessarily know.
I think it's great.
I mean, the whole idea of being as bad as you were last season and now having the whiteout, the timing of it makes sense just because you don't know what the season's going to be anyway. So let's get this thing done early.
Well, I mean, the Packers do. I mean, the Packers are a team that has green and they have a white helmet that they wear on occasion.
But you're also talking about if there's going to be like a full, let's get everyone fully invested. How many Jets fans are actually going to show up in white? I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
But he was bringing up, does it really matter what the jersey looks like? As long as you win.
Jersey's actually exactly the same. The only thing that's new about it is the
helmet.
is the
looks
helmet.
awesome.
The helmet's
looks
great.
Awesome.
It's great.
And he made a point, I don't care if you have a diarrhea jersey, as long as you win, doesn't matter. And
That's
I thought
gross.
to myself, what's
That's
funny
gross.
is, I mean, Don actually had that happen to him in Calgary. He had,
that was awful.
He had the suit pants, but he battled right through it.
On the catwalk in the Saddle Dome.
Speaking of Calgary,
they're closing the Saddle Dome.
They're closing the
Saddle
Saddle
Dome.
This is the last year.
Looks like a giant Pringle. I got drafted there.
Nice.
Almost died before the draft.
That's where your draft was in Calgary?
Yeah. Went up to Banff, beautiful, relaxing. My mother decided, hey, you know what we should do? Let's go ride horses. That's a great idea. Until your horse takes off and runs down the side of a mountain.
Was that before or after the draft?
Before the draft.
So imagine if
my horse took off.
Imagine if he suffered a serious horse injury.
Yeah.
And then he's not the number one pick in the draft.
Yeah,
and you're not sitting here right now.
Yeah, doesn't even get drafted.
I'm sitting here next to Wade Dublowitz.
That's not great.
One of the great bodies in
That's a great
history.
poll. Wait,
he looked like a Balata golf ball.
Yeah, Saddle Dome scheduled for demolishment after Scotia Place is going to be the new one. It'll be next year.
Yeah.
So,
Ray, if I could give you one piece of advice, and you know how I feel about Canada, I don't like Canadians and the whole deal. You're young.
Tell us how you really feel.
You're a young single man, okay? You have time in the summer.
Oh, my gosh.
Do yourself a favor and go to the Stampede in Calgary.
Really?
One time.
Go to the Stampede. I've heard about it.
Just go one time.
All
Just
right.
one time go.
Well, this
You
may
will
be-
absolutely love it.
All right. I got to give it a shot.
Just one time, that's it.
You know what Ray tipped me off to yesterday about Alberta, British Columbia?
Yeah.
They're not doing the changing of the time, daylight savings.
Well, we're not either. We just voted against it.
Who's we?
We
The
just
United
passed.
States.
Yeah, we just passed.
Yeah, we'll
We
do
just
away.
passed legislation.
We'll do away with daylight savings time, which is people have been clamoring for forever. But
but we're not falling back.
I think we're going to fall back one more time, and then I think that's it.
So when does this thing start? 27?
I just know. I don't know.
I don't know when it officially starts.
I think we can probably Google that. Joe Leo, get on that. We want to know.
But what he's referencing is British Columbia and Alberta. I guess they do a 2-time clock change thing. And,
Interesting.
And they're getting rid of that this year. And the reason I noticed that is because I looked at the Rangers schedule, and I looked at the games in Edmonton and in Calgary. And like
it's a big rivalry.
They're starting a bit earlier than they.
The
than
7:30 starts. It's weeknight, 7:30.
It's like usually it's an 8:30, 9 o'clock start in Edmonton.
Good for you. Maybe they knew you were slowly dying and they wanted to help you out.
It's great for me. I even checked in with the guys at the Rangers. I'm like, hey guys, is this right? And they're like, yeah, this is right.
You know what's going to happen those nights, right? There's going to be a double dip Knicks game. Knicks are going to probably be in, Sacramento or something like that.
You know what's nice about that, too, is just, for the NHL.
And we don't have an NBA schedule, by the way, because LeBron can't make up his mind.
Is McDavid.
Don't you rush LeBron, okay?
Right? Yeah. Now I want as many eyes on McDavid as possible. Him and Draisaitl.
Well, you would think.
Yeah, Babcock.
This could be the last one.
That was an odd hire, man.
I still can't believe
that was an odd hire.
I think they wanted it. I think the players wanted it. The best was he goes through the whole thing at Columbus.
Yeah.
Where he doesn't even get to coach a game because he's going through people's phones and everything else. And he's like, wasn't even a big deal. He's like, my wife could tell that the fit wasn't right.
Yeah.
So she's like, you shouldn't do this.
It was an odd press conference.
So it had nothing to do with the fact that you were looking through the
son, give me that phone.
I like to see what you were up to.
What's he going through their phones?
See what they're up to. Yeah, it's wild. That's just the NHL, though.
And the players wanted this?
I guess so. But this is just how it works, though. It's just like...
Well, they got to try. But the thing about Edmonton, you would think that they've been just these, massive underachievers.
How about get a goalie?
Get a goalie.
Yeah, right.
You were freaking in the Stanley Cup Finals for 2 straight years. It's not like you were, missing the playoffs.
Knobloch did a good job. Get a goalie. Right? Figure that out. You got 2 of the best players in the world.
He'll be back. He'll be back behind the bench this year at some point. Because, somebody's going to get fired in Knobloch.
Nobby.
Yeah, that's how the NHL works.
That's what I mean. They get recycled left and right.
Chairs.
But this year.
Which is surprising to me because you see the success that the NFL has with young coaches, right? And you have new players. You have new players that you figure you want a young, relatable guy who's played in the NHL kind of guy for these positions, but they always want to go back to the same thing, tried and true. Guys had success somewhere. He'll have success here.
It is incredible because, the NBA has obviously shifted more towards, young coaches. Real young, whether you played in the league or not.
Mitch Johnson.
Young guy. Super
Your
young
buddy.
guy. A lot of them. And hockey, Peter Laviolette just got his, 10th different coaching job.
I'm happy for Manny Malhotra. I played with him. He's a really good guy. Son just got drafted. I think they drafted his kid.
That is his son.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
dude, I'm telling you right now.
Where's he now, Vancouver?
Name.
Yeah, I feel so old. I'm looking through stuff. There was a development camp thing came out.
I hate it.
And it's guys I went to college with, kids. Names are popping up. I'm like, oh my God, I'm getting old. It's about that colonoscopy
that's
time, buddy.
That's what I was just going to say. You're trying to be proactive. Yeah. You got to make that happen.
I got all sorts of options now. I can go in the box. I got the blood test.
You don't want the box.
The shield.
The box is a mistake.
No, I'm not going to poop in a box. There's no chance.
Send out.
Unless they send the person to help me.
The chances of somebody hacking your mail and trying to steal your poop in a box.
I don't want to poop in a bag and then put it in the box. I didn't like to wipe my own butt.
I know they have to have a handler for that thing.
Yeah, of course.
There's somebody comes in takes this damn thing or whatever, like a sample
guy. Has to be a hazmat suit, right?
Yeah, a sample guy, and then he deliver this thing, and God forbid if the sample doesn't find its way to the laboratory,
it gets stuck in the heat.
What if it gets lost?
Yeah, we're going to in the heat.
What if you have a lost sample?
Where's mine? It's it's stuck in Arizona. How's that smell?
Sorry, we didn't get your test results. Well, why is that? Because the sample never made its way home. Come again?
Because your feces baked somewhere.
And doesn't that? Not to get gross, but doesn't that change whatever would be in the results?
Maybe.
Joe Leo wants to say something.
I'm just I'm taking a back seat with
he's
this
taking
one.
a back seat. Okay. Well, you don't have to worry about that.
I have a long time before I have to worry about that.
It comes sooner than you think.
Yeah, what you choose to do in that area is your own business.
Let me tell you something. For us to work at these ungodly hours, I'm telling you, it's the best sleep you're ever going to get in your life.
I heard.
The actual experience.
Ask Michael Jackson. He was all about it. Poor guy. My kids are into Michael Jackson now. How about that?
The movie?
No, the music.
Did the movie get them into the music?
That's what I meant.
No, the music. I'm in the car. Milo wants he gets himself fired up before baseball. He's like, Dad, can I use your phone to the DJ? No problem. And all of a sudden, Michael Jackson.
So come out of the car and he go.
Do your kids use the socials, TikTok and stuff like that?
No, I don't want to do any of that stuff.
Because I had heard that Michael Jackson, for some reason, is a big hit on TikTok, and that's making him popular with the kids again.
No, he doesn't do any of that. He doesn't have a phone.
Yeah.
The only thing he gets to occasionally do on his iPad is call his buddies and they'll play a Fortnite.
Because they don't call their buddies and talk about U.S. soccer?
No.
Because it jumped out to me because I went somewhere. It was a gym/swim club, and they had a lifeguard there, but the lifeguard was...
Was it Ira?
No, she was really young. She's the opposite. It was the opposite of Ira. The lifeguard's like a teenage girl, maybe 16, 17 years old, but she's listening to Michael Jackson. He's like, Oh, like you're really into Michael Jackson?
Yeah, but Michael Jackson's like timeless. I mean, that stuff.
But
you don't think that teenagers are the Michael Jackson? I love Michael Jackson.
But if you have like timeless art, I mean, like young people listen to the Beatles, for example, like that like spans generation. You know what I'm saying? Like Michael Jackson, he's like the Thriller stuff, like the really like popular. I mean, and I'm telling you,
surprising to me,
dude. The movie probably opened up people's eyes.
Of course. I think that's what he asked. That's what he did. Part of it.
Same thing happened with the Queen movie a few years ago with Freddie Mercury. Like Queen became like super popular again across like even generations and young
likes
people.
Queen too.
Nice.
Well, that's my father-in-law loves Queen. Loves
good
Freddie
music.
Mercury. Yeah.
The person sitting next to my wife on the plane, she was watching the Michael Jackson movie on the flight home.
I haven't seen it yet.
I haven't seen it. I want to
but
see
I'm sitting
it.
in the car and he's playing all this music. He likes it. He's got like this real eclectic.
He's not
taste.
playing like Ben and stuff. You know, like
and all of a sudden like
zappy stuff.
No, Billie Jean kicks on. I was like, what the hell? He's like, yeah, Dad, this is good. I'm like, yeah, of course it's good.
And you don't chime in? You don't
no,
get
I was
in?
like, hey, throw on Man in the Mirror next. I started rocking out to Man in the Mirror.
What does Cass think about this?
She loves it.
She loves it.
She loves when I sing.
No, I'm talking about with Milo into the Michael Jackson.
We're all kind of interested in this whole music taste thing. It's very interesting, especially now because you got walk-up songs and everything else. And they have to pick their walk-up song, and his walk-up song's a little interesting, but that's fine.
Ray, he's going to get into problems when he comes home from school one day and he goes, Dad, what's propofol?
I think that's not even funny. That's not even funny. That's
what they give you.
Dad just had some during his colonoscopy.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what Dad just had. That is a good sleep.
It's a great sleep. No, that was too late, by the way. That was way too late.
I had to think about that.
I had those surgeries where it's like, okay, just count backwards from 10, 9. Oh.
Mine, it wasn't even counting back. They were like talking to me. It was like, okay, so what do you do now? Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. And I'm like, yeah, and that's the last thing I remembered. And then gone. Yeah. It's like they're evil. It's like they want you. It's like they want you to just like go away.
No, that's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to get this thing done. They got to stand. They're jamming a camera up your butt. I mean, it's like you think they like.
When you put it in those terms, it's a little disgusting.
How long would you like to sit there talking to the doctor?
Yeah, right. Like you think.
You know what I do?
Have you seen what your butt looks like?
No, because you know what I said when I came
to know.
No, because when I came to and I finally had my bearings and I wanted to go back to sleep. That's the thing. It was such good sleep. You want to go back to sleep. And then the thought hit me, and I said to you, by the way, let me finish my story. That was a little rude.
You remember that you had a story? Did you really?
No.
Oh, I was going to say, you don't read.
It's like, not for nothing. That was kind of rude. I was sitting there telling you a nice story about what I do, and I said, you didn't let me
That'd
finish.
be impressive if you remember the story.
Hey, I got a bit of breaking news for you. They're not asking you for a story so you can regale them with, stories about your life. They're not interested.
They want you out.
They're not
Let's get you out. Let's get the camera up there, and let's get you out. I don't need you telling me stories.
And you get a great first meal afterwards, too, because obviously like, you don't eat for a day. And then once you go home, you eat like you haven't seen food in a month.
You make this sound like it's a vacation.
It really is not bad.
I mean, why don't you? It feels like
I'm trying to help you.
It feels like maybe next year you stay away from Turks and Caicos and you just schedule a colonoscopy.
I might sleep better during the colonoscopy than I did when I was on the thing, itching my back.
Better for your skin too.
You don't have to worry about that.
All right.
You don't have those crazy lights that'll burn you to death. 800-919-3776. So Buster Olney's coming up.
I can't wait.
In about, 20 minutes, Raymond?
20 minutes or so.
And we're going to get into all the trade deadline stuff with Buster, how things could shape out over the next couple of weeks. We'll play Stump a little bit later on this hour. You're going to be in on the Stump, right? You love to contribute.
Yeah, I'll help.
You do a good job with that stuff. When we come back, though, a word or two on the Metropolitans. And is Zach Thornton thrusting himself into the conversation for 2027? It is DNR here on ESPN New York.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline, we warehouse for you.
If you're heading into summer without a medical emergency kit, you're taking a risk most people don't think about until it's too late. Summer colds linger and can turn into sinus infections that last for weeks. Getting sick right now before vacation can derail everything. And when you're traveling, finding a doctor and pharmacy is stressful. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. It's like having urgent care and a pharmacy right at home. It includes essential prescriptions like amoxicillin and generic Z-Pak to treat a wide range of common and serious illnesses. So if you wake up sick at home or on the road, you already have what you need. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, no pharmacy lines, no copays. Just match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook or call their telemedicine doctor standing by. Start on your meds sooner and feel better faster. Every home needs at least one medical emergency kit. Order yours online in minutes and it's shipped to your door. And save $45 with my promo code 880 at urgentcarekit.com/880. That's promo code 880 at urgentcarekit.com/880.
Miller time. People think it just happens, but that's not true. You know what you gotta do? You gotta go say hello with some beers. Make the plans. Forget the couch. Go to that thing. Play the game. See him in person. Talk to that stranger. Live a little. Small acts of rebellion that bring us together. Because legendary moments start with a light. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2026 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CASH to borrow up to $10,000.
Sing it, Rick.
I love the song.
It's classic.
Imagine you move like that. Oh, if I could dance like that, forget it. If I could dance like Derek Huff, I would dance into the studio. Guys, his hips don't lie. And speaking of hips don't lie, Shakira at halftime, I thought it was AI.
She don't age.
She's unbelievable.
I saw something where somebody said that if she does the song for the next World Cup, she's going to have more World Cups than Ronaldo and Messi combined, so it'll be her third.
I was surprised to see Madonna pop out.
Yeah, see that. There's a lot. So,
there's a phrase.
Did you see that? The one where it was that picture of Madonna next to what? It was Ronaldo and was Ronaldinho on the other side of her? It was Ronaldo and Ronaldinho. Like, so it was like the soccer bookends, and somebody was like, damn, Black Eyed Peas have aged horribly.
Oh, my goodness.
Madonna's got to be what? She's got to be 70 years old. She's got to be over 70.
I mean, this is usually...
She became popular in, 1983, 84?
This is Dave's sweet spot. Madonna is 67. She'll be...
Only 67.
She'll be 68 on August 16th. Yeah.
How about that? Good for her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised to see her there. I still haven't even watched the halftime
I wasn't expecting
show from
that.
the World Cup.
And then Justin Bieber, he went slow, but then Shakira came out.
A lot of people were giving Biebs credit, though, because he was singing all natural, where you could tell the other guys were lip-syncing or whatever.
Surprised in a upbeat halftime show that you would go slow and you'd go acoustic, but that's great. I mean, he's got an awesome voice.
Good for him.
And he dominated Fanatics Fest.
Harvey told me yesterday, that the halftime, I think, was 27 minutes. which people were flipping out over because obviously the halftime's not that long for a soccer game.
But that's like the whole Dave thing, too. It's like, I don't need halftime. The Super Bowl's stupid. It's like, it's just an extra add-on, man.
No, but I didn't know they would necessarily go to those lengths because FIFA, remember, like even though they had like the pomp and circumstance pregame, they still started right at 3 o'clock.
Right. But it's an entertainment product, and you see the numbers.
So yesterday, I don't want to talk too much soccer because Rick hates it.
I love soccer.
No, you don't.
I just don't understand why, when I give you a Sexy Dragon book recommendation, you decide to go with the history of U.S. soccer as you're reading in Turks and Caicos.
Because it's a soccer summer.
When you're alone by your wife, and the U.S. soccer team's lasting memory for you,
that's right,
was losing to Belgium, not playing well, and you dropping an F-bomb on the radio. Do we want to relive that?
They'll have some penalties.
Do we want to relive that? No. It's too fresh.
We're still waiting to find out if the coach is coming back or not. Supposedly this week he's supposed to make his decision. So next couple. He's in the running, Raymond. I don't know if you know this. Pochettino's in the running maybe for the Argent.
Is it Pochettino?
What did Dave call him?
Marcel Chichito.
Marcel
Mario
Chichito.
Panchetta.
Marcel Chichito.
Mario Panchetta. Mario Panchetta.
He's in the running possibly to even get the Argentina gig because they're going to have a new, and he's, an Argentina guy.
He's Argentinian.
So you never know. But we'll find out one way or the other whether or not he's coming back. Some people think, like, no, move on from him because we got embarrassed in that game. Other people are like, no, give him a full cycle, give him a chance. We'll see. They want him back, but he has options. Man's only as loyal as his options, as they say.
That's what they say.
So yesterday, before we get on to Buster here, who's going to join us in a little bit. So yesterday, I had a little bit of an issue when it came to, getting a little adamant, little aggressive, fired up in the studio. And then it set off a whole, wonky set of sound that started playing. Ray, do you have that audio of first me yesterday when we got all fired up and then all of a sudden Carlos Beltran injected himself into the conversation?
Though. I'm just noticing now because we're on delay here with the YouTube. You just karate chopped the desk.
Well, no, because I was illustrating a point when I made that.
You have tendency to talk with your hands, which is nice. You're animated.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very animated, like a puppet. All right, so here we go. This is yesterday. Something was happening. We got all fired up, and this took place. He's mowing through the Phillies, 10 punch-outs. It's like, yeah, that's what you want to see. Have him turn his season around.
Human being.
Who's that? Ray, who was that?
Who's that? That's the funniest part of the whole clip. Who's that?
And you don't even hear the fist on the table during that.
No.
They really soundproofed the hell out of this place.
No, they didn't. This is not soundproof at all. What are you talking about?
I tried to do something nice, Ray, and you see what he did?
It's not soundproof at all. This is the opposite of soundproof. It doesn't even say on air. It says recording. I mean, what are we talking about?
The on-air light's behind you where it serves no purpose.
What are we talking about? This is the opposite.
Guy walking by on Little 6th Avenue was like, hey, great show.
So anyway, that happened yesterday in our show.
Yes.
And then I guess on DHR, I haven't heard this yet.
Yeah, me neither.
It happened to Donnie.
Right. So again, we thought it was just me. Like it was my goof, my bad, that I did something. But turns out that I wasn't the only culprit. So this happened later on in the afternoon with our friend Don in DHR.
Lindor and Soto getting along with each other. Yeah, that's going to fix all their problems. What are we doing? But the thing that makes me sick about it is we know what the problem is, and we're not going to do anything about it.
I don't know. I mean, not necessarily.
Listen. All right, Aaron,
it's
enough. Enough. You'll get your moment.
What are you doing?
What am I doing? I'm not touching anything. And Aaron,
if you notice the giant
crack
time in the screen,
why is there a crack in the screen, Anthony? I'd like to know that.
I don't know.
Because God forbid I spill water, I get called on the carpet that if I break it, I got to pay for it.
Correct.
Who's paying for this screen? Who cracked the screen?
Well, that I don't know.
The screen's been cracked since before I went on vacation.
Poor Anthony.
But all of a sudden, between Don, Peter, Anthony, and Aaron Boone, there were 4 people talking in that 38-second clip.
No one had any idea why.
Both New York managers just interjecting all over the place.
It's the best.
So we think.
I love that Don was going to try to initially, he's like, I could make this into a little bit. Like, Aaron, you'll have your time. And then it's just like he was so frustrated. Peter was like, what are you doing? I didn't do it. Screen's cracked.
What I think happened, and again, I am not an electronics genius. I couldn't tell you. But what I think what happened to the screen is that you see the way the microphone is stationed
of course,
here.
That's exactly what happened.
Like this thing got banged into the screen, and then it caused the.
Yeah, somebody swung the microphone, it broke the screen, and now it's just like the air conditioner.
It's been sitting there for quite a while.
Yeah, right. But the air conditioner's been broke for. I mean, we've been at 73-60 for like a good month.
Great.
You walk in and the humidity just smacks you right in the face. And what's the fix? We'll put a fan next to the microphone. We'll just rip that at high.
That's right.
Keep you nice and cool.
Zach Gordon, a good game last night. Go Mets.
Don's not wrong, too, about the water thing. Like, the idea of spilling anything in the studio is forbidden.
That's
to the point where, we had Dave
He's
drop
mowing
the
through
tee.
the Phillies, 10 punch-outs. It's like, yeah, that's what have him turn his season around.
Okay.
Who's that? Ray, who was that?
That time.
Dave dropped the tee.
I remember that.
Right.
That was the old place,
Yes,
though.
and it sounded like the computer was so thirsty it was drinking the gallon of tea. Happened again. They called him into the office.
What office?
Whatever office. I don't know. John's office at the time.
No!
They had a meeting with him.
Why?
And they thought it was like a bit he was doing. And they were like, you're going to get in big trouble if you don't stop this. And Dave's like, you think I'm buying teas to dump them into the computer?
I'm so rich that I just buy tea to spill.
You know, it'd be fun.
Oh, no.
Let's dump tea into the computer.
Oh, no. No, you didn't. Towel stat.
And Ray took his shirt on, took his shirt off. He comes in with the T-shirt. Bauer's bringing in his duffel. And then how they fix that? They got we had to go get a little from the waiting area. We took a little desk.
Bring your duffel.
That was the drink desk. You know the one?
Yeah. There was a little like half end table.
Yeah.
I remember that thing.
No one uses.
I just pulled that and said, "Hey, here, put your tea.
Put your tea here."
Right. The nightstand that they use for prisoners.
More or less.
You keep your Bible. You keep your Bible in the tiny drawer
that they were trying to give away. It was like buy the garbage. That same garbage Ray took the helmet from. He went dumpster diving. Like, you know what? This would be a nice piece of art.
Why did you do that again?
I don't know what came over. And said,
no, that's right.
The helmet's cool. Let me put it here.
Because we had it in the office space.
Right.
But they were trying to. It was in the garbage though.
But for like months, it was just like sitting there. Ray's like, you know what?
No
Nobody's taking the football helmet. I might as well do some Oklahoma drills. You know, when the mood should strike.
I'm a purist.
I'm a football
Save a
purist.
helmet.
We had a spillage accident on the flight, by the way.
And you had a spillage accident?
Yeah.
Because you fell asleep.
I'll tell this. I mean, she'll probably hate me anyway, but that's all right. It's been I contend that my wife was responsible for spilling ginger ale on me.
On you?
On me. So I had to sit for the majority of that flight down there, like with cold ginger ale, like seeping into my shorts and my underwear.
Right. You're not the one that's supposed to be wet on this vacation.
No. Raymond?
What do you want me to say? I just at a certain point, if I keep hitting the buzzer, like
there'll be no show.
Yeah.
Just be the dump button. That's unfortunate. Was it on your tray table or her tray table?
The drink was on her tray table.
Oh, no.
Somebody reached over, whatever. I had the thing in my hand, knocked over right on me, and I was like, because it was freezing cold.
Yeah,
ice, everything.
You had shorts on the whole
And
deal.
I had shorts on. I'm not one of these people that wears like a 3-piece suit on the plane because I might get cold on the plane. No, I wear shorts. It's summertime.
Sandals or sneakers?
Sandals.
With your bare feet hanging out.
Bare feet. Beautiful feet. Immaculate. Immaculate. Yeah, I'm one of those guys. I wash them, clean them, bathe them, all that stuff. So, yeah, I had to sit there, and like every time I moved my one leg, I was like, whoosh, 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 like the ginger ale like seeping into my. No, it was awful. No, she's not going to do that. I'm not going to ask the flight attendant either to help out. So, yeah, I had to make do with that, and then it finally dried by the time we touched down 90 minutes later. Yeah, that was fun.
Luckily, you were going to Turks and Caicos, and you had to change your clothes in the carry-on, and then boom, right to the beach.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then just get burnt to a crisp.
Fry yourself up like a piece of bacon.
Exactly. Nice. You familiar with Zuffa Boxing?
No.
Let me tell you something about that. Zuffa Boxing, right? It makes a New York City debut on Sunday, July the 26th, live from the Infosys Theater at Madison Square Garden. Can't miss double main event. Brooklyn's own Edgar Berlanga takes on Steven Butler in a 10-round super middleweight showdown. Plus, undefeated former super lightweight world champion Richard Hitchens faces Ricardo Salas in a 12-round welterweight bout. If you want to be there, ESPN New York has your chance to win tickets. Just open the ESPN New York app. Find the contest house. Submit your entry. Don't miss this huge night of boxing. It's brought to you by Madison Square Garden, or you can get your tickets right now at Ticketmaster.com. The great, and I don't use that word lightly, the great Buster Olney joins us next to talk a little baseball right here on DNR and ESPN New York.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Monkey Sports, built by players for players, is your one-stop shop for hockey, baseball, lacrosse, and more. Find top-name equipment and expert in-store services like sharpening, break-ins, and relacing. Shop in-store at Monkey Sports in Farmingdale or Woodbridge or online for all the top brands. Whatever your sports, Monkey Sports gets you game ready fast. Monkey Sports, where athletes shop.
When care matters most, experience matters more. The Allure Group is redefining rehabilitation and long-term care across New York with 6 convenient locations. Their expert clinicians create personalized care plans to help you recover, rebuild, and get back to what matters most. From short-term rehab to long-term care, Allure is committed to comfort, dignity, and results. To learn more, visit allurecare.com. The Allure Group, where care meets compassion.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive presents Perfectly Bad Excuses for Missing Stuff to spend more time on your motorcycle.
Hey, Tom. Gonna miss the 5K. Gotta organize my vitamins. A, B, C. There's so many. D.
Now that was a bad excuse. If you love your vehicle this much, get customized coverage from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Congratulations, New York. The Knicks did it. Through battle after battle, they dominated to become this year's NBA champions. Day in and day out, the hard work paid off, and you were there every step of the way. Enjoy the crown. Own it, because this year is your year. A part of your legacy that will never be forgotten. So celebrate this moment, show your pride, and shop the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
There are a million reasons to love New York. Making your budget stretch isn't one of them. According to an independent study, Amazon prices average 14% lower than other retailers. Get food, fashion, furniture, and more shipped straight to your building. That's how Prime members have saved over $2 billion on grocery and household items. Learn more at aboutamazon.com.
All right, DNR, Dan and Rick on this Wednesday morning at 800-919-3776. And it is time right now for the Buster Olney Report. It is brought to you by the Parisman firm. Trade deadline less than 2 weeks away. The guy with all the answers is our good pal, Buster Olney, who joins us in his weekly spot. Buster, good morning. It's Dan and Rick. How are we? Do we hear Buster? I don't hear him.
I cannot hear Buster, unfortunately.
Hopefully we have Buster.
We'll have to
soon.
remedy that.
And neither can Ray.
It's all right.
So collectively, we don't hear
can't
Buster.
hear him.
He's working hard to get the answers. That's what he's
we'll
doing.
Figure it out.
I mean,
we always do.
Try again. We will try it one more time.
Just better, you got.
There he is. Hey, Buster, it's Dan and Rick. How's things?
Well, obviously terrible news yesterday, and I'll just talk about Carl Ravitch, who I, have worked with 23 years at ESPN. People ask me all the time about, who I root for, friends and family, people you bump into. And I always say you root for good stuff to happen to good people. And that's why it's hard today, with Carl, because I got to do baseball tonight with him. I got to do Sunday Night Baseball with him. And every time we worked a game, and the last time was on Monday night in Philadelphia, we had no idea what was to come. Man, he comes in, energy, excited, prepared. We're sitting in the office with Dave Roberts, the Dodgers manager, the other day. They're having a laugh. And my heart goes out to him. And I just have loved working with Carl at ESPN.
No, Buster, well said. A pro's pro. And I mean, obviously, you never, ever, ever want to see any of that stuff happen. We're feeling it here locally, of course, with one of our own guys, with Bart, unfortunately. And that's a void. And it really and truly is. And well said. And I'm glad you put that out there. Carl was absolutely great at what he does here. To transition, unfortunately, into the more mundane stuff here with the baseball. The Yankees, who have had themselves a nice couple of days here. Jazz Chisholm has gotten going here with the bat to help them a little bit in that respect. As we once again get closer to this trade deadline, and we have the uncertainty about the return of Judge and Stanton, would the offensive stick be the number one priority, you think, for Brian Cashman and company as we get closer to August 3rd?
I think it's the bullpen piece.
Okay.
I think they feel like that they want to get someone who can have an impact late in the game, which is why, as we sit here today, it's very interesting to talk about Mason Miller of the San Diego Padres. I had an executive say to me yesterday, the Padres are going to trade Mason Miller.
Wow.
According to Fangraphs, their chances for making the playoffs are at 11.8%. And so pretty bleak there, and we'll see what happens. This is the one time a year where small sample size matters. The Padres, like the Red Sox, go on a 5-game winning streak. It changes the equation. But look, AJ Preller, the general manager of the San Diego Padres, as one GM said to me yesterday, he loves to transact.
Yep.
He has no problem making deals and flipping names. And we know this because of Juan Soto. He makes a big deal to get Juan Soto. He hasn't for a year and a half. And then he flips him to the Yankees, who have experience making big deals with A.J. Preller. Brian Cashman does. And something else to remember, when you look around the landscape of contending teams we think of as, think of themselves as being contenders for the World Series, so many have already have a closer, right? The Dodgers have Edwin Diaz coming back at some point. The Braves are well suited, at the back end. Their priority is going to be adding a starting pitcher. Last year, the Phillies traded for Johan Duran, who's one of the best closers in baseball. The Red Sox have a Aroldis Chapman. So who in the market, if Mason Miller is going to get traded, could step up and be willing to pay that price? Yankees, Mariners. I think the list is short for someone who is the best closer in baseball. He struck out 48% of the batters he's faced this year, 75, 155. So that is a name to watch. And I do think, a right-handed hitter, but maybe it's going to be a second-line guy. I mean, you guys have seen Shea Langelier's name being thrown out there, the A's catcher. He'd be really expensive. I'm looking at someone like a Carson Kelly of the Cubs. The Cubs have a surplus of position players. Luis Torrens, of the Mets. He would be available. I think at the very least they're going to get a right-handed hitting catcher, but the priority is the reliever.
Buster, so you mentioned Mason Miller, and we were talking about this earlier in the show because Dan brought it up. You didn't get the best news about Aaron Judge, but you didn't get the worst news about Aaron Judge. I think the hesitancy for Yankees fans is to believe that Brian Cashman is going to be willing to do whatever it would take to get a Mason Miller, because that's the guy, and that's going to cost you quite a bit prospect-wise.
Right, and part of the reason why Mason Miller could make sense for the Yankees is that you would not only be buying him for this year, but you'd have him under team control going forward, right? And that's part of the investment. Yes, he would help us right now, and on top of that, I think the Yankees are in a better position with their farm system than 2 years ago when Garrett Crochet was being talked about, and the White Sox basically dismissed the Yankees. Yeah, your farm system's not good enough. The Yankees' farm system is good enough to make a deal for Mason Miller. And it's hard to make those kind of big trades in the middle of a season, but considering where the Yankees are, considering where the American League is, it is eminently winnable. If you are the Chicago White Sox and you're waking up today, you can dream about going to the World Series because the American League stinks. The Rays, the Mariners, the Yankees, the Red Sox. who I left for dead, I know 6 weeks ago, they can all say, if we make the right moves, we could be the team to face the Dodgers or another National League team, because the American League, there's so much parity and you can separate yourselves. And yes, and we've been talking for weeks how the Yankees really had no idea when Judge is coming back, what kind of condition he's going to be in when he does come back. I think that's going to continue to be the case. Same thing with Stanton. But there's enough good stuff going on with this team, with the rotation, different parts of their lineup, where you could absolutely envision playing in the World Series in October.
The question I have, Buster, on that note, okay, you mentioned Preller. He loves making trades. Because of that, though, their farm system has been pretty much left barren, right, with all the moves over the years. They need Major League-ready starting pitching. Yankees and Brian Cashman, as we've seen in the past, may be a little bit reluctant to part ways with the ballyhooed prospects. Will that be different this time around, i.e., maybe if San Diego comes calling for somebody like a Spencer Jones?
Right, and that's the magic question. And I don't know the answer, right? Exactly where they're going to be, but I think you hit it right on the head. Here's the good thing from the Yankees' perspective: you're not competing against like 8 different teams. Last year, when Duran was made available by the Minnesota Twins, there were a bunch of teams involved in those conversations, and the Phillies had to sort of separate themselves in what they gave up. I think the Yankees, whether it's at shortstop, at in the outfield, you mentioned Spencer Jones. You wonder about a Jason Dominguez. You wonder about the possibility of bringing a third team. Maybe the Yankees don't fit perfectly with what the Padres are looking for, but if you involve a third team that does have young starting pitching, maybe the Yankees flip some of their outfield depth, some of their infield depth to get something done. One way or another, they have the ammunition and get it done, and that has not been the case, often, I think, in the last 4 or 5 years.
Did we lose Buster?
Yeah, we can't hear him. He's got a bad connection.
Here. Oh, he's still there.
Back.
There you go.
Okay. All right, Buster, so it's been an embarrassing season for us as Mets fans, right? We all recognize that. I mean, this was supposed to be different. Are they well-positioned, though, right now? I mean, I guess call it well-positioned to be one of those teams that is going to sell at the deadline, with a lot of teams that feel like they're still involved and still in the mix?
100%. Look, I mean, general managers, I think some of them would rather be in a position where they can say flat out, yes, we know for sure we're going to be a seller. And David Stearns has had that advantage for a couple weeks, where I'm sure he and his staff, they've been scouting the farm systems of other teams. They have pitching available, right? They have maybe the deepest group of relievers that are going to be coveted in the marketplace. Freddie Peralta has not helped them.
Nope.
With how he's pitched. But I think between he and Clay Holmes and the veteran relievers that they can make available, and Luke Weaver is an interesting guy. If you're the Yankees, maybe Mason Miller is plan A and maybe Luke Weaver is plan B. Given the fact that he's proven himself in the New York market, the Mets are going to do okay, I think, in the trade market.
The Lindor thing we could almost put to rest, right? I mean, when you talk about the $170 million that's still owed his way, the 10-5 factor that he can nullify any trade, I mean, it would take a mountain of circumstances for him to be moved, right?
And Dan, here's the other part of that that people don't mention. We don't know what baseball's economic system is going to be a year from now. So when you're talking with other teams and you're talking about a player as expensive as Lindor, any acquiring team would have to look at him and say, boy, we don't know exactly how much this particular player would take up if there is a salary cap, how much space that would be. But, would some of that money count against the Mets salary cap? If there is a salary cap, would it count against the acquiring team? So it's all already complicated by the no trade issue, but the amount of money involved, no. And it's part of the reason why, look, these teams make these decisions, when to leak out information, what to leak out. It really surprised me that they didn't just put Francisco Lindor on the no trade list, right? And last week when we heard they were willing to talk about everybody except this guy, and this guy, what is the point with all the uncertainty around Lindor with how he's played this year of having him out there? I think it would have been smarter and better if they had just held him back and just said, look, we're not going to talk about Francisco Lindor because it is so complicated to trade him now.
Buster only joins us here on the show. Buster, last one for me. If you're not going to make a change with David Stearns, I got to believe, right, that the manager becomes even more important in fixing that clubhouse and the chemistry in that clubhouse and everything else. Is there a real chance that Carlos Beltran could be the next manager of the Mets?
I think the biggest thing that he has going for him is the fact that they know him, right? I think that's the big question that everyone wonders with David Stearns is he going to want to hire someone that he feels like he has a relationship with and can move forward? So I think there's a chance. The fact that they talked about him and talked to him when Carlos Mendoza was let go, that's a tell. But are you ready after disastrous finish to 2025, a disastrous year in 2026, to go into 2027 with a new manager in New York? That is a scary situation for me. And maybe Carlos, behind the scenes, they have a great feel for him. They absolutely believe that he's the guy. But my reflex is you got to have someone who's had experience in that chair. You don't want to go into next year and have uncertainty about how your manager is going to handle that situation.
Buster, on that note, because we were talking about this yesterday. So if Stearns is still here, he seems to be the type that maybe would not mesh well with an experienced type manager who maybe not be as willing to be as cooperative with, let's say, the front office. Cora's going to have his pick of the litter, with opening jobs. Albert Pujols is Albert Pujols. And then you throw in the fact that with Beltran, he's about to go in the Hall of Fame this weekend. He's going to have his number retired, all those things. I just look at the best fit if indeed David Stearns returns to be the architect of this baseball ops department.
I think that's absolutely the way they should go. Steve should empower. If he's going to keep David Stearns, he should defer to David on that, because the dysfunction that will result from having to hire someone that David didn't necessarily choose or want, I think the potential, but we've seen it. It turns into a mess, right? If you have a manager who's hired by the owner, I actually think this is going to tell us a lot about who actually has the most power now in terms of baseball ops decisions within the organization. If an Alex Cora, if an Albert Pujols is hired, I think it tells you Steve Cohen has sort of shoved David away to the side and said, look, you've screwed this up for 3 years. I'm coming in. I'm going to take over. But on the other hand, if you get a Carlos Mendoza-like person hired in that job, someone who David it feels like he's going to collaborate with, that tells you that Steve still has confidence in David Stearns. I'm fascinated by the situation because, yes, you have great options out there if you're willing to take on a manager who's got a lot of starch.
No doubt about that, and it is going to be interesting to see how this thing plays itself out. Buster, great stuff as always, my friend. Appreciate it. We'll catch up again next week.
By the way, I was going to mention to you, David Ross, who our colleague here at ESPN, said to me the other day when he's out and about, he has so many Mets fans coming up saying, Rossi, take that job. He said more than any other team, he's got Met fans talking to about coming in and doing that job.
And he's spoken publicly about the fact that he certainly would be entertained by the prospect of managing in New York.
No doubt about it.
Fascinating to see how it plays out. Thanks, Buster.
Thanks, guys.
All righty, that was the Buster Olney Report brought to you by the Parisman Firm. If you've been injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, call the Parisman Firm right now at 718-WORKERS. Get the justice you deserve. The Parisman Firm, where your case is their cause. David Ross's name, has been thrown out.
Well, he mentioned it. I mean, when Andy Green first took the job, right? I mean, David Ross had mentioned it, and he said that Andy Green loves to compete, right? That's his, that's a buddy of his, and if he wouldn't be shocked as much as they want to, as much as they said, Andy's going to go back to what he's doing, if being in the dugout, right, having that competitive itch scratched again, if he doesn't want to, keep the job, but it would be something that he'd be interested in if it opened up again.
We're going to do Stump here in a few, so light up the phones at 800-919-3776. I forgot to give the sounder a little bit earlier, so that is your alert now to call in if you want to get in on the Stump. But on the managerial stuff here for a couple of minutes with the Mets, and what Buster was talking about, we've certainly entertained it. The question that I have is this, like from a fan perspective, and I know that this is not necessarily what you have to cater to. You should hire the right guy, the guy that's going to help you win as best as humanly possible. In baseball, where we think that over 162 games, how much of a difference does the manager really and truly make? Could there be a managerial hire that gets you super excited as a fan, in this case the Mets, that would absolutely make you all in and remove any sort of doubt that you may have about this regime? Like, is there that guy out there? Is it possible in baseball? Like football,
Well, I
we
think
know
it's
John
possible.
Harbaugh with the Giants. Like that's it. Oh, yeah, I'm pumped up. Let's go run through a brick wall. But could that happen in baseball?
Could it happen in baseball? In this situation, I would say probably not because people still don't trust David Stearns.
Right.
And to Buster's point,
They trust the owner?
Well,
I'm saying like in relation to.
Here's the thing, though. I think it's less about the trust with the point that I'm about to make. What concerns you about what Buster just said is that in a perfect world, you would like from ownership down to be aligned, right?
Correct.
Like, owner's the one that, signs the check, spends the money, but for the most part, you hire someone that knows the sport, and then they're in charge of making decisions, right? James Dolan steps aside, Leon Rose takes over, and Leon Rose is the one that's making the decisions. Even like we had this conversation about when James Dolan decided to talk about the second apron, and I said this, if Leon Rose is telling James Dolan that we want to avoid the second apron because of how negatively it affects my ability to build a team, then I'm all in. If it's James Dolan that's telling Leon Rose that we need to avoid the second apron at all costs, I'm not all in. If Leon Rose is telling you, no, we'll be fine, let's keep Mitch, let's go into the second apron, then that's what I want to do because I trust Leon Rose because he built a championship team. What concerns me about this situation is the managers that you would point to feel like, okay, this guy would get me excited. Alex Cora would get me excited. Albert Pujols would get me excited. Carlos Beltran, as much as it makes me nervous that if things go sideways, now I don't like Carlos.
Can I ask you a question, though? Okay, because those are the usual suspects. Those are the three big ones. Those are the ones we've talked about. Let me play devil's advocate, all right? Albert Pujols. Let's say Albert Pujols is the manager of the Mets. What gets you excited about him, given the fact that he's not stepping in the batter's box? He's not going to be hitting fourth in your order. The guy's never managed
I've heard
the
for
major
2 years
leagues
the
before.
clubhouse is a disaster. I think he fixes that.
How? For a guy who's never managed before.
It doesn't have to be managed.
Because he just walked in and he said, I'm Albert Pujols?
Well, he has managed before. He hasn't managed in
the Major Leagues.
Baseball before. He has
managing in the World Baseball Classic is different.
Who did he manage in the World Baseball Classic?
His country.
Who else?
Juan Soto.
Right. Who's the most important player in your team?
Juan Soto. Is Juan Soto a problem in the clubhouse, though? No.
No, I don't know.
It's never going to be an issue.
No, but Juan Soto
wants to show up and just play baseball.
Right, but now he fills that void. Right? He gets along with Juan Soto. Juan Soto, as good as he is not Albert Pujols is one of the best to ever do it.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Andy Green allegedly gets along with Juan Soto.
It doesn't matter. It's not getting along with anybody.
Carlos Mendoza got along with Juan Soto.
But he held nobody accountable. There was no accountability.
How do we know
at all.
Pujols will do that, though?
Because, of course, what do you mean? I don't know. I'm assuming he will.
But that's what you're asking me.
He has the ability to
needs
do it.
to happen, right?
But he has the ability to do it. What are you going to tell Albert Pujols? He tells you to do something. You tell him no?
All right, so I mean, do guys have that type of authority right now in terms of not doing what the manager wants you to do? I mean, like, they get paid a lot more than the manager, at least the stars do.
Yeah, but you have a certain respect level for someone like that.
Okay.
Like, he's been there, he's done that.
Does
You're going to listen to what he says.
Carlos Beltran command that type of respect?
Yeah, but you're missing my point because you decided you wanted to interject. When, by the way, you did ask Buster the exact same question that I asked Buster. I didn't want to bring it up, but you asked him the exact. Ray, am I wrong? Buster was almost taken aback by the exact same question being asked. He asked the prospect question, and then Dan followed up with the prospect question.
He was a little taken aback. I did notice that a bit.
My point was.
Wait a second. Did that really happen?
Yes, that really happened. My point wasn't necessarily like, am I convinced that guys that haven't managed in Major League Baseball can hold, or if that's even possible in baseball. That wasn't the point. My point is that the way Buster described it, the guys that would excite you actually don't align with the guy making the decisions or who should be making the decisions. He said, if you hire one of those guys, that's the owner pushing the president of baseball operations aside, which isn't what you want either.
No.
But the problem is you don't trust the president of baseball operations.
So, to answer the question that I asked, do you think it is possible?
I do. I've been in enough locker rooms to know that someone like that steps into the locker room or the clubhouse and immediately has.
But baseball is a different animal.
I don't care what it is.
Because you play 162.
It doesn't matter, though. I mean, he has to obviously make you believe that he's going to make you better. Right? Like, you can't have a guy that just comes in and is a great player and he's just, going through the motion. Like, you still need to do the appropriate things. Like, I mean, they're talking about, like, the Don Mattingly thing. Now, Don Mattingly's been doing it a lot longer than anything. He's done it. He's been there. He's done that. But they said the big difference with him is he comes in and he does take all the analytics and everything else into account. But he's also, like, he knows well enough to know that there are certain things in professional sports, in sports in general, that he's been through that he understands. Like, the analytics could tell me one thing, but I also know if this guy was 4 for 4 last night, I'm not taking him out of the lineup. And if Albert Pujols, Carlos Beltran, they've already flirted with the idea of having Carlos Beltran as the manager.
Right.
Like, they have the ability to do that. And they tell you to do something, you're gonna believe it because they have the track record of doing it themselves.
So you look at a guy like Doc Roberts, who's the
right now the most successful manager going because obviously he's got how many World Series? He's got 3 rings, right? The Dodgers, yes, I know they're a behemoth, the payroll and all those things. But I guess he finds well enough ways to manage that clubhouse, manage the personalities.
You also know what the players need.
Right.
Right? I mean, if you're doing it the right way, you know as a player, this is what I would want from my manager.
And I could bring it up a guy like, for example, Kevin Cash in Tampa Bay. And he might be, if I'm not mistaken, is Kevin Cash the longest tenured manager in baseball? I think he might be.
At this point, probably, yeah.
Right? But again, Tampa Bay's a different beast, right? Because they do it on a shoestring budget. They're always overturning the roster, but they're very analytically driven, too. So he has to go about things a different way. I'm just looking at it in regards to, like you said, managing a clubhouse, managing personalities.
Now, it's a different sport, but I think a perfect example of that is Marty St. Louis. Right? I mean, he steps in coaching Pee Wee hockey to all of a sudden now, like, you see how his team responds to him.
And he speaks French, Ray.
Yeah, which is huge in Montreal. But I'm just saying, like, you will get the benefit of the doubt from the players, but you still have to prove yourself. Right? Like, I mean, Wayne Gretzky coached, right? And, I mean, what are you going to say to Wayne Gretzky? But then, like, some of the things that Wayne Gretzky did, or stories I've heard when he coached, don't really lend themselves to, like, hey, this guy's really helping us.
So he wasn't a good coach is what you're saying?
I don't know. I can't.
They never won anything in Arizona.
No. I mean, I've heard stories.
Well, you said you've heard stories. So
I've heard stories that during, like, when your coach would normally come in and give you, like, a in-between periods, talk, adjustment, speech, he was, signing cards in his office. Like, I don't, like.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like fan mail.
Yeah.
Wayne, I loved you as a kid growing up, had my poster on your wall. Would you sign my card?
Right.
Good luck. Go Yotes.
Or, like, guys come into the locker room to pregame skate, and they let Nickelback wear their equipment. And Nick, like, where's my stuff? Oh, the guy, Chad's wearing it. He's on the ice skating.
But so Gretzky gave him the green light to go to Nickelback.
Right. But that happens all over the place. Like, guys will come in and they'll have, like, you'll as a player be like, okay, this guy has a track record of success, and then depending on how he handles things, like,
is that odd though? Like, dispel a rumor for me, because, like, I remember this is going back a ways when I used to, like, cover hockey, like, in the rooms and stuff like that. There was a guy, a couple guys told me there was a coach at the time, very unpopular in the locker room, and he wasn't around that long. But I remember one guy told me once, he was like, this guy, he had the nerve to come into our locker room. This is in between periods to, like, address the team. Is that, like, forbidden fruit? Like, the coach is not supposed to come into.
Of course you come in.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, they hated this guy that much. Like, he came into our locker room. I'm like, well, isn't that what a coach is supposed to do?
They just didn't like the coach. I mean, some guys will come in, some guys won't. It depends on the team. I mean, is it a veteran team? Will guys, if you need a kick in the ass, will a player do it? I mean, mostly you're trying to, guys rest, give some adjustments, whatever you're trying to do. But it depends on who you are. If that's who you are, then that's who you are. If it's like, hey, I don't normally come in the locker room in between periods, then all of a sudden out of nowhere you start coming in the locker room. Dude, there was a coach in the NHL that wasn't around long.
Yeah.
That decided it was a good idea with grown men to say, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to ask you guys a question. Everyone's going to close their eyes, and then you're going to raise your hand if the answer to the question is yes.
It's like when we play the Family Feud.
No, this is dead serious. And this is a good team he coached. So he would be like, so this is like an example of one of the questions. So everyone closes their eyes. Okay, how many people in this locker room think that Ray Santiago works hard in practice? Now, you're supposed to keep your eyes closed. Do I think he works hard in practice? Yes. So I'd raise my hand. And then he would count the hands. And now he would take that information from this little exercise, and he would use it against you.
Oh,
my
God.
Hey, just raise so you know only one guy raised his hand. Now the guy's like, what do you mean one guy raised his hands? So we're all adults. We're all smart. So we're not going to really close our eyes. So it happens again. How many people think that Dan works hard in practice? Of course, Dan has one eye open and sees exactly who has their hands raised, and now it's a big problem in the locker room.
Was it that there was no chance he was lying about the one guy?
But what do you think, these guys are dumb?
But
you start getting bad results. Of course, you're going to open your eye to see who's selling you out.
Happen.
I think I know who it was, because you said he wasn't around long, but a successful coach. Was it the dude?
No, he wasn't. It was a good team. It wasn't a successful coach.
Oh, good team. So it wasn't that dude who was the coach for the Lightning for a bit in Ottawa, Guy, whatever his name, was him?
Oh, wow.
That's an unbelievable guess. What a guess that was.
This is a great shot of just Dan's torso bouncing up and down in the shot here.
I was like, boy, that guy, why isn't he around? He had the iron thing on his face, or the slash.
Wow. And he never want to talk about it.
What was his name? Guy what? What was his name?
No comment.
You just basically said.
No, I didn't say anything. I said you made a pretty good guess. That's it.
By the way,
I could tell you coaching stories all day. There was this other coach that I guess he was giving like one of the speeches to get the boys riled up. Like,
that was such an awkward shot just now.
Yeah, him diving up and down.
Guy Boucher.
And then
Guy Boucher.
I guess he's in the middle of the room.
Yeah.
Right? And he's giving this whole he's telling them you need to
raise your hand.
He goes, you get guys on you're not sneaky. You need to be more sneaky. And they're like, what the hell's this guy talking about? And then all of a sudden they look, he's gone. and he pops up on the other side of the table. He's like, see? That's sneaky. he went down on the floor and crawled under the table.
He coaches
KHL. Right?
Avant-Garde Omsk in the KHL.
Omsk. Oh, my God. So. By the way, you're listening to DiPietro and Rothenberg on WHSQ, WCBS FM, HD2, New York. So Guy Boucher, he was a sneaky devil.
No, he wasn't the sneaky one. That was a different one. This was the eyes closed one. The other coach that climbed under the table was a different coach.
Guy Boucher was sneaky, and then you had a different guy climbed under the table.
Yeah, but that's because the guys weren't sneaky enough. You need to be sneaky.
He won't address that facial scar, by the way. Apparently,
no, he won't.
It's a secret.
Dude, I'm telling you. They used to drill him at the he said, I will not go there. But like you said,
but if you close your eyes and I ask you the question, you can raise your hand.
You can raise your hands. Yeah, I always wondered, like, because National Hockey League, these coaches are recycled left and right. And I was like, why isn't that guy getting another chance? Why not? And now we know why.
Well, there are a couple.
He was
ways.
Mr. Eyes Closed.
Yeah, that's one of the ways. And then also, like, if you try to like kind of circumvent your general manager or something like that, that's usually
interesting.
You're not coming back.
Interesting. You want to do Stump here?
I think.
Are you ready for this? All right, 800-919-3776. You're going to play along too. Now is the time. We are going to stump away on this Wednesday.
He's confident.
If I go 10 for 10, you have to reward me in some way.
Like sexually?
He's humble.
Mike Trout is a pitbull on my ass.
He's well-informed.
We'll continue to update you on the Mets and the Yankees, both having today off.
He's Dave Rothenberg, and this...
Oh, God almighty. Now I dropped my phone.
...is Stump Rothenberg.
We could play that on Thursday, by the way, right? Because don't both teams have tomorrow off? Mets and the Yankees?
I guess they do.
So we can promote and preview both teams having the day off. We'll get to the Buster Olney interview as well after we do Stump, because the fact that you just threw that in there, oh, by the way, of what I allegedly did, I let it go what you did. But
what did I do?
You fell asleep during the interview.
I didn't fall asleep during the interview. I couldn't hear what he was. He
was done talking. I knew he was done. Ray knew he was done. That's why
he kept cutting off.
I asked the question, and then it was your turn.
I was ready to pull the plug.
So I did get to the bottom of what was going on there. Yeah, Buster was clearly in a hotel room. There was a connection issue.
Did they pay their Wi-Fi bill?
We got through it. We battled. Buster apologized for the issue. He did want to get to the bottom of it because he's got to do a TV hit later. But yeah, there was a little glitch there. That being said, it was very apparent to me, and I was thrown off by this. It was very apparent to me that Buster was done with his point, and he was waiting for the next question.
And I asked the question. I'm waiting for him to ask the next one.
I was watching the screen because I was I couldn't. I was confused, and his lips were still moving.
But that's like on 37-second delay.
Moment, I was so confused because you asked the same question twice. It threw me off.
You know that thing's on delay because of the ads.
It threw me off. You know what, Ray? You suck. Okay, you suck.
No, I'm trying my best.
No, you suck.
I'm trying my best.
We'll do the Stump, and then later I want to hear the two questions and how similar apparently
they were.
It was
the same question. Exactly the same question, just worded differently.
And you know what? Even if he was flabbergasted or not, we got no idea because his connection was going in and out.
Yeah,
YouTube chat is suggesting you do some curls during the next break.
Me?
Just do some curls.
Why do I need to do curls?
Now you don't need to. You're in great. You're
freaking him out,
shape.
And now we lost him for the rest of the show.
Didn't lose anybody.
Stop.
I got my coffee. Tom Bauer's hooking me up.
Tom Bauer's here, ladies and gentlemen. Before we do the Stump,
you look a little disheveled today, Tom. You okay? All right, buddy.
Hi, Tom. How are you, buddy? What do you got there? No glass of milk this morning? No milk on the rocks?
No. This is my.
I like those little ice cubes.
This is my summer cocktail.
Bauer never asked me if I want anything.
Tom, why don't you ever ask Ray if he wants a coffee? He's here every day.
I don't need a coffee. You can just run me a bacon, egg, and cheese or something.
Because he's a coffee snob. First of all,
what about like a sandwich?
I ask you all the time. You always say no.
Or a parfait.
I get Tom a coffee every day.
You don't know what a parfait is?
I don't need the coffee.
Granola parfait with the yogurt.
I don't need the coffee. I'm straight on the coffee.
I know. Do you want a bacon, egg, and cheese?
Yeah. Bacon, egg, and cheese would be fantastic.
I'll send him down right now.
We're good.
We're going to get you one. He just said he'll go get you one.
Go see Tom.
He's
go
got
see
a
Ray.
show to produce.
Yeah, the show starts in 2 hours. He's good. Thank you,
Tom.
Tom.
Plenty of time.
All right, you want to do Stump here?
I guess.
Come on, we're already late. All right, 800-919-3776. As per usual, we begin with our good friend. He resides in Merrick. His name is Andy, and he's up first here on ESPN New York. Hello, Andy.
Hello, Rick. Good morning, Dano. Got a baseball question.
Let's do it.
All right, Dan, put your thinking cap on because there's a very specific time frame for the answer to this question.
Oh, boy.
Today's question is, which pitcher holds the major league record for most career wins, 0 regular season at-bats?
Most career wins with 0 regular season at-bats?
Yes, but think of the time frame first.
Yeah, obviously it's going to have to be, well, you would think it's probably a National League pitcher.
Induction of the DH.
Right.
You mean,
American
American League, don't you?
American League, excuse me. American.
Andy from Merrick bought my, did you buy that jersey, you savage?
Yes, I did.
You're an
Ricky.
animal.
What jersey?
You sent me an email the other day.
You call me a chubby
And I was
checker.
like, what is this email? I open it up. This savage maniac bought my Charlotte Checkers jersey.
That was for sale?
Where was
I
that?
don't even know where you would buy it.
eBay? Andy, where'd you get that?
Goodwill? I don't know. Where'd you get it?
I went online. You can get anything online.
He probably paid a pretty penny for that thing. There's probably not many in rotation.
It's probably the only one in rotation. It wasn't a long stint.
Rick, I was expecting a chubby checker comment.
No,
on that one.
I respect the fact that you bought it. I kind of probably feel like you wasted your money, but that's fine. Appreciate it.
Most career.
Dano, let's go.
All right, most career wins with 0 regular season ABs.
Correct.
So we're probably going to be somebody in the American League.
Interleague play after the DH, American League pitcher. Come on, Dano. I know you.
Has it got New York roots? New York ties?
Oh, baby, save DiPietro. Go for it, Rick.
Is it? It's not Ron Guidry, is it?
It is Ron.
Louisiana Lightning. There you go. Good.
That's a good job by you.
It's a nice pull. It's a nice
Andy, I like
pull.
that one. I like it. Good job, buddy. Good job by you.
Thank you.
God, that's good.
Just trying to move this thing along.
I know, baby. Tony in Brooklyn is up next here on Stump. Hello, Tony.
Guys, how you doing today?
Good, Tone.
Very good. I got a Ranger question. It should be a slam dunk for you, Dan, okay?
Sure.
1994 Rangers, the Stanley Cup champion Rangers, by the way. Who had the most points in the regular season for that team?
It was Gravy, right?
Nope. Regular season.
Imagine if I had a tattoo, it would be burned off already. That's a funny. He make a joke. Hey, let's say hi to Jared. He's in Morganville. He's up next here on ESPN New York. Hello, Jared.
Hey, guys. What is the official state wild animal of the state of Tennessee? And he's also the mascot of the Tennessee Titans.
What is the state animal?
You probably gave it away with what the mascot is, because the state animal is the same as the mascot for the Titans, is what you're saying.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Who the hell knows what the mascot is? I know what.
I believe it's a raccoon.
Is it?
You got it.
Ray, how do you know that the mascot for the Titans is a raccoon?
I remember seeing years ago, just like so. One of the earliest jobs that I had out of college was when Football Night in America launched on NBC when they got the package back.
Yeah.
So I was doing a lot of logging for them. Like I was fresh out of school.
And would you have to log mascots?
No, I was logging like entire games, and so I got a lot of Titan games those first couple of years. And I remember like just
they were good then.
You're watching a lot of like just the stadium while they're in commercial stuff. You're just looking for stuff to help like do the highlight packages later.
Right.
So I would get a lot of stadium shots and like here's the mascot and like, oh yeah, it's a raccoon. I don't remember what its name was, but it was a raccoon.
See, first I thought he meant when he said Tennessee, because then I was thinking like the Vols, their mascot's like a dog.
It's like a hound of some
hound.
He actually said the Titans.
Big ears.
He said the Titans.
But then he said the Titans,
Yeah,
right?
The Titans. Yeah.
That threw me off. I would have never guessed raccoon.
Yeah.
Well,
I like when you
aren't
work
you
in the
fortunate I
NFL
was
too,
here?
Ray. You give me those nice stat packs that you have all the time.
Oh, those were great.
Those are great. Good info on those.
You read those stat packs?
I did.
No, they were very immersive.
They were awesome.
You get them online now. They have media sites and everything.
Oh, yeah.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, but he would bring me printouts. It was much easier.
Yeah.
Just go right through them.
Kill
with
as many
highlighter.
trees as you possibly can. Let's say hi to Dave in Edison, who's up next here on Stump. Hello, David. How are you?
Hey, good. How you guys doing?
Good, Dave.
So my question is, in NFL, which quarterback has made the most money in his career without a playoff win?
Ooh, that's a good. I like that. I thought he was going to say most money in his career because I think it's Stafford now, right? Who surpassed Aaron Rodgers? I think with this latest kind of contract restructuring or whatever it is. Most money in his career without a playoff win. So obviously it's probably got to be somebody semi-current, right? Because that's where the money is now. Your guys won a playoff game, Ray.
Won a couple of playoff games.
There you go. That's something to build on. It's a foundation.
I can tell you one guy who hasn't. You know who I'm talking about.
I know exactly who you're talking about. What has he made the most money?
He's made a lot of money. I'm trying to think of if anyone's made more.
I think this guy. No, but I think he's won a playoff game, hasn't he? If we're thinking about the same guy.
I don't think this guy that I'm thinking of has won.
Oh,
a
why
playoff
don't you tell us
game.
the guy you're thinking of?
I'm thinking of Justin Herbert. I don't believe he's blown a playoff game.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were thinking about, but I don't know if he's made enough money.
He's got already the Buffo contract. It's a good poll, Ray. I was thinking somebody like Watson, but he won a game. I think he's won
5-year, $262 million extension.
Yeah, do we wait for those checks to clear? Like, how does that factor in?
I feel good about that one.
I was thinking of somebody else who's also won a game.
Well, that kind of eliminates that person from the question.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. If you were wondering.
Another guy's won a game.
Dave, are you talking about like most dollars in the contract or like average per year? What are we looking at?
The most money. Total dollars.
Ray, I think, might be onto something with that one.
Although
but it seems like
I feel like this guy might have won a playoff game, but I can't because there's someone else I'm thinking of who's got a lot more longevity.
How about somebody maybe not with the longevity, not even with the physical attributes, and he's in a new place this year, and he's got a lot of money. Didn't he get a second big contract? And now he's on a former number 1 overall pick. He's now going to be competing for a job in Minnesota.
He got that much money?
It was a number 1 overall pick, and I think they gave him the extension.
Arizona paid him.
Yeah, they gave him a second deal. Didn't they?
Ooh.
I think they did. That could be an option. And he ain't won none.
So the one I'm thinking of also had a connection with Minnesota. Lot of money earned. But I can't recall whether or not he's won a playoff game.
Yes, he did. Yeah, I think he's won at least one with Minnesota.
I think it's one
All
of the
right.
two
I mean,
guys that I like.
Let's make an answer here, though.
Yeah, let's pick a guy.
Let's go with, you know what? I'd like that. Ray, let's go Cousins. What do you think? Good?
Go with whatever you feel like you want to go with.
Dave, that's the final answer for the group.
Okay, so Kirk Cousins actually beat the 49ers one year in the playoffs.
Oh,
you guys stink.
It was Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray. There you go.
How much did Kyler Murray make?
I don't have the number in front of me. I'm sorry.
I'll look it up.
But Herbert was fifth.
He was fifth. Okay. Dave, thanks for the
Ray
phone
has a
call.
personal vendetta against Herbert, though.
There's so much.
So
money
Kyler Murray, there you go.
There's so much money being thrown around at the quarterback position.
Well, we were half right with Kyler Murray.
$170 million.
Not for nothing from Dave with the call. He kind of slipped in like you asked him the question, how much money did he make? And he was like, I don't have it in front of me. Well,
I think he meant money earned as opposed to like Justin Herbert's contract hasn't
career
fully.
earnings to this point.
Yeah,
okay.
He hasn't got the fully.
That makes more sense.
Right. So he did get that bonanza contract. And he's a number 1 overall pick, too, which means he's got a nice chunk of change. And he played in one playoff game, and he looked like he wanted no part of that game. Right?
Super Wild Card Monday.
Yeah, Super Wild Card Monday. And it was
Yeah, so Herbert is
awful.
Career earnings are 156 to this point. And Murray is 170. So there you go.
Interesting. That was good. I like that. I like these questions. Patty in Schenectady up next here on Stump. Hello, Patty.
Good morning, gentlemen. I couldn't get off Matt Flynn when I was thinking about that question, so good for you getting at least.
Yeah, he got one big paycheck off of one game, and that was really it.
Yeah, off that one game
So,
against my team.
And did not even win the starting job for the team that gave him that paycheck. How about that?
Lost out to who, Dan? Who'd he lose out to?
Russell Wilson.
Yes. So, I have a... I think you guys will probably get this, but there's one active player that is currently on the top 10 list of consecutive games played and still counting. Who is that player?
You're talking baseball.
Baseball.
All right, we're back. We're back.
Here we go.
Chris and Bethpage up next here on Stump. Hello, Christopher.
Hey, guys. Which NFL team once led the league in offense and defense? Number 1 in both, but did not make the playoffs.
Ooh. I thought I remember seeing something like this, like when it was happening, like how the oddity of it was. Number 1 offense. Imagine that happening.
And the reason was because they had the worst special teams in NFL history statistically. That's what happened. Seriously.
Which means the special teams coach was probably whacked afterwards.
Yeah, big time.
semi-recently? Like, are we talking like 2000s? Yeah.
Yeah, and this. Right there. It was 2010 Chargers. Yep. They went 9-7. That historically bad. So good job on your part. But they did not. Denver edged them out for the AFC West.
Because that's a North Turner team?
Yeah, that was the year after the Jets beat them in the playoffs. Because that, you know why, Chris? And thanks for the phone call. That was a good call. Because obviously teams with talent. And remember, it was the year before the Jets beat them in the second round. They obviously had a stacked offense, so much talent on defense. And what cost them in the game against, it seemed like every year in the playoffs, the kicking game, right? Like they would miss a big field goal, Kading or whatever. Like, so there you go. So that counts as a win, right?
That's absolutely
Yeah,
a
you
win.
didn't give a year, but that's fine.
Did we need to give the year?
I don't know.
It's 32 teams.
I mean, what does it matter?
What does it matter? We got the win.
No.
We got the win.
4-2 right now. I'll take it.
Are we 4-2?
Yeah.
Not 2-4?
No.
4-2?
I don't know. I think we're 4-2. You got the quarterback question wrong. And then you got the
It was tied 2-2. You got 2 in a row.
All right, we got 2 in a row. All right.
You're good.
you got the pitcher wrong.
Are we doing a 5-pack or no?
We can do a 5-pack.
Want to do a 5-pack?
Wanna do it right now?
Want to do a 5-pack?
All right.
Let's
so
do a 5-pack.
I'll go the
Stay
theme
on
today,
clock
guys.
today.
Guys who have led the league in rushing and receiving.
Ooh.
One or the other. Arian Foster. I was going to say go back to a school that was
Arian
mentioned.
Foster was a Vol?
Was a Vol.
I don't remember that. That doesn't count. That's terrible.
That ship has
Now
sailed.
it's dead.
That ship has sailed.
No, I
You
was
just
looking for
completely killed the
I was
segment.
looking for Illinois with
Right,
Illinois,
right,
yeah,
right.
we
You would
could-
never got that.
So, yeah.
That's it?
That's it.
Where'd
That's
Kareem
five.
Hunt
That's
go?
a horrible.
Kareem Hunt, Toledo.
See, I mean, what are we talking
That was
about?
my next Mac choice, but
We're going to pick Toledo.
boy. We need to shower off after
Ruined
that.
That's
everything.
gross.
Oh,
Can we
dear.
dump that whole segment?
I can set it on fire if you like.
Get rid of that segment.
That was terrible.
It's disgusting.
This is going to affect the rest of my day. Done.
Hey, I mean, you're not going to be able to nap.
I feel worse about the 5-pack than anything else.
Yeah, the 5-pack's really where you want to shine. And Ray made it so difficult that we,
I didn't think it was that
they
difficult.
stopped. It was not easy.
And the worst part about it is, what the worst part about it is that when they preface it by saying, like, these shouldn't be too difficult. Like, you should.
It makes
whenever
you feel even dumber.
Exactly.
He knows what he's doing.
These are known guys. These are, again, they all led they all led the league in that category. And then relatively recently,
Sean Alexander's not a household name, and he was on the cover of Madden, a rushing champion. Didn't he win a league MVP? I know you know that, but like, does the average person know that?
I can't speak for the
You're
average
not going big
person.
schools either. You're going Toledo.
I thought that you would know that one.
And then you
The guy
say
was a very
you say
prominent
Big
player.
Ten. Like the first thought in your mind when you say Big Ten is Illinois.
Now there's 18 teams in the Big Ten.
It's a long-time Big Ten team.
An
It's not
original.
like
I like to slap you in the face with Big Ten.
It's not like they're a new team.
You're
Like
really
they're-
bothered by
it's
this.
not like they're a new team. Thanks, Ray.
See how feisty he's
Yeah,
getting?
Ray, thanks.
He's got his little drink from Tom Bauer, and all of a sudden he's taking it out on you.
You want to hear some Michael Jackson next segment?
Yeah,
We'll get
please.
you back in.
Please give me Man in the Mirror. I need to. I need
You know
to
what
look
I?
at the Man in the Mirror.
You know what I need to hear though. Seriously, I need to hear the mishap. Or are you saving it for something later with the
It's in the system. We can rack it up
It's in the
for you.
system. Yeah. Want to also get into some football because the Giants, John Harbaugh.
Oh yeah.
Responding to the Cam Scattaboo and some other things as well. We'll hear from the Giant head coach at 800-919-3776. Dan and Rick DNR, ESPN New York. And at 8:27, let's get a check of the roads and say good morning, Debbie Duhane.
Good morning, DNR, Dan and Rick. Good morning, company. Hey, guys, we're seeing delays inbound George Washington Bridge of 90 minutes into the upper level, 40 to the lower Cross Bronx East. That earlier stalled truck clear, though, at Webster Avenue. Inbound Lincoln Tunnel 30, Holland 46 trains delays uptown. Watch for flooding on Route 100 out through Valhalla. 80 East exit 35 on Rockaway. It's an accident. Sponsored by Positive Coaching Alliance. If you have questions about youth or high school sports, Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA builds better athletes and better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Debbie Duhame on 880 ESPN New York.
There are a million reasons to love New York. Making your budget stretch isn't one of them. According to an independent study, Amazon prices average 14% lower than other retailers. Get food, fashion, furniture, and more shipped straight to your building. That's how Prime members have saved over $2 billion on grocery and household items. Learn more at aboutamazon.com.
Hi, this is Don LaGreca. Just like the New Jersey Devils bring intensity on the ice, Viking Pest Control brings the same level of protection to your home. And I know because I use Viking at my own place. The season may be over, but pests are always in play. So it's time to lock in your off-season defense. As the pest control provider and proud partner of the Devils, Viking delivers 45 years of trusted experience to keep ants, cockroaches, stinging insects, rodents, mosquitoes, and more out of your zone. And when you bundle pest control mosquito services, you score big savings. One call, one company, total peace of mind. Visit VikingPest.com. Protecting your home inside and out.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Monkey Sports, built by players for players, is your one-stop shop for hockey, baseball, lacrosse, and more. Find top-name equipment and expert in-store services like sharpening, break-ins, and relacing. Shop in-store at Monkey Sports in Farmingdale or Woodbridge, or online for all the top brands. Whatever your sports, Monkey Sports gets you game ready fast. Monkey Sports, where athletes shop.
In a contracting business, you're either growing or you're grinding. Success is no longer about hard work alone. It's about using AI to accelerate impact. ServiceTitan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating. ServiceTitan, AI for the trades.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams. Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Michelle here. Look, in sports, the best teams know when to make their move. Sherwin-Williams is making theirs with their summer sale. We're talking 30% off select paints and stains, or 35% off their new product, Emerald Symmetry, July 17th through the 27th.
You know, I've been looking at these studio walls. They could use a little more red.
Get that cardinal spirit going. Yeah, I like that. You can order online for delivery or swing by your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
This is Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg.
NBA champion, Finals MVP, Jalen Brunson. Describe the experience of what the last month has been like for you.
That's a loaded question. It's been a roller coaster, honestly. Obviously, once we won and everything was up high and everything was amazing. The parade and all of that, just everything after we won was just amazing.
Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg. Weekdays at 3 on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
DNR, Dan and Rick, ESPN New York at 800-919-3776. You want to sing a little bit or no? You good? Busted in going into the studio there. All right, we got to rebound after that stump segment, which was brutal. Brutal. I love how this is labeled in the system, by the way. I wish I could bang the desk and have it play just like Carlos Beltran yesterday. But
you ever bang a desk?
No. Ray, did you
You know, there's a joke there, and I'm just going to leave that alone.
What?
We're just going to go right through.
Ray, did you label this, or was this Joe Leo's doing?
That would be me.
All right,
Joe.
thanks,
Some
Joe.
people do that
I'll
to the
remember
sofa.
that. What's that?
What?
Drink your
That's more the vice president's
coffee.
business.
Yeah.
Joe, what the hell?
Oh, my goodness, Joe. This guy's unbelievable.
Yeah, he's
sneaky.
You know why? He's that wedding. He's got that wedding material. He probably heard a lot
bright
of
red now.
Saucy jokes.
He made himself laugh. He's bright red.
Once that liquor starts flying, all that edgy material comes out, and he harnessed it all.
Sounds like the Leo wedding could be a good time.
Yeah, I could see
That'd be a
Joe
good
like
time.
a couple cocktails deep. He gets in the microphone. Like real Joe Leo shows up.
So Joe labels this, Dan asks Buster basically the same question.
It's identically almost.
Yankees and Brian Cashman, as we've seen in the past, maybe a little bit reluctant. I'm going to stop it. This is on me.
You got to play
No,
my
you can't
question
do that.
first.
You can't do that.
You got to play mine first.
Well, that's what I was thinking,
Yeah.
and I did not
Gotta
see
go in
it,
order.
even though it was located directly above. Rick Buster question. So here's your question first.
You didn't get the best news about Aaron Judge, but you didn't get the worst news about Aaron Judge. I think the hesitancy for Yankees fans is to believe that Brian Cashman is going to be willing to do whatever it would take to get a Mason Miller. Because that's going to, I mean, that's the guy, and that's going to cost you quite a bit prospect-wise.
Okay, so a little bit out there.
It's the same question. It's the same exact question. When you asked it, I was like, I think he's asking the same question.
All right, so Mason Miller, that was Rick's kind of query to Buster, and I follow up with this one. Yankees and Brian Cashman, as we've seen in the past, may be a little bit reluctant to part ways with the ballyhooed prospects. Will that be different this time around, i.e., maybe if San Diego comes calling for somebody like a Spencer Jones?
You just wanted to say ballyhooed. The only reason he asked the question.
Can we get the one where Rick fell asleep on the air during the Buster question?
That was technical difficulties.
No, that was not technical difficulties.
I thought he was still talking.
Ray, stop laughing, because you have my side on this
Ray,
one.
is that not exactly the same question, Ray? Honestly. That's worse than anything
There's
Dave's
a lot
ever
of
done.
similar themes.
Is the labeling wrong?
It's
Did I label it wrong?
The labeling
as
is
Joe
not
Leo
wrong.
says, it's basically the same question.
But to be fair, if you're going to sandbag
And
me,
he adds ballyhooed.
I'll take the hit on that one. Okay.
When you know
It is
San
good-
Diego
it is good.
comes a calling.
I dozed
It's
off.
good use of ballyhoo.
I mentally dozed off after you dozed off completely on the question.
But I listened to what he was saying. I just didn't know if he was done or not.
Of course
You
he
made
was
fun
done.
of
You didn't
Dave
hear
yesterday.
anything for 10 seconds. It felt like an eternity.
We spent 3 minutes yesterday. You talk about how Dave never listens to you, and then when he finally comes to repeat your point, and you go, "Yeah, I just made that point."
But that's different. It's Dave listening to me versus
You didn't listen to my
not
question.
listening to Buster only.
You know what the problem too was? Is I was going to say something after he went into the whole. He talked about Carl Ravitch, and like for us, I mean, for like baseball,
Right, that set a serious tone.
Right, but Carl Ravitch was like the guy for baseball.
Yeah.
Turns out, when I was back in Boston,
Mhm.
one of our Spanish teachers, Carl Ravitch's sister. Oh, by the way, who dated Adam Sandler in high school? How about that?
Wait a second. Carl Ravitch's sister dated Adam Sandler
yeah.
in high school.
Mhm.
And what was the sister's relationship to you?
She was a Spanish teacher.
Spanish teacher.
Yeah.
¿Cómo está usted?
I don't speak Spanish. You know I don't speak Spanish. Do you speak Spanish?
No.
No.
Wouldn't I could pretend to.
Bark twice if you're in Milwaukee.
Wouldn't it be great?
You get a whole wheel of cheese.
Wouldn't it be great though if Rick actually like threw that nugget into the Buster Only interview when he was talking about Carl? And
He said,
by the way,
he considered it.
I considered it.
But he was
What's-
probably too
what-
off the beaten path.
because you're not that guy to ever
I
pull
wouldn't
back.
interrupt. I wouldn't interrupt.
Why would you refrain there?
I feel like it was. You know what it was? It was. I'll tell you why. It was because of the technical difficulties, the sound going in and out. I was almost at the point where I think we should just. We're not getting full answers here. Let's pull the plug and like reset this thing.
Here was the when you went to sleep on his answer when it was your turn to ask a question.
One way or another, they have the ammunition and get it done, and that has not been the case. Often I think in the last 4 or 5 years.
See,
Years.
No,
done.
I didn't know because it cut out and then he went back in. I didn't know if he was done or
Did we
not.
lose Buster?
Yeah, we can't hear him. He's got a
No,
bad
I'm here.
connection.
Oh,
I'm
looking
there
at,
you go. Okay.
I'm looking at this clock tick down. Like
I thought-
literally, it was like 7 seconds.
No. I'm not gonna. That is not my fault. He tweaks out and then I don't know if he's done or not. I thought we couldn't hear him anymore. I didn't fall asleep.
Remember they wrote the book back in the day
Stop.
on the
Oh,
Mike
my
D'Antoni
goodness.
Ray, the Mike D'Antoni offense
No,
of the Phoenix Suns, 7 seconds
No,
or less.
no,
That
no,
was
no.
Rick waiting
Get
to ask a
someone in
question
here.
to Buster
Where's
only.
John?
7 seconds.
No, that's not my fault.
He's too busy drinking green
No,
tea
that's
with,
not my
with
fault.
Carlin right now.
That's not my fault. He tweaked it. The line goes sideways, and then I don't know if he's done
All
or not.
One more time.
You can hear
One
it.
way or
Listen.
another, they have the ammunition and get
Listen.
it done, and that has not been the case. Often I think in the last 4 or 5 years.
Years. That's it. Years. And that's it. Done. He's done.
No, I don't know
And
if
I'm
he's
like,
done. I couldn't tell if he was done.
Buster?
Yeah, we can't hear him. See, I thought he was
No, I'm
done.
here.
I
Oh,
couldn't hear him.
There you go.
Okay. I honestly thought he was still talking.
Raymond?
That's not my fault. I'm walking out.
Raymond? No, you're not walking out. Stay here. Admit your mistakes.
He's walking out.
He can't
Look what
leave.
you've done.
You can't leave.
Look what you've done. How good are you with hosting the show for the next?
He literally walked out of the
hour,
studio.
20 some odd minutes.
He walked to the studio
He's
and
back,
yelled
he's
down
back.
the hall. Remember when they say that Rick isn't good in these office situations? John didn't even. Why didn't he come into the studio? He
He's
walked
going
right
in
past the studio.
I guess he's coming in here. I don't know.
Why would you go in there? Come in here.
He doesn't have headphones. He's going to listen to it in there.
He
Give him
needs
headphones.
a pair of headphones.
Somebody give John a pair of
just
headphones.
he can hear it in there, can he?
He can.
All right, so
Let
John,
him hear it in there.
Buster Only was on. I asked the question. Buster was giving an answer, and then Buster's finished talking, and it felt like an eternity before like Rick decided to ask a
I
follow-up
had no
question.
idea he was finished. By the way, John, just so you know, this professional to my right asked Buster the identical question that I asked him immediately after I asked the question.
Forget about that. That's inconsequential right now. Listen to this.
This feels like kindergarten class right now.
Shut up
he
and
did
play
this. No, actually,
No,
he
you know
did
what?
that.
You're on my, what list too after the. It's an easy 5-pack, guys.
Yeah, it was a brutal 5-pack.
You know what? After networking you had outside, it was probably
Where did
not
Andy
as easy.
Robustelli go to
It was
college?
probably not as easy as I thought.
All right, so you tell me, John, do you think Buster is done with his answer? That's the crux of this, okay?
One way or another, they have the ammunition and get it done, and that has not been the case. Often I think in the last 4 or 5 years.
Years.
No, you heard the line go. You heard the line go sideways.
No, I'm here.
So,
Oh, he's still there.
back.
There you go.
so there was a glitch there.
And I thought,
But he
what was
said
my response,
years.
though? It wasn't. I wasn't paying attention. It was. I think we lost Buster.
You heard the glitch and then the ears, and then that's it.
I thought we
Glitch,
lost Buster.
years.
No, this is not my
Done.
fault. John, this is not my fault. Turn John up, please.
So was that a glitch? What did I just listen to?
It was a glitch.
No, he was glitching the whole interview. He had a Zoom issue.
Buster was doing the spot from a hotel room. And
So what in that clip though you just played? I didn't hear Dan ask the next question
Because it was Rick's turn. I asked the question.
but you don't have the audio of where Rick then jumps in?
No,
Yeah, it's all the same cut.
Yeah,
It's at the end.
and followed by all the dead air because I was
Oh,
waiting
here
for
we go.
Rick to speak.
It was
so
like
listen.
a second maybe.
So Rick is saying that he wasn't sure that Buster was done with his answer. That's why he waited to speak. He thought Buster had the technical glitch and he got disconnected.
Yeah.
I thought he was done because he said it was like years done. And then I'm waiting for him to ask a follow-up.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with Rick here. That
What?
did not seem like the end of an answer.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, John.
One more
It felt
time.
like a glitch. I have to listen to it again.
One more
I
time.
don't know if, hit it.
Here we go.
One way or another, they have the ammunition and get it done, and that has not been the case, often, I think, in the last 4 or 5 years.
I can't tell if he's still going.
Yeah, I don't.
Glitches.
Because it cuts out
Did we
before he
lose
even gets
Buster?
to years.
Yeah, we can't hear him.
There was 6
If
seconds.
I was
of silence
Rick,
there.
Oh, he's still
He's
there.
back.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
In fairness, it wasn't like, oops, sorry, Ben, I wasn't paying attention. I thought he went out. You know what
But you're doing radio.
No.
You got to talk.
You know
have
what
to,
you're doing?
like all that dead air.
No,
You have to
what you're
fill it
doing?
in.
You know what
He was
you're doing right
done.
now?
He was
You know-
done.
you know what you're
Ray
doing?
was done.
You know what you're doing? You're
I'm not deflecting.
You're deflecting
I'm
right
not
now.
deflecting.
You are. Because you
sound
screwed
like my
up.
wife. I'm
'Cause
not
you wanted
deflecting.
to say ballyhooed. That's all you wanted to do.
In a typical situation there, one of you, and probably you, Dan, would have hopped in and say, oh, I think we might have lost Buster there.
I had to say it.
Yeah.
Because I'm the professional.
Because I also thought we lost him.
I was deferring to my teammate. I didn't think we lost him because I was paying attention to the interview.
Well, the glitch kind of, So, unfortunately, I have to.
I got Jordan on.
Oh,
Whose
stop.
time's it? I got Rick's back.
Stop.
See?
Stop.
Thank you. Winner.
Yeah.
Stop. Yes. Jordan, who can't even, add 7 plus 2. And I got to listen to his opinion on this.
This is what I got pulled out of a very important.
It was not that you were done.
That was
done. I
him.
saw that you were done.
Yeah.
Carlin
You guys-
walked down with his green tea.
You guys were drinking green tea.
No, he doesn't drink green tea. Carlin was.
I'm chilling a coffee in the fridge. So.
He only drinks iced coffee.
Well, no, now
I'm chilling a coffee in the
much like
fridge.
Dave with the iced tea. I don't love this new brand of cold brew, so now I brew a black coffee and put it in the fridge until it's chilled.
Smart.
You brew a
See?
black coffee at
How
home.
long
You
does that
bring it
take?
in and you chill it.
No, I chill it.
No, he does it here.
Brew it at home? What, an animal? Take it on the train?
I bring a thermos with me.
You
I
drive.
bring a thermos with me.
Drive.
You're damn right I do.
Yeah.
We have a coffee machine here. I brew it here,
Right.
put it in the fridge for like an hour.
But I
and
thought
then
you
it's
said you
cold.
didn't love it.
No,
Didn't you just say?
See, he doesn't listen, John.
All right, I don't know what's happening
This is
here.
what I'm dealing with.
This is a
he
whole
doesn't
glitch.
like the
The
cold
segment's a
brew
glitch.
because it doesn't taste right to him.
Oh, I got you.
So he brews the hot one.
John's
and then,
done.
And then cold.
So you refrigerate hot coffee?
What do you think they do at a
No,
Dunkin'?
but
They got it in that machine that's going round and round. It's just the same coffee, just cold.
When you go to a place that serves iced coffee, what do you think they do?
wait for that.
But that's how they do it, though.
I understand.
I know
that.
he has to wait, but that's the choice he's making because he doesn't like the cold brew.
Yeah, there's something. It's a little more bitter than it used to be. We changed brands.
It's not quite the iced tea that tastes like feet, but
I tell you, it's a great keg we got going over there.
Dr. Scholl's with
I
lemon.
actually saw the guy changing it with his toes the other day. He doesn't use his hands. I'll mix that up. Hold on, let me use my foot.
Like the My Left Foot movie.
Like Scary Movie.
All right,
Hey,
can I give
Thank you, John.
Joe Leo back his headphones?
Appreciate it,
I'm being
John.
very trusting here with Joe Leo's hygiene.
Wow.
That's not a shot. I mean, listen, I'm going on vacation soon.
He's going to Disney.
I
I can't.
can't risk anything.
No, that was a shot.
Yeah, shot.
That was a
All right,
legit
Joe.
shot.
Oh, hold on, John. You're here. I didn't want to.
By the way, he's also risking it with me. He doesn't know what
Okay,
I
I didn't get a chance to ask you this. Are you
Yeah.
how pumped up are you about the NFL Disney collab?
With you talking about the merch?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I didn't love the Jet one. Not a huge.
You're not a Buzz Lightyear guy?
It's not Buzz. Toy Story wouldn't be my choice for Jet.
But what other ones would you use for the Jets though?
I don't know. There's really nothing planes wise, right?
Right.
With the.
They have cars. They don't have planes.
There
No,
was
there's
a planes movie. There was a planes
Yeah, but
movie.
it's not as noted.
They didn't do the whole
You don't
league,
know
though.
it as well as.
They only picked like 8 teams.
No, but the
so far.
whole league is supposed to come out at the end of the month.
Oh, okay.
That was like when we were kids. Remember, you get like the catalog, and they'd only have like 8 teams, but it would be the good teams, and it would never be the Jets.
Yeah, the Jets were never in there.
Yeah, in like 1988.
Nice.
You get 49ers, Bears,
This is a good
Giants.
segment.
You
I
know,
think this is a
you
good
like
segment.
it?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
because
we
you're not
really-
involved and you can't relate because you didn't have a normal childhood.
No, I
That's
don't
why,
even
so you
say that. I
completely
just
zone
think-
out.
I mean, between John, who's the boss, and Jordan coming to my defense, I mean, I think I won. I know I won.
Okay, so you could sleep well on that one if you think you won.
Thank you.
I know what I believe.
I believe that children are our future.
I'm going to reach out to Buster later, and I'm going to Buster. Were you
No,
done?
it's not-
I'm going to send Buster
It's
the clip, and I'm
Buster's
going to say,
fault.
Buster,
I mean, it
were
was
you
his
done?
connection. It was his connection.
No, but if he was done saying years, that's it. Want to talk about the Giants when we come back?
I would love to.
I
We
do.
teased it.
We do, and we're going to talk about it. This is called the payoff right here. DNR, ESPN New York.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Alan Hahn. At Rings End, they're there to help realize your modern design visions. That's why they partner with Marvin. Engineered for big ideas, Marvin Modern Windows and Doors deliver effortless elegance, expansive views, and industry-leading innovation, all in a modular system designed to meet the exacting principles of modern architecture. Experience Marvin Modern at a Rings End showroom today and create something stunning with them. Rings End is a certified Marvin installing retailer.
Summer's here. People are outside walking more, traveling, going to games, barbecues, the beach, just enjoying life. But if you have joint pain, sciatica, or back pain is still holding you back, you don't have to live like that. I'm Bart Scott, and Dr. J. Shaw at Sandwell Pain is the real deal. Ivy League trained, double board certified with non-surgical treatments that get real results. No cuts, no downtime, no pain medications, just a smart, targeted approach that gets you moving again. Same day or next day appointments are available. Go to SandwellPain.com. Don't let pain steal your summer.
Kenny here to tell you about the Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. It's a fruity candy flavor explosion. A zero-sugar treat that's Sweet Tooth approved. These can take care of my candy cravings and provides a tasty caffeine kick without all the sugar. Get candy-flavored chaos with Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of New Jersey is offering buy one, get one, 50% off windows and doors, and no payments, no interest for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See local showroom for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
Congratulations, New York. The Knicks did it. Through battle after battle, they dominated to become this year's NBA champions. Day in and day out, the hard work paid off, and you were there every step of the way. Enjoy the crown. Own it, because this year is your year. A part of your legacy that will never be forgotten. So celebrate this moment, show your pride, and shop the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
All right, DNR, Dan and Rick, ESPN New York.
Well played, Raymond. This is from Cars. I see what you're doing. I see you.
See, he knows. He knows these things.
Rascal Flatts, great concert, too.
Really?
Terrific concert, yeah.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
The music, the knowledge, pop culture.
That's one of those shows you go to, and it sounds so good that you're like, this can't be
Can't be
live.
real. Like you think it's like
good.
the halftime of the
I've
World
been to a couple
Cup final.
Broadway shows like that.
Oh,
I was
really?
like, this is too, like, Cass, is this a, are they lip sync? She's like, no, this is legit.
It's really
Wow.
them.
That good.
That's why they packed the house. You excited about the Giants?
I am.
This year?
I am.
There's some people that think that the Giants can do some special things this year, not just Dave. Like, I'm talking playoffs, like overachieve like you wouldn't believe, like things that only Giant fans could only dream of just even a couple of years ago. And now because of John Harbaugh, the one running the show and making all the dreams possible, Giant fans are eating this thing up thinking, why can't we be one of those teams? Why can't we be one of the worst to first collection in the National Football League? You get what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying. I mean, there are always teams that this happens to, right? I mean, it's the nature of the NFL. It seems to happen every year. And when you look at, I think the point that Dave makes whenever, Raymond goes after him or anyone goes after him as to why he believes the 65 or sooner and how this thing is going to progress and everything else is look at how many games last year they had a chance to win and didn't because of the coaching.
Right.
Which is why Brian Daboll got fired. Like, that was the most amazing part of what happened last season was going into it. The question was, how does Brian Dable keep his job? Right? Him and Joe Shane on the hot seat, how does he keep his job? It was wins or if Jackson Dart flashes. Jackson Dart was actually too good. Not only did he flash, but he put you in positions to win games that you probably shouldn't have and kind of highlighted that coaching wasn't great. So now John Harbaugh steps in, and the pushback on that would be the reason why John Harbaugh is no longer in Baltimore was because he underachieved with an MVP quarterback, and he also had a hard time closing out games.
Right.
So I also think you get the natural bump from a new head coach because all of a sudden now everyone's, on their P's and Q's and their attention to detail and everything because we're trying to impress John Harbaugh. And camp is going to be harder, and all those different things are going to be different than it was with Brian Dable.
I think if you look at the model of what hopefully this thing could become, the immediate returns. Now, I don't know about the sustainable long-term success, but you look at, of course, Andy Reid, right, going from the Eagles to Kansas City.
Yeah, or you look at what happened in Denver.
Or in Denver, exactly.
Denver's a good
and Sean Payton, it didn't happen immediately, by the way.
Year one was kind of like that was with Russell Wilson, too.
Correct. Here's what we got. Let's kind of clear the air, get our type of guys into the room and part of the program. But I don't think that necessarily would be the case with the Giants. I think it would be more resembling, of what Andy Reid did with the Kansas City Chiefs, like winning right from the jump. Because that breath of fresh air, that culture, that aura. The Giants posted something yesterday.
He also had a veteran quarterback, though, there. He was winning with Alex Smith. I mean, this is a quarterback going into year 2.
I understand that. But
this is offense.
But at least, see, that's the thing. Like, I know that he was banged up a bit last year, but at least he played. Like, when you look to see what Jackson Dart did last year, I know it wasn't a full sample size, like a full season, but at least, I think he's got enough under his belt now to where you go into the season thinking, like, you know what? I think we're going to be okay at the most important position. Now, he's learning a new system and has to get acclimated to the new coaching staff and how they want things done or whatever, but still, I believe that they're on good footing. And I would buy high on the Giants this year. Why not? I mean, they're not a perfect team. I'm not sitting here trying to tell you that they're going to win a Super Bowl or anything like that, or they're going to win the NFC East. But if you're a Giant fan, why shouldn't you be optimistic?
No, I think you have to be optimistic. I think every Giants fan that we've had the opportunity to speak to is maybe borderline over optimistic,
giddy,
like getting themselves maybe too worked up, and could be setting themselves up for a little bit of disappointment. I mean, that was. I think RJ's concerned when Dave was run through his plan as to, and this was, I mean, how long ago was it, Ray, where he's doing the whole 65 or sooner and it's going to start with this many wins? And I think RJ was like, by the time we get through training camp, like his level of excitement is going to be the point where he's talked himself into like 10 wins in winning the division.
All factual.
So, like, that's how excited they are to go from where they were, where it was like you've turned yourself into the Jets to now where it's like I can see this road to them. Being a playoff team, a team that has a chance to win the division, and for Dave, winning a Super Bowl in 5 years.
So we talked about
which I would argue
a little premature.
Well, you're also talking about a coach that didn't win a Super Bowl with Lamar Jackson.
Well,
and let's just hope you can hope that Jackson Dart is anywhere close to Lamar Jackson as a quarterback.
And sometimes they get in their own way and they get in their own heads, like what happened that one year. Well, I don't remember if it was 2 seasons, whatever, but when they had the AFC Championship game at home against Kansas City, when that was supposed to be the vulnerable Chiefs, like beatable Chiefs. And Baltimore had the most lethal rushing attack in the NFL between Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, whatever, and they just completely abandoned the run game that day. Completely. Like, it's almost like, this isn't us.
I think there were other issues going on inside that building, it sounds like, with Lamar and the offensive coordinator and everything else. But, yeah, if you're a Giants fan right now, you should be optimistic. You should be looking forward to what this team is going to look like. I bet he'd be excited for training camp, all of it.
Giants posted a clip yesterday on their socials. Like, they have their, in-house documentary, like off-season documentary series or whatever, and they showed, like, John Harbaugh in the auditorium meeting with the players. It was like the first day of OTAs or whatever the heck it was. And, you could see the enthusiasm. And that's the type of culture that they're trying to bring into that program. If I was a fan looking at that, I would be pumped. He went on the Bob Papa Carl Banks podcast, the Believe in Giants. And he was asked, among other things, his reaction to seeing that clip that we talked about, and it's kind of gone viral here with Cam Scadaboo on the men from surgery and doing the backflip and not even be able to execute it properly. But here was the coach's thoughts.
Oh, my reaction when I saw it on my phone? Yeah. My reaction was I haven't talked to him yet. I'm going to talk to him, I'm sure. But my reaction was this: dude, at least stick it. You know what I mean? Land the thing if you're going to do it. That was my first reaction. So, But Scott's going to be ready to go, and he's been working super hard. He's really been training like crazy, and his mind is on camp. He's healthy, he's ready to roll, And I can't wait to see him out there at practice.
I don't believe that's the 100% God's honest truth of his reaction. You know that there was a conversation or something, or
well,
if
but
it
you
hasn't
also have to
happened
see
yet.
the video clip, like with the body language, to go along with the answer.
Well, he was kind of like, putting on kind of like
right, but he's smart enough. He's been doing this long enough to know that. I mean, he says something like, "Yeah, I don't appreciate it. I'm going to hold him accountable." It still just continues the story.
He's trying to put out fires. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly right. Behind closed doors is going to be completely different than what he's saying to the media.
There's PR to this, 100%. And he's savvy enough, as you said. He's smart enough. This isn't his first rodeo. But like I said, if you ask me the absolute truth, I guarantee you it's been addressed. Has to, because they realize how important he is. You don't want him to be reckless. You want a guy who's the only value that Cam Scatterbo has to the Giants, let's face it, is on the field. All the other off the field stuff and whatever the hell happens.
Well, that's
his
about
thing.
him,
right?
That's his brand.
Him.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like you need to recognize that there are certain expectations for you this season because of how well you played for us last year, and you haven't really you ended up getting hurt, and you're coming back from that injury, but you haven't really made it yet. Like that's the same thing that they're saying about Jackson Dart. Like, yeah, you came in last year, you flashed. Everything is pointing towards you being a really good starting quarterback, but you haven't solidified that yet. Like, this is the time to work. This is the time to make sure that you become the player that we all feel like you can be, as opposed to trying to capitalize on all the different things that you have the opportunity to do now because you play for the Giants.
Right.
Like what Cam Scatterbo was doing and what he even said afterwards is like, yeah, the New York fans love this. That's you trying to build your brand. That's about you. That's not about the New York Giants. And God forbid, now, I mean, luckily nothing happened, but God forbid something does happen.
That's our society nowadays, unfortunately, especially when it comes to professional athletes. Do you worry about your brand when you play?
No.
I mean, it was a different time.
No, but I had the opportunity. Like I was as a goalie being drafted first overall is a big deal. It's New York. It's not New York City, but it's still New York. Like I had a bunch of different opportunities when I first got drafted because it had happened before. Like, hey, this company, this company, and this company, and my agent's like this is not a good idea.
Yeah.
Like the last thing we want to do is like we're in this for the longevity of it, right? Like at a certain point, the way we think you'll play will those opportunities will all present themselves. But let's establish yourself, first. You don't want to be the guy that comes in and has all this pomp and circumstance, and you're doing all sorts of deals, and you stink.
Right.
You can't even get on the ice, and you're just adding the extra pressure to yourself.
Right.
Like that's part of this too. Is like by doing all these extra things away from the field, you're just giving people more and more excuses to come at you if things don't go well.
More fuel to the fire.
Yeah, which happens something. Like in year 2 is not easy, man.
No.
I mean, team has tape. Like these teams recognize how good you could be.
And that might be the case for the quarterback. Let's face it, right? That might be the case for Jackson Dart.
That's actually who I'm speaking about, is the quarterback. The hard part is that you're young, you're a professional athlete, right? You've had a taste of success. You're getting all these, like Matt went through this, Harvey. You're getting all these different opportunities. All these doors are open, and you feel like there's nothing, like you're untouchable, right? Like there's nothing like the whole Jackson Dart's jumping off a boat. That's reckless. No, not for him. Him just jumping off the boat's not reckless. Now, he didn't do a backflip. That would be reckless. Like we think that nothing bad is going to happen to us until eventually it does. The thing with Scatterbo is you just had it happen to you though. Like you may feel like Superman until you look at your legs sideways.
Right.
It's like, I mean, let's try to avoid putting yourself in danger as much as we can. Let's get to the field and go out and perform.
800-919-3776. Final hour on tap. We got the stuff you missed. Ray's going to give you the 3 stars. We'll also circle back to the baseball conversation. Yanks double dip today, and hey, they're going to see an old friend on the mound in one of those games, and that could be music to the ears of Yankee fans. It is Dan and Rick, DNR, ESPN New York.
Fans arrive early at Yankee Stadium on Saturday, August 8th for the 78th Annual Old Timers Day presented by Fresh Direct. See Yankees legends put on the pinstripes again and take the field at Yankee Stadium. Relive memories of your favorite former Yankees and make new memories with your family. After the Old Timers Day ceremony and game conclude, stick around to see your Bronx Bombers take on Atlanta. Get your Saturday, August 8th Old Timers Day tickets presented by Fresh Direct at Yankees.com/tickets today.
If you've been injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, then you need a lawyer who knows New York's unique personal injury and workers' compensation laws. At the Parisman Firm, they have decades of experience handling all types of accident cases and a proven track record of delivering huge results. Their team has already recovered nearly $1 billion for injured New Yorkers. From construction to car accidents and slips and falls, they've got you covered. Call the Parisman Firm now at 718-WORKERS, where your case is their cause. Get the justice you deserve today.
At City Harvest, we believe no New Yorker has to go hungry. With your help, we're on the road 365 days a year, rescuing over 77 million pounds of nutritious food and delivering it free to millions of New Yorkers, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles, rallying thousands of New Yorkers to power a network of nourishment across our city. One day, one meal, and one New Yorker at a time. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Miller time. People think it just happens, but that's not true. You know what you gotta do? You gotta go say hello with some beers. Make the plans. Forget the couch. Go to that thing. Play the game. See them in person. Talk to that stranger. Live a little. Small acts of rebellion that bring us together. Because legendary moments start with a light. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2026 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Michelle here. Look, in sports, the best teams know when to make their move. Sherwin-Williams is making theirs with their summer sale. We're talking 30% off select paints and stains, or 35% off their new product, Emerald Symmetry, July 17th through the 27th.
You know, I've been looking at these studio walls. They could use a little more red.
Get that cardinal spirit going. Yeah, I like that. You can order online for delivery or swing by your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
880 ESPN, WHSQ, and WCBS-FM HD2, New York. A Good Karma Brands radio station. This is DiPietro and Rothenberg.
Joe labels this. Dan asks Buster basically the same question.
You didn't get the best news about Aaron Judge, but you didn't get the worst news about Aaron Judge. I think the hesitancy for Yankees fans is to believe that Brian Cashman is going to be willing to do whatever it would take to get a Mason Miller. Because that's going to, I mean, that's the guy, and that's going to cost you quite a bit prospect-wise.
Yankees and Brian Cashman, as we've seen in the past, may be a little bit reluctant to part ways with the ballyhooed prospects. Will that be different this time around? I.e., maybe if San Diego comes calling for somebody like a Spencer Jones.
It's identical.
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
Oh, yeah, that happened. That was a thing. You got some other stuff you missed a little bit later on in the show. Boy, Ray, this is now 2 days in a row. I mean, you have a wealth of information for 3 stars that you have to sift through.
So much stuff.
I got a text, too, by the way.
Yes.
I was saying this. I was telling Dan this. I got a text from a buddy of mine who listens to the show and said that the question we were asked about with the quarterback that's made the most money.
Yeah.
If you're talking just like, doesn't matter, active, not
career
active.
earnings to this point?
Yeah.
Or just.
But active, not active.
Okay.
Incorrect.
Derek Carr's made more money than Kyler Murray.
Fallacy.
So unless he meant active.
I'll double check that, but I think he meant everybody.
And I'm not just trying to throw like him under the bus, like the one caller in particular, but like over the course of the Stump series, like there have been factual inaccuracies that callers call up and they're not sure. Like, I think this is right.
I think
or they don't do
sometimes
their
they get
homework.
nervous, maybe.
Yeah, and they don't like do the homework to prove that this is indeed the answer. Like they think it's the answer, which doesn't excuse the fact that you get it wrong.
All right, let's get back to this.
So Derek Carr 205. So you guys right.
Derek Carr from.
I'm interested to know.
Derek Carr from
Fresno.
There you go.
I'm interested to know what your take on the Giants is.
David Carr from
Fresno.
Very good.
Okay, could you answer my question, please?
What was your question?
I'm having PTSD from the 5-pack that he thought was so easy.
Well, that's why we're trying to redeem ourselves.
Big Ten.
No, that was bad.
Illinois. Toledo.
You know what Ray's going to do for the 3 stars today, right? Like the 3 stars is just going to be the 5-pack.
Yeah, right.
That he just
to embarrass us.
Exactly.
What are you going to do this Wednesday, Ray? I'm going to embarrass our hosts. Thanks, bud.
You know what? I'll stay away from that one, okay?
Yeah, okay.
I'll leave you guys alone.
Mister, I know the Titans mascot.
I mean, this is you're not a Giants fan, so you're the right person to ask this question. Expectations for the Giants this season, as we sit here today. Because going back to the point about Denver, so when Peyton took over that team, and this was with Russell Wilson, his first year they were 8-9.
Okay.
And it kind of plays into what Dave said as far as like this steady buildup. They went 8-9, 10-7, and last year they were 14-3. and probably get to the Super Bowl if
Bo Nix is the quarterback.
Doesn't break his ankle.
Right. What are my expectations for the New York Football Giants?
That's right.
Look, from the minute John Harbaugh got hired, I was under the belief that this is as significant an acquisition that they're going to have all off season, even if you're talking about stacking it up against a player. That's how much I think of the coach. And I do believe that in the NFL, coaching makes a difference more than anything else. Look, I'm old enough to remember, and certainly it was a huge part of my life, when Parcells took over the Jets. Like, they went from absolute zero to all of a sudden they get instant credibility. That's the term we've thrown around, right? Instant credibility about Harbaugh. And I'm all on board with this move. That's why, like, when the process was playing itself out, you thought that it could happen. Like, this is the move. Giants are going to be a tough out each and every week. They are absolutely going to be in the conversation for a playoff spot. Now, look, we talked about it when Jordan was here a couple of weeks ago. Defensively, I got some concerns. Okay? Defensively, there's some issues. They got some talent individually. Collectively, how's that going to play out? I think the defense, in one case in particular, the secondary, I'm concerned about a little bit. How are they going to perform up front? You're missing Dexter Lawrence. Could those guys come together? You got a lot of lunch pail type of dudes there, but they're going to be a much improved team. Much improved. And they're going to win more of these games that last year they probably should have, could have, would have won.
Yeah, I would imagine you're going to clean up the whole kicking game situation, right? That's been a problem for them. That's something they dealt with. I think who kind of steps up as the number 2 corner. I would imagine that Adebo will have a better season, right? The further away you get from that injury, hopefully better season you'll have.
Paying him to.
Abdul Carter, right? You saw him come on at the end. Finally, there's some accountability, right? You can't sleep through meetings. You can't be late. And he came on at the end. How they choose to use Arvell Reese, I'll be interested to see what that looks like. But the run part, I think, is the most important part, right? I mean, I did say what you want about Dexter Lawrence, right? Was he was he hurt last year? Was he just not interested because of how bad the
combination
team was? Yeah, probably all of it. I mean, that can beat that. Listen, I mean, losing beats the life out of you, especially when you've been in a certain place for long enough and you're losing and it's not getting any better, and you don't believe that the coaching staff is giving you a real chance. But that, for me, when you look at their defenses, can they stop the run?
Right. I'm very, very high on what they could potentially be on the second level of that defense, because you mentioned Reese.
Yep.
Okay, and look, he could have easily been a Jet. We thought for a while that he was going to be a Jet. Him, Tremaine Edmonds, who's still in the prime of his career. Okay, very good player, underrated player, not a flashy type guy. He's a tackling machine. That's what Tremaine Edmonds is. You have 2 of those guys at the second level. Now, you don't want your linebackers racking up too many tackles, because that means that, your first level of defense is not giving you any sort of resistance. We know that. But, they could be very, very good. On the other side of the ball, you look at the offensive line. If those guys stay healthy, I think that they have a very, very stout front five, maybe as good a front five as they've had since those championship teams. When you're talking about that offensive line, which was an Achilles heel for forever, whoever the quarterback was going to be. But how is Jackson Dart going to perform in year number 2? That's a big one. Because like you said, second year, it's an eye-opener on a lot of fronts, right? Teams go to school on you. They got extra film. How can we stop him this way? Well, we see that he's a little bit vulnerable in this regard. We're going to make him do things that he's uncomfortable doing, right? And how is he going to be able to adjust? And how much is the mental game going to be a factor? Because, as you said, he's absorbing a new offense too.
Right. You can say anything you want. Listen, you can say a bunch of different things about Brian Daboll as a head coach, but I will say that the idea that he was the one pounding the table for Jackson Dart, right, to the point where they were like, draft him with the first round pick. Like, let's not even mess around with this thing. I believe in him so much. To unleashing him when he unleashed him, and a lot of people said, "Oh, is he just desperate to save his job, or is this kid really ready?" You watch him play in that first game where he beats, at the time, what everyone thought was the best team in the AFC. Right, and plays that well. It's like, well, now the conversation swung to, well, why didn't he start the season? This kid's clearly ready. So, like, I mean, to have that comfortability in an offense with a coach that is all in. He's, you're his guy, to now, new coach, new offense. Are you playing as fast as you were with an offense you already? Because, I mean, you'd love the continuity to just, like, continue to build on what you already know. And then the Malik Neighbors thing. Because you got guys. I think Isaiah Likely in this offense is going to be good. And it's just, like, gives him the opportunity to, break out of the whole, Mark Andrews shadow. But still, you don't have a number 1 receiver right now.
Right. The rest of the wide receivers are kind of not to be disrespectful, but in essentially a collection of ragtag names.
Right. You're going to count on Jackson Dart to make those guys look good, as opposed to having someone like Malik Neighbors that teams are going to have to game plan around.
I mean, we're going to go back to Darius Slayton being your number 1 receiver again, right? Calvin Austin, is he going to be a game breaker for you? I mean, we saw what he was in Pittsburgh last year.
You
He flashed at times,
you signed
but
3 in a day. You signed Odell, Juju, and you signed Braxton Berrios. So that's
right. Braxton Berrios is because Olszewski got hurt. That's essentially what he's going to be. He could go in the slot every so often. And, I mean, you have to temper the enthusiasm for Odell. I mean, realistically speaking, he is what he is.
But they'll be able to run the football. We know that. I mean, last year they were, 5th in the NFL. You bring in Ricard, who's, as far as fullbacks are concerned, you don't see it very often. He's an offensive lineman. And then I think that the right side of the line, Illumino had a good season last year, and now you have, Maui Noah that you drafted playing guard. If Andrew Thomas stays healthy, that's going to be a pretty good offensive line.
100%.
So, yeah, I mean, they have all the characteristics of one of those teams that wasn't very good, gets the right coach, and then takes that next step.
Coaching makes a difference, man.
It makes a huge difference. Of all the sports, this specifically is the most important.
It's not even close. I mean, look at the Chicago Bears last year. Whether you like them or not, Ben Johnson made an impact on that team, right? Ben Johnson had that team this close to going to the NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
This close. And what did we think about the Bears before then? They were classic underachievers. Well, maybe not underachievers, but they didn't.
Listen, I think it's why, as a Jets fan, I mean, you keep going through these same conversations in your head.
Look at Mike Vrabel in New England last year.
Right, but you look at all the talent. I'm sure you have the same conversations. You're like, how do we have so much talent and we're so bad? A lot of it goes to the fact you hadn't the right coach. Like, Saleh wasn't the right guy.
Right.
I don't think Aaron Glenn's the right guy. And so, you need a Harbaugh. You need a Mike Tomlin. You need someone to step in that has the ability to get the most out of the talent that you have. And right now it doesn't feel like that, because there's no way that a Jets fan thought that last season, and they're full of crap if they told you this, that we're going to be 0-7 and start trading away pieces. Stop.
No.
What are you talking about?
You tell me, I mean, when they gave extensions to Sauce Gardner and Garrett Wilson in July, and then you thought 5 minutes later you're trading one of them?
Credit, the way he did those extensions made it movable, but I remember probably with you, during the summer leading up to that season, was if this team, with all the talent that we have, gets the right coach,
right,
it should look better. They should be better than they were the previous year, and they were worse.
They were worse. What do we say? Because those teams previously were not well coached, weren't well coached. I mean, you could even say at times they weren't even ready to play because first quarters were terrible, dumb mistakes, penalties, all those things. And we were talking ourselves into last year. If you're a well-coached team, you don't beat yourself, you're fundamentally sound, it might not look flashy, but if you play smart, you're going to win your share of football games. And that didn't happen. It was actually the complete opposite.
Bill Belichick always says it. More games in the NFL are lost than won.
Correct.
So as long as you, like you just said,
but when we banked on the coaching staff being better, let's face it, it wasn't. Yeah, and
showing you no signs that he's going to be a good head coach.
And apart from that, the staff that he put together last year was not very good. It's not, including one of the coordinators, which obviously was shown the door before the season was over. And there was a lot of other casualties after the season as well. So now he's going to get another kick at the can. We'll see if it's any better. And if it's not better, guess what, Rick? We're back to square one again.
Well, I'll get a chance to see the superpowers.
Right? We're going to see the superpowers.
I was just shocked that in the midst of your season crumbling like that you wouldn't actually, show off some of those superpowers.
Why wouldn't you take the reins over? Yeah.
Well, not even, like you said, or help, something. Right. Maybe a little bit.
I do believe him at his word, though, that last year as a first-time head coach, he wanted to be a head coach. You know what I mean?
It sounds like he still wanted to be a head coach because he was going to hire Wink. And let's not pretend like Wink was going to come in and let him run the defense.
That wasn't going to be the case.
Stop.
That was not going to be the case.
They just didn't want to pay him. Woody's like, I'm paying you all this money, you do it.
Well, I mean, and not only that, they're paying him and they're paying a lot of other guys that no longer work there.
This is the thing I don't understand, though, about how he put his staff together. Mm-hmm. And maybe this is just me. You can tell me if I'm wrong. If I'm someone that got a head coaching job because I'm great at one side of the ball.
Right.
Okay? But I want to be the CEO.
Mm-hmm.
I would find it probably more advantageous for me if I'm going to have the whole hey, let's have a head coach on one side of the ball, just that's that head coaching experience, because I can also lean on that person with some of the stuff, because it's like any head coach that you talk to is like, I actually do less coaching. It's all the different stuff that I have to deal with. I would probably lean to the side of the ball that I'm not great at to give me the head coaching experience. And then the side of the ball that I am good at, maybe go with someone that's a little less seasoned, because I would have more of an impact on that. Like, I'm not stepping on anyone's toes.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. There's some merit to that. It was an odd choice.
And Wilkes is not good.
Well, that's the thing, because it's not like he was in the NFL the previous year.
He's
and guess
a
what?
one-and-done guy.
He's not in the NFL now.
No.
He's got some ceremonial title with I think Appalachian State.
I watched I
think he's an alumnus.
I watched the episode of the
Baker.
I watched the episode of the quarterback show, and they played Jets. So it was last season.
Game.
So the Jets-Tampa game. And Baker before the game is like, this one's personal.
Yeah,
that's the guy who cut me.
Yep.
I was like, oh, no.
I forgot that Wilkes had basically said after that, it's like, you understand I was the interim head coach. I have no say in personnel.
It doesn't matter, though.
Yeah.
That's what he thinks. I was like,
But you know what? Like you said, you got to conjure up your own motivations. Why not?
It works for him.
And that was the thing about it. That was the game the Jets could have, should have won. I don't want to say.
That's the blocked field goal they returned.
They
for
had
touchdown.
a lead with
Yeah,
less than 2 minutes to go.
Will McDonald scored the touchdown.
But I
on a
didn't
blocked field goal.
think they played well in that game. The defense got torched for the majority of it, but somehow, some way, by hook or by crook, they had a lead because thanks to a Superman play with under 2 minutes to go.
I'll tell you the other thing that concerns me about the Jets this season and the whole will Aaron Glenn prove to us that he can coach was how the end of the season looked. Right, once they
I wouldn't read too much into the final.
No, but
five.
once they moved on from Steve Wilkes.
I still wouldn't read too much into the final five.
You don't think so? Like the
they
Patriots,
they were putting a JV team out there.
I know, but still, the effort.
It was
the Patriots went. You lost to Mitch. You got killed by Mitch Trubisky.
But you were putting a team out there that, for the most part, was like the team that you would see in the second half of a preseason
right, but
game.
should you give up a touchdown on every possession?
Again,
did they punt once?
You're playing
Field goal?
against a Super Bowl team.
I understand
against
that.
a JV
You lost,
team.
You got smashed by Mitch Trubisky.
And what were you doing offensively? Sustaining drives, right?
No.
You had a quarterback who right now they're talking about might not even make the team, and he started
Right?
the last
Is this
5
our quarterback
games.
room? That's my other question. Really, we're going with this?
If you're asking me right now,
they got to pick up a
on
veteran, don't they?
September, what is it, 11th, 10th, whenever the week one was, there will be a new human being in there.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I'm not telling you it's going to be a starter, but there will be
there's
a
gotta be
new
somebody.
human being.
Yeah, there has to be somebody
in that room. 800-919-3776. I'm going to take a call or two here, but who is going to handle the stuff you missed today? Is that a Joe Leo vehicle?
Joe Leo vehicle.
The Joe Leo vehicle. So we're going to hear from Joe, who's been hobnobbing around the globe, going to weddings here and there. He's a professional wedding goer, that Joe Leo. Let's say hi to Artie in Brooklyn, who's up next here on ESPN New York. Hello, Artie.
What's going on? So what are we looking for in Aaron Glenn to say, all right, he's going to be our coach next year? Wins, top 5 defense, not give up 7 straight.
Yeah, I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be a combination. I think it's going to be a combination of a bunch of things.
Artie, I'm going to give you the stock answer as has been told to me, and I don't want to make it sound like a cop out, but I'm just being what I've heard. Improvement, and improvement is different in the eye of the beholder. It's not going to be a fixed set of wins. It's going to be something that you're going to be able to see with your very own eyes. Improvement.
This is me. If he can't win with Geno Smith and the team that he's got now, I don't even go get another human being. I got the perfect quarterback right there to tank the season. And, he did it last year, perfect. And then we'll go.
Oh, you're not going with Brady Cook. You're going to see Cade Klubnik.
No, he's talking about Geno Smith. Tanking this. Like
I
think he was talking about Brady Cook.
Yeah. I'm thinking about Brady.
Yeah, he's talking about Brady Cook. He's saying
you don't need
a human being because once Geno doesn't play well or they lose, then you go to if you really want to.
What was I
solidify
reading
the top
yesterday?
pick.
What was I reading yesterday? Was it the thing that they wrote on ESPN?
You got to see Cade Klubnik at some point if they're not winning.
Cade Klubnik will feature prominently into the season if that happens.
Yeah.
I firmly
You
believe
have
that.
to.
What was the thing I wrote on ESPN that they went out, the Jets, because Geno Smith was so bad for the Raiders last year, they went out and got their guy that's basically going to help cinch them the number 1 pick, which I think is unfair because the Raiders were such an effing mess last year.
He leaves one team, they win a Super Bowl.
Right.
He comes to the other team that's looking for a quarterback. Tanks their season.
They hired a guy to be the offensive coordinator with the Raiders last year who was wearing a purple hard hat and a penny yesterday in Northwestern, and looked like he was the dude from The Sopranos on the construction site playing cards.
Vito?
Yeah,
Vito. Jeez.
Did you see that picture?
It wasn't a great look for Chip Kelly. It was not.
Last season wasn't a good look for Chip
2
Kelly.
more looks.
True.
2 more looks on the Glenn situation.
Yeah.
They got this guy, the free agent from Chicago. If that dude doesn't start over Stevens, and then they have
Stevens is going to start.
Played well
Stevens
out of Alabama, the free safety.
Stevens will start on one side. The kid from Chicago is going to have an opportunity to start on the other side. I'm thinking Pons is probably going to be your nickel to some degree. Or, it'd be a perfect world is that if Pons and Jarvis Brownlee play really, really well, Pons is good enough to stick him on the outside and Brownlee's your nickel back. But then you have
You don't
Nashawn
think
Wright.
Thomas was their best cornerback last year? Thomas was their best cornerback last
He
year.
didn't stay healthy the whole season. He's talking about Azarie Thomas. And Artie, thanks a lot for the phone call. Azarie Thomas, he's going to get an opportunity to play. And I hope he can stay healthy to see what he can do because, he showed you some things last year as a rookie.
Nashawn Wright's an interesting pickup for you, too.
Nashawn Wright, though, I forgot who. The thing about Nashawn Wright, though, if you want to nitpick.
He's just big.
Now, the problem is, though, is that, yes, he's had like 5 picks. And like analytically, he didn't check out very well.
He's real big for a 6'4".
Go look at the picks and like microanalyze them. They were against like garbage
but
quarterbacks.
it's better than what we did last year.
Zero.
We had zero.
I understand.
We had one turnover.
I have a lot. Listen, I have a lot of issues with like what the Cowboys have done defensively, especially in the defensive backfield. But one thing they're really good at, they don't always keep the guys, is like identifying guys in the draft that they pick at corner that maybe they don't pan out well for them, but they end up doing well for other teams. Nashawn Wright's one of those guys.
But the problem with Nashawn Wright is this, though, Ray. How did 31 other teams think about him on the open market this year when he had 5 picks last year?
Well,
you know what I mean? Like those analytic numbers, that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't paint a pretty picture. But I think it's a worthy gamble.
You know that there's always an
outlier
negative slant and an outlier with pick, and you know what he's good at and what he's not good at. It's pretty cut and dry with that type of player.
Yeah, and you know what
He's
you're
worth
not
the
good
gamble.
at. Right? You know what the Jets were clearly not good at.
Right.
Football.
They literally set a record which will never be broken.
Never.
So, yes.
Never.
We know.
That was the Cal Ripken of football last year.
Here's the one. I mean, listen, you could be negative about the season. You could be optimistic about the season. The one thing that you know for certain is it could be good, which is great. And now all of a sudden you feel like you have your coach and you do things look good moving forward. And if it's really bad, now you have 3 picks in the first round. Hopefully that the best of those first picks, those first round picks is a high enough pick where you can get the quarterback. And now, looking for a new head coach, that makes it a pretty attractive job. When you look at the amount of talent plus 3 first-round picks and the chance to get a franchise quarterback.
It's a good place to be. But you don't want to necessarily have to entertain that.
No, I know. But, I mean,
the Cade Klubnik thing to me is to me a huge, huge, huge interesting component to this. Because they likes him some Cade
well, Frank
Klubnik.
Reich likes him a lot. I agree with
They
that.
like him a lot. They think he's got
Did not
the
have a good season
intangibles.
last year.
They like his maturity level. He's got all the makeup and all that stuff. We'll see. He might get thrown into
This
duty
is also
pretty soon.
a franchise that told you like Christian Hackenberg.
I know. Well,
you know what I mean?
I
Not
hear
this
you.
long track record.
You don't have exactly. You don't have a track record of sitting there saying, "Yeah, we know what we're doing when it comes to the quarterback." I get it.
We got to see it first.
But guess what? Next one up. All right. Let's get to some stuff you missed. And handling the festivities today is our good friend Joe Leo.
Now,
Walk-up three-pointer. He got it! See ya! Put him in the box!
the you missed.
All right, I just got to refresh Twitter here for a second. And no, LeBron James has not signed with a team yet.
Still? Nothing?
Still. The Decision 4.0 is now entered week 3. The first time, the whole big decision where he was going to the Nets or he was going to the Knicks, and then he went to Miami, that lasted 8 days. The return to Cleveland, also 8 days.
This is getting stupid.
Then, when he took his talents to Tinseltown, that was the second day of free agency. To make matters even a little bit more confusing, the Miami Heat social media team posted something last night that was a LeBron James introductory press conference with a date of July 27th on YouTube. So, Shams Charania reached out, and a Heat spokesperson said it was simply a mistake. They were preparing for the possibility of James signing and mistakenly posted the link to the team's YouTube page.
What are we doing?
Why would you have an introductory press conference link
Just
ready
in
to go?
case.
Just
in case.
That's dumb.
It's just in case it happens.
But like this whole thing is dumb. Like you had LeBron dropping his little breadcrumbs with the trust the process, the other day, the Adam Silver thing getting involved. Now this Heat thing getting everybody all excited. Like this is dumb. Like
Rich Paul going on McAfee.
I'm one of the people who gives like LeBron the benefit of the doubt. It's like, oh, he really wants the attention and the praise and all that. Like, I think it's overblown. No, this is like I'm tired.
Am
I'm
I wrong
tired,
for
man.
saying like I could not care less about where he ends up?
But again, another
could
benefit to being the frickin' champions.
That's true.
Who cares where he goes?
Where does he end up?
Who cares?
Right now.
Well,
I think he ends up in Philly. I think we're having a different conversation here.
But apparently he doesn't like Embiid. Doesn't want to play with Embiid. They're going to move on from him. I'm a big believer in these conspiracy theories. Like, why not Miami now? Like, because of that thing, like with the YouTube. And when I was down on vacation, there was, the TV networks you get there are all the Miami affiliates, right?
Did you see the?
That was like the biggest, like Heat basketball was like the number one story outside of the World Cup for like Miami sports.
But did you see like Pat Riley the other day with Shams? Like the Heat had this big press. Pat just like letting LeBron do his thing. Like, what does he know? Type of situation.
Right.
I think that's on the table.
Yep.
I do.
Took his cookies.
Yeah, he did take
Took
his
the
cookies.
man's cookies.
That's
You don't mess with another man's cookies.
I still
I
think
still
he
wouldn't
goes
sleep
to
on
Cleveland.
Golden State though in this whole thing.
Cleveland for me.
Well, if you listen to Steve Kerr, that's another thing. Like Steve Kerr.
Well, they were also talking
Or
about
Rachel
Draymond changing
Nichols.
his number. right? If LeBron comes there, he's not going to wear 23. He's going to wear 2 plus 3, which is 5.
So, Ray, we could expect the NBA schedule sometime, September at this rate?
My God.
Labor Day.
It is a joke.
I love the idea, though, if the Knicks didn't win the championship, LeBron was going to be a Knick.
Stop.
That's what Rick said.
I know that's what he said, but he's full of you-know-what.
And it has been the theme. We keep coming, at some semblance, we've come back every day this week talking about people who need validation. LeBron clearly is one of those people who needs that sort of validation.
You know how Milo drives around in the car, rides around in the car singing Michael Jackson songs?
Yeah.
You think Rich Paul does that with Adele songs?
I was going to say that
he's better.
When he calls up teams, does he have Adele go, hello? That'd be funny.
That's funny.
Hello. I love Adele.
Hello.
Good for Rich Paul. Got his own podcast now. Him and Max Kellerman.
Yeah, he needs some money.
Doing it. I will say, though, I don't care what you think about LeBron. Either you like him, you love him, whatever. He is one of the greatest to ever do it. And for any young athlete that wants to kind of get the roadmap for how it should work when you turn pro and you start making all this money and everything else and you have buddies that you want to take along for the ride, do it the way LeBron did it.
He's done all that the right way.
Don't
Nobody
fall
can
into the
deny
trap
that.
where I'm taking my buddies along and I'm just going to pay for them to be my sidekicks. Empower them to do
Give
their
them
own
jobs.
thing. Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable what he did,
Hey,
man.
you handle this. Hey, Rich Paul, you do this.
It's amazing,
This
man.
is your thing. Hey, I'm going to pay for you to go to school so you know how to do this.
Unbelievable.
Smart.
So smart.
Go ahead, Joe.
Elsewhere, Steph Curry will become the first active NBA player with his own exhibit in the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. The exhibit will be this Friday, or start this Friday on July 24th. The name of the exhibit will be titled Stephen Curry Beyond the Arc and will include stuff like his Olympic jerseys, championship artifacts, game-worn gear, and archival footage of Curry's career from Davidson until now. So that's pretty cool.
His sophomore year trigonometry test from Davidson is going to be behind
How dare you?
glass.
Oh, the greatest shooter of all time. Shut your mouth.
What if he was good at trigonometry?
Maybe he was.
I love trigonometry.
Would you be shocked? No. You know what? I thought you were better at asking questions. I was wrong.
At least I was paying attention when the question was over.
I have everyone on my side. I don't want to hear it. Continue, Joseph.
2K
Hold on.
has
Can
announced.
I ask you a serious question?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
Not you. Did you think or did you know that Leo, that Leo was his last name?
I took him at his word. Yeah, it's not a stage name. It's his last name.
No, but I thought Leo was it was like his middle name. Like he had,
it's
he
his
had a
last
last
name.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Because very rarely do you come across someone where you say their first name and last name.
It happens. You mean two people with first names or two first names?
Yeah, like
Joe, Leo, Stravinsky.
Yeah, like Dave.
Like I play with a guy. Like I play with John Michael Lyles. It was John Mike.
He's a three-namer.
Yeah, three-namer. I thought he was a three-namer.
No, I didn't think so.
Leo's his last name.
No, Joe, we already went through the middle name and your
Yes.
your brother's name is Vince, right?
Vinny, yeah.
Vinny, yeah.
What's your middle name?
The
Edward.
Nations
Turn
and
the music down a little bit, Joe Leo. We can barely hear you over
Joe
the
Edward
music.
Leo.
Joe
Yes.
J-E-L.
J-E-L.
Yep.
He got treated like a pigeon by Dave that one time.
Yeah, well, Dave's
a
not
lot
nice
of
to
the time.
people. Dave's not nice to people.
It's all right.
He has to sign his girlfriend.
That's right, outside of
Yeah,
City Field.
weird.
That was the last time the Mets were any good.
Also factual. 2K has announced their cover athlete for NBA 2K27, one Victor Wembanyama, per
Shocking.
sources that Shams Charania had just tweeted out there. So Wemby will be on the cover of 2K, which is interesting to me. You don't go with the champs. Fun.
Oh, Larry?
And Jalen doesn't need that.
No, he don't need
He
that.
doesn't need
OG? You're telling me that the OG putback wouldn't
tip?
be a great
That
cover?
should be the cover, the tip, like him flying through the air.
I still
Writes
not over
itself.
those guys at Fanatics Fest. What's wrong with people?
Oh, yeah. That's a great clip. Cats, I eat that. That's. I'm not a Knicks fan, but that's really funny. Yeah, all right.
Jeez. Joe Leo, come on, man.
This has been one today.
This
It really
is-
has been.
We've had a great show.
Yeah.
In the NFL, linebacker Jordan
ESPN
Brooks.
New York app. Go back and check it out.
Yeah. Jordan Brooks has agreed to a 3-year, $51.3 million contract extension. 35 of that is guaranteed for him to stay in Miami. Sam Laporta fully cleared for training camp following back surgery to repair a herniated disc. And this is kind of interesting. The Arizona State Gaming Commission is investigating alleged betting activity that led to the NFL having to suspend an Arizona Cardinals executive for potentially giving away who the Cardinals were going to draft in this past year's first round. And the source accused Ryan Gold, a college scouting director for the Cardinals, of providing confidential, non-public, inside information about who the Cardinals were going to select before the team announced it.
Like insider trading.
Yes, like insider trading. The NFL
can't do that.
The NFL also alleges that Gold participated in parlay bets on the NFL and college football games.
Isn't it amazing how people thought that like once these leagues got in bed with the gambling companies that nothing nefarious would happen?
Well, they make too much money. Why would you? Why would you put yourself in a spot where you could lose your job?
It's incredible.
I'll tell you the scariest part of this whole thing is how young the kids are that start doing this.
Well, they start in school, man.
Yeah,
this is
high
a
school.
real problem. I didn't realize it was going to be this bad. It's bad.
It is indeed.
Last one here.
Yep.
Fox announced what the rating was for the World Cup final on Sunday
You seen this
between
number yet?
Spain and Argentina. It drew 38.9 million viewers with a peak of 51.8 on Fox. And on Telemundo, it was 22.6, which that combined number puts it at more than $60 million, 60 million viewers, which is the highest rated telecast by Nielsen in U.S. history for a soccer game.
And if you take just the Fox numbers, that was more than the first 3 games of the World Series this past year.
That didn't surprise me, though.
Yeah. But Game 7 was a classic, though. 6 and 7, actually, with the World Series. But, yeah, I mean, you would expect it to be ridiculous numbers. Even though the problem was the final wasn't that great. Little anticlimactic.
No, it wasn't.
It was fine. I mean,
it wasn't.
If you like
it
soccer,
felt like
it's
it was
the game.
inevitable that Spain was gonna win. But I actually thought it was exciting towards the end of it before Spain finally scored to see if Argentina, because you knew what they were doing. Like you're down to 10.
Right.
Can you hold on for for the penalties where they felt like they had the advantage?
Whatever you have to do to try to
And
get
then
it
they had
to-
their late push.
Right.
Right, which Argentina has been known for, but the stuff afterwards was brutal.
Yeah, you didn't need that. Not a good look. Good job, Joe Leo. Much appreciated with the stuff you missed. 800-919-3776. I got a bone to pick with some NFL-related things I'm going to get to, plus more of your calls. But Rick is going to tell you something first about our good friends at Tricon.
You know we love them. Of course we love them. Saw them at the Beach Bash. All the boys. Saw Luke, his wife, everybody. It's the countdown to kickoff brought to you by Tricon Construction. We're officially 49 days away from football season. That's your countdown to kickoff brought to you by Tricon Construction. When you're developing a commercial project, choosing the right construction partner matters. Tricon Construction is expanding across New Jersey and taking on bigger, more complex projects with the experience, discipline, and leadership that those jobs require. Whether it's commercial construction, healthcare, industrial spaces, or active facilities, where operations need to continue, Tricon understands the pressure of schedules, budget, safety, communication, and keeping everything moving. They bring accountability, clear project management, and professionalism from start to finish so the work gets handled the right way. For commercial construction done professionally and done right, make sure you visit TriconBuilds.com. That's TriconBuilds.com.
DNR coming right back on ESPN New York. 9:33. Let's get a check of the road. Say good morning, Debbie Duhame.
Hi, Dan, Rick. Good morning, Ray and Joe Leo. Guys, let's see what's happening. Have a fantastic day, by the way. Let's see what's happening on 8095 northbound getting up to the GWB. An accident in the express lanes. 90 minutes in at the GWB to the upper, 35 to the lower. Inbound Lincoln, that's about 30. Holland, 45. Watch for slowdowns over on the eastbound belt at Bay 8th with a collision. Also on the belt eastbound across Bay Boulevard, a crash. 287 north in Piscataway, a crash there as well. Sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Debbie Duhame, 880 ESPN New York.
If you've been injured on a construction site, then you need a lawyer who knows New York's unique labor laws. At the Parisman Firm, they have decades of experience handling construction accident cases and a proven track record of delivering huge results. Their team has already recovered nearly $1 billion for hardworking New Yorkers. From scaffold accidents to slip and falls and equipment failures, they've got your back. Call the Parisman Firm now at 718-WORKERS. That's right, 718-WORKERS, because your case is their cause. Get the justice you deserve today.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
When care matters most, experience matters more. The Allure Group is redefining rehabilitation and long-term care across New York with 6 convenient locations. Their expert clinicians create personalized care plans to help you recover, rebuild, and get back to what matters most. From short-term rehab to long-term care, Allure is committed to comfort, dignity, and results. To learn more, visit allurecare.com. The Allure Group, where care meets compassion.
There are a million reasons to love New York. Making your budget stretch isn't one of them. According to an independent study, Amazon prices average 14% lower than other retailers. Get food, fashion, furniture, and more shipped straight to your building. That's how Prime members have saved over $2 billion on grocery and household items. Learn more at aboutamazon.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This is Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg.
NBA champion, Finals MVP, Jalen Brunson. Describe the experience of what the last month has been like for you.
That's a loaded question. It's been a roller coaster, honestly. Obviously, once we won and everything was up high and everything was amazing. The parade and all of that, just everything after we won was just amazing.
Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg. Weekdays at 3 on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
Dan and Rick, DNR on ESPN New York, 800-919-3776. You know, sometimes you have to, at least this is how I like to trend. Sometimes, you know, a lot of people like to, how can I put this? Rest on the fact that, I played.
Rest on their laurels.
You know what I'm saying? I played. My opinion should count a little bit more. You know,
I've heard that
type of
before.
thing. Yeah,
I've heard that before.
So every year, the NFL players, the current group of stars,
they vote for the best players.
They vote for the top 100 list. And over the years, I kind of dismiss it because, you know, even I don't care that you're playing now, but, you know, my take was always, well, you're always concentrating on your team, and you're only playing one game a week. You know, if I got to sit there and cover your games and announce your games, like, I'm not able to keep my eyes on what else is going on around the league. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
are you doing that as much?
I did. I watched a lot. When I played, I watched a lot. But I just, if I was voting for these awards, I would vote more.
But not all the games were happening at the same time when you were playing. That's my point.
No, but I would give you I would say which players that I play against do I think are the best players. I think there is an element of that when you play, you notice certain things that maybe people that don't play notice. If you hear, sometimes you'll hear corners talk about who is the hardest cover.
Right. That should be the case.
Their answer is different than your answer because they're the ones that actually are on the field doing it.
Right. That I respect 100%. But in certain cases, you know, and some people maybe don't even take this seriously when they do these rankings and so on and so
some
forth.
Some players don't take it serious.
Right. Yeah. They can't be bothered. So the only reason I bring this up is because it's kind of drew some attention with the latest installment of the top 100 for the NFL, as they're doing the gradual unveiling of the rankings. So they're in the I guess in the 50s, 60s, they're going backwards from 100. You agree that Lamar Jackson's really, really good, right? Good quarterback?
I do.
Pretty good.
Yep.
Okay. They voted him 69
Yeah, that seems low.
Top 100.
Yeah,
Okay,
that seems low.
Very low.
Yeah.
2-time MVP should have been 3, in my opinion. But anyway, 69th best player in the league. There's not 69 or 68 better players in the NFL than Lamar Jackson. I'm sorry, they're not. What drives you crazy is that if you just put him in his own position group and you look at this list, at some of the names that came in ahead of him, Lamar Jackson is number 69. Trevor Lawrence is number 62. Trevor Lawrence is a better quarterback than Lamar Jackson. Bo Nix is 59. Bo Nix is 10 spots higher on the NFL list than Lamar Jackson. You mean to tell me that if you asked anybody who was starting a team tomorrow if they wanted Bo Nix or Lamar Jackson on their team, they're picking Bo Nix. Sean Payton wouldn't even take Bo Nix.
This is the problem with these lists year after year, though.
Ray, how does this happen? How does this happen? Why do we still have this tomfoolery?
How did you open the segment so that just because you played, you have a higher opinion? Like,
obviously,
I played. That's it.
Obviously,
that's the whole thing. Their whole purpose. There's no logic or this guy does. I don't like this guy. I'm ranking him here
because Trevor Lawrence made the playoffs last year and he won his division. That's why freaking he's ahead of Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson, fair is because he's lost a couple AFC Championship games. Has this reputation as a guy who doesn't get the job done. Well, he clearly does. He's multiple-time MVP, first of all, but. This is where we are.
But this doesn't lend credence to their union, talking about players.
Oh, the facts get in the way of a good story.
I'm not wrong here. It's not just me.
No.
What about you? You're quiet.
I'm quiet because I'm just I don't disagree with you guys. I mean, the idea that
we do this every year.
Yeah, it seems like this is a conversation we always have.
But this is one that ruffled some feathers.
But I don't know exactly what the criteria is, what they're telling the players, how seriously the players are taking it. But I would find it hard to believe that if you sat in a room and really was like, I need honest, legit opinions. Would you take Lamar Jackson or Bo Nix? That a lot of people are answering Bo Nix.
But it's just like that. And again, it's a problem that we have, I think, as a society. And I guess the players fall into this category as well. They're no different. Being prisoners of the moment, right? Because, Trevor Lawrence won a division last year. Bo Nix took his team to the AFC Championship game. Maybe they win the game if he doesn't get hurt. And Lamar Jackson missed the playoffs because he was hurt last year, and his field goal kicker missed the kick at the end of regulation in Week 18. Now he gets penalized for that?
I don't know. Maybe there's other stuff that we don't necessarily know about Lamar Jackson that leads to him being where he's at on this list.
I mean, it's incredible. What could we possibly know?
No, I don't
know. Rather,
there are obviously things that happen in the locker room between Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, or Lamar Jackson and the offensive coordinator. I mean, outside of the injury stuff too, missing practice time, I think there are things that go on that we don't see. I can't imagine that strictly on talent and production that you would take one of those quarterbacks over Lamar Jackson. So my only question would be, what don't we know? What else is going on that would change your opinion?
I don't care if you're, Trevor Lawrence's best friend or Bo Nix's best friend, teammate, whatever. You cannot sit there and put their names ahead of Lamar Jackson on any list of the best players in the NFL.
But they did, though. I mean, that's the thing, though. They did.
Enough people did to where they
so I don't. Higher. It only leads to me asking the one question: is what am I not understanding?
Right. What dirty little locker room secret is out there about Lamar Jackson to where he is somehow penalized or thought less of than those
right.
two?
You're talking about, whenever we go over the list of quarterbacks and you start talking about tiers and everything else, there seems to be that one tier that has, it could, however you want to dissect it, but it was always, before he got hurt, it was kind of like Patrick Mahomes and then who's below Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
And it was Josh Allen, it was Lamar Jackson, and it was Joe Burrow.
And Ray, I'm not 100%.
Stafford in that mix now.
Ray, I'm not 100% sure either. Did I see that Lamar Jackson was the first quarterback to appear on this countdown list?
No, that can't be. Hang on.
Because if that's the case,
there's no way he's the.
If that's the case, then you're saying, well, at least Trevor Lawrence, Bo Nix are ahead of him.
Bo Nix is 59.
Right, and like I said, Lawrence is 62. And then they're going to keep doing the gradual unveiling.
5.
So, and you mentioned
Baker Mayfield was 77.
Who was?
Baker Mayfield.
Or Mayfield was 77. So either way, so you're telling me Trevor Lawrence, Bo Nix, it's going to be Josh Allen, it's going to be Patrick Mahomes, probably Matthew Stafford. So at the very least, there's 5 guys that they say are better than Lamar Jackson at the quarterback position.
Brock Purdy's up there.
85.
So
what other quarterbacks in the league? They'll probably put Drake May ahead of him because of the season that he
Bryce
had last
Young
year.
Was 98. I mean, he took a big leap, but 98.
So according to NFL players, Lamar Jackson is somewhere. Herbert will probably be ahead of him. He's probably no better than the 10th best quarterback in the NFL, which is laughable to me. Laughable.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. The next chunk of the list.
They should have their voting rights rescinded.
The next chunk of the list will be in the next few days. So yeah.
Unbelievable. 800-919-3776. Raymond's got 3 stars. We'll close it out on the phones. Yes.
The best is that it's like he missed time with a hamstring and then a back contusion. Nonetheless, he still finished the year with he was 4th in passer rating.
4th in passer rating, and his team missed the playoffs, by the way. You think large degree to the fact that he missed so much time during the season. Unbelievable. DNR, ESPN New York.
If you're heading into summer without a medical emergency kit, you're taking a risk most people don't think about until it's too late. Summer colds linger and can turn into sinus infections that last for weeks. Getting sick right now before vacation can derail everything. And when you're traveling, finding a doctor and pharmacy is stressful. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. It's like having urgent care and a pharmacy right at home. It includes essential prescriptions like amoxicillin and generic Z-Pak to treat a wide range of common and serious illnesses. So if you wake up sick at home or on the road, you already have what you need. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, no pharmacy lines, no copays. Just match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook or call their telemedicine doctor standing by. Start on your meds sooner and feel better faster. Every home needs at least one medical emergency kit. Order yours online in minutes and it's shipped to your door. And save $45 with my promo code 880 at urgentcarekit.com/880. That's promo code 880 at urgentcarekit.com/880.
Miller time. People think it just happens, but that's not true. You know what you gotta do? You gotta go say hello with some beers. Make the plans. Forget the couch. Go to that thing. Play the game. See him in person. Talk to that stranger. Live a little. Small acts of rebellion that bring us together. Because legendary moments start with a light. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2026 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper. So knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Progressive presents ways to save money that aren't bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive.
I can't believe the deal we got on these seats for the game.
Wow, they must be pretty high up here. I think my ears just popped.
Yeah, here, put this on.
Is that an oxygen mask?
An official team oxygen mask.
Well, I can kind of see the field.
Good, your senses are still sharp. You're going to need them for phase 2 of the ascent.
Don't save money by sitting in the nosebleeds. You could save hundreds by switching to Progressive. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Zuffa Boxing makes its New York City debut on Sunday, July 26th with a double main event featuring hometown favorites Edgar Berlanga and Richardson Hitchens in separate bouts. Live from the Infosys Theater at Madison Square Garden. Enter for your chance to win tickets on the ESPN New York app. Berlanga takes on Stephen Butler in a 10-round super middleweight showdown, while Richardson Hitchens faces Ricardo Salas in a 12-round welterweight contest. Don't miss this huge night of boxing. Brought to you by Madison Square Garden. Enter to win tickets now on the ESPN New York app.
All right, Dan and Rick, DNR, a few more minutes. Ray's going to give us the 3 stars. Carlin coming up at 10. You know, today's Wednesday. I don't know if you know this. And so here in the office, we have the Whiteboard Wednesday question outside. And it pertains to Christopher Nolan, the acclaimed director, who his new movie, The Odyssey. And I was just saying to the guy, like, you know, what's your favorite Christopher Nolan movie is the question on the board. So I was just asking the guys, I'm seeing these stories, like the new movie, The Odyssey. Like, people are like literally fighting each other like animals, like over tickets to try to see this movie. Like, is it that difficult to get a ticket to a movie?
Sounds like it.
And Joe said it's IMAX, right? IMAX is what's causing
IMAX
all the...
are in high demand because Nolan shot the entire movie on IMAX, wants you to go see it in an IMAX theater. And those theaters are, because of how we've now done movie theaters nowadays, there's not many seating.
Yeah, but so what? That's what Christopher Nolan wants. I'm not going to live my life based on Christopher... If Christopher
no, he's saying is to maximize the experience.
I get it.
Right. Go to IMAX.
Christopher Nolan...
Am I missing something? Like, what's the big deal with IMAX?
It was shot on IMAX. It's intended to be watched on IMAX.
Good.
Right.
Christopher Nolan tells you to eat a head of lettuce. You going to do it?
Well,
right
not
now,
for the next,
probably
like, 3 weeks.
That's my point.
You want to lose some weight? Some lettuce.
Listen, if we go to the Dave Rothenberg School of Losing Weight, harm yourself. It'll work out.
The itis, the osis.
I can't imagine going to sit in a movie theater for 3 hours, though.
Is that how long the movie is? 3 hours?
Something like that, yeah.
I mean, what are we doing?
How about I get a text message from my wife? So my 5-year-old Rocco is just a complete savage.
Yeah.
So he's got goalie camp this week. They both have goalie camp. So I've been like,
I heard about this.
Right,
Yeah.
so like during breaks, I'm getting them dressed and coming back. So I guess
like they're Sean Burke.
Today, Cass is getting them dressed and getting them to camp.
I thought you set them up as best you could.
I did. They're all set up. But just
Would you have like sleep in the gear?
No. But like to put the pad on the skate and everything else. So you just kind of got to put it on. Whatever. They have.
Yeah, but why can't they show up and they have coaches that help them do that? Why does she have to do
it's
it?
it's easier to have them fully
They
dressed.
ride the car.
Do you know
with all that stuff?
how many kids go to these
Yeah,
camps?
you just put them in the car. They got their skate guards on. Show up.
I
helmet,
could say
gloves.
something snooty, but Ray, I'm going to be honest with you. I've never attended a goalie camp. No.
Okay, but like, do you think it's like 5 kids to a goalie camp? Like,
No, it's a lot of kids, and it makes it hard on the coaches. Like this is just it's easy for us. I have like
Sounds like a U.S. soccer
I have a
development
locker
problem.
room kind of thing set up in my garage, so it's easy. The stuff's hanging up. We put it on. Boom. But Cassie tells them because they have skate, then they take their top stuff off, eat lunch, and then go back on the ice. Hey, I got you. Just so you know, I got you an egg and cheese for lunch. And he looks at her and goes, "Bet, I see you," like that. 5 years old. Like, I mean, what do we?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about, woman.
And he like winked at her, like, "I see you. I see you. Thanks, Mom."
He's learning.
5.
He's learning.
Egg and cheese for lunch?
He's having an egg and cheese for lunch. Yeah,
really?
I guess so. Well, we got friends in town, and that they from.
But when you say in town, they're staying with you?
Staying with us. They were in California. Now they're moving to Utah, but she was originally from New York. And the thing that she wants, one of the things on her list of things that she needs to get is a bacon, egg, and cheese on a bagel.
Oh, so she went ahead and got the sandwiches.
sure
Kids
that
are going to
was-
have them for lunch.
Yeah.
I see.
I think that's part of it.
Kill 2 birds with one
Correct.
stone type of deal.
There we go.
Yeah.
The host with the
I just don't
most,
want to
you
have
know?
any, because you wouldn't eat an egg sandwich getting ready to. What was that?
Would I eat an egg sandwich getting ready for practice? I mean,
playing a game. That's
what
not
we
your
had.
pregame meal.
I mean, that was our that we get to the locker room at Syosset, and they would have bagels and tuna fish and.
Imagine the whole stomach of tuna fish.
Billy
going to play hockey.
I love the man, but Billy would have before practice. He'd have a bagel with tuna salad on it before practice, and he'd just come out and be right in your face, just going over goalie drills after a fresh tuna sandwich. Oh, God! It's like, Billy, really had to be tuna? Like, you couldn't just go like.
Do you used to eat between periods?
I would have a bar in between periods. Yeah,
a bar.
Yeah, some caffeine in a bar.
Nice.
Yeah, lots of fluids.
Gotta stay hydrated.
I'd lose like 12, 15 pounds a game.
Wearing all that gear.
Yeah. They had to drill holes in my skates.
You told me that story, yeah.
It's gross. Ugh.
Is that a common thing for goalies, or is it just you?
The sweat, yeah. Yeah, it's hot, man.
Like drilling the holes in the skate, I'm saying.
I don't know. I just think I could have to dump them out. So they're like, we need to get a release here.
Talk about it. See that, Ray? The sacrifice that
Bacon
this guy put himself through.
Bacon in that equipment, though.
Sacrifice. That's what I think all fans appreciate.
Then you start so much water
Then you
weight
start
per
getting
game.
the cramps, bro. Oof. That is the worst.
You don't want that.
No. Cramps are terrible.
This was fun today again.
Yeah, it was great. It
Good
went
job.
by very fast.
I mean, we were god-awful with Stump.
That's Raymond's fault, though.
5-pack, terrible.
That's Raymond's fault.
That's going to stay with
You're
me.
4-2 otherwise.
It's going to stay with me for the
Otherwise,
rest of the day.
You were out to prove a point today, and I don't appreciate it.
The
Look at me.
Buster only interview.
I'll give layups the rest of the way. What do you
Oh,
want
here we go.
from me?
Now you're going to baby us.
Like-
That's fine. Just be fair. All I ask is be fair.
Adrian Peterson.
It's not our segment. Do you think we want to sit here and do Stump Rothenberg on Wednesday? No.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Michael Jordan.
Yeah, let's keep it nice and simple.
Enjoy the game today. You got a 9-inning affair, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Double
big
dip
one.
for the Yanks day. Day night. Mets this afternoon as well. Raymond, 3 stars.
Today's 3 stars. Number 3.
All right, listen. All I can do is take the criticism under advisement and just try to be better. Listen, I'll try to make you happy because we're talking about the great Michael Jackson and how he's transcending generations now.
My kids are into Michael Jackson now. How about that?
The movie?
No, the music.
Listen, the movie helps play into the music, and like you mentioned it, like Queen and stuff like that. Like that's a good way to get the artist back into the rotation. And I appreciate that. And again, I was trying to tell you a story about how I met somebody way younger I didn't think would be into Michael Jackson. And, well, I went somewhere. It was like a gym/swim club. And they had a lifeguard there. But the lifeguard was...
Was it Ira?
She was very young. It was not Ira. It was the exact opposite of Ira. But she said she was a big Michael Jackson fan. So that's the point I was trying to get across.
Number 2.
Dan has been very concerned about health crises going on. Is it crises?
Crises. I think crises. Yeah.
Either way, one of them is the Legionnaires outbreak.
The numbers keep rising every single day if you
we don't
watch
have to
the
worry
news.
about it because we don't have air conditioning.
Right, the air conditioning in the studio is not a thing. So, there's a way to get around that. You bring a fan into the studio.
Because that's good for audio is when you rip a fan right into the microphone.
We really didn't think about that. but yeah, it is a concept. Let's do the next show just with the fan, right?
It's going to be
right next to him. Turn that fan up right into my microphone.
Max Fried going to start the second game.
That's right. Max Fried is pitching the second game of the doubleheader for the Yankees today. Garrett Cole, game 1.
Number 1.
And since we're talking baseball, it's Buster Olney.
You didn't get the best news about Aaron Judge, but you didn't get the worst news about Aaron Judge. I think the hesitancy for Yankees fans is to believe that Brian Cashman is going to be willing to do whatever it would take to get a Mason Miller. Because that's the guy, and that's going to cost you quite a bit prospect-wise.
So nice, we'll ask that question twice.
Yankees and Brian Cashman, as we've seen in the past, may be a little bit reluctant to part ways with the ballyhooed prospects. Will that be different this time around, i.e., maybe if San Diego comes calling for somebody like a Spencer Jones?
So that'll cause Buster to pause, and that'll cause us to pause.
One way or another, they have the ammunition and get it done, and that has not been the case, often, I think, in the last 4 or 5 years.
Now, to be fair, there is a glitch there.
Yeah, of course there is.
Wait.
Did we lose Buster?
Yeah, we can't hear.
We lose Buster.
I'm here.
About 6 seconds. Regardless, there's like 6 seconds of silence, so somebody should have spoken. Listen, it happens.
I couldn't tell. I thought he was still going.
There were definite technical difficulties with Buster, but we got through it. Great show today, guys. I look forward to
you heard him say the word.
Yeah,
all I know is my question and Buster only. At least it won't be made into a T-shirt. I know that.
Here we go.
Good job. How about a little Rule 76?
No excuses to play like the Knicks. It's DiPietro Grassa.
Buster only.
Right here on ESPN New York and on YouTube. No, I'm not going to poop in a box. There's no chance.
Hey, Yankees fans. Join us at Yankee Stadium on Friday, August 21st, as the Yankees take on the Toronto Blue Jays. And don't miss Cody Bellinger Bobblehead Night, presented by T-Mobile. The first 18,000 guests through the gates will take home an exclusive Cody Bellinger bobblehead. Get here early, grab the giveaway, and cheer on the Bronx Bombers. Tickets are available now at Yankees.com/tickets.
Hi, this is Don LaGreca. Just like the New Jersey Devils bring intensity on the ice, Viking Pest Control brings the same level of protection to your home. And I know because I use Viking at my own place. The season may be over, but pests are always in play. So it's time to lock in your off-season defense. As the pest control provider and proud partner of the Devils, Viking delivers 45 years of trusted experience to keep ants, cockroaches, stinging insects, rodents, mosquitoes, and more out of your zone. And when you bundle pest control mosquito services, you score big savings. One call, one company, total peace of mind. Visit VikingPest.com. Protecting your home inside and out.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use